Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February 2nd, 2021 West Grey Council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. All members of council are present, with exception to Councillor Hergert. I also want to say that Wyerton Willie predicted an early spring. So that takes care of item number 1. On item number 2, moment of reflection, members of council and those listening in, if you please, take a quiet moment. Thank you very much. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the West Grey website, www.westgrey.com. The technology for this meeting is being managed by staff. And before we go any further, I would invite Supervisor Hewlett to provide the highlights of the features for today's meeting. Supervisor Hewlett.
Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 831-6959-0883. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be using the raise their hand function to speak. Members of council will also be using the raise their hand function to vote. Following a vote, the vote outcome, passed or carried, will then be called upon verbally for the benefit of any guests who have joined us over the phone rather than using the online meeting software. If you get disconnected from members of the public at any point during this meeting or have technical issues, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Hewlett. I'm just putting up the participants list on the right-hand side of my screen. Thank you. Item number 3, members of council, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Is there anything to declare, members of council? Okay, thank you. On item number 4, delegations and presentations. I just want to identify that there are 3 delegations listed. The first one to begin in 1 minute, and I do see the individual here. And then following that, we have 1 presentation. So I know we're just shy of 9:05, but Clerk Sharbuck, I think I'll just proceed with our first delegation. And that is under 4.1 delegations, 4.1.1, Jill Umbrock, Bruce County Poverty Task Force for Laura Needham, Grey Bruce Health Unit, the Bruce Grey Food Charter. And welcome very much, Jill. And I see Laura was here as well. Welcome to both of you. We're most interested in your delegation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have, good morning, everybody. I'm with the Bruce Grey Poverty Task Force, and I'm going to have Laura start us off.
Sure, that sounds good. Thank you so much for having us. I know it's been a while making this presentation happen. We've had a few scheduling issues, mostly related to the pandemic. So it's nice to finally be here and also to be talking about our local food system. It's such an important system that we all rely on. And I think we've really seen its importance over this last year. If you think back to the beginning of the pandemic, one of the first things that people were very concerned about was the clearing out of grocery store shelves. And people were trying to get connected with local producers. And they wanted to see how nutrition could help support their immunity to the virus. So you could see food having this place even during a pandemic. I know one of our first meetings was actually related to social services and the supports that people would need from community food programs. So the Bruce Grey Food Charter relates to all of this because it really reflects the values of our local food system and how people want to see our local food system grow. I'll get you to switch to the next slide. Okay, so a food charter is it's a vision statement essentially that can be used to help develop strategies and build partnerships and create engagement in the community. So we've We've seen them used in other areas to create food policy councils and to be that foundation that brings people together for the food policy council to really make sure that all stakeholders are involved. We're lucky enough in Grey County to have the new agricultural policy council or committee. And that's great. It's really promising to see that movement forward in the sector. It would be even better if we had a broader food policy council that would have some of those other aspects of the food system. We can also see it being used to promote local agriculture and understanding food insecurity issues. Preserving rural grocery stores is something that is very important to us locally. And then having discussions just generally about the food system and our local perspective of the food policy for Canada. And grant opportunities, which are always great. So next slide. So the Bruce Grey Food Charter was developed through public consultation. We engaged with many stakeholders locally, and then also opened it up for broader public consultation. And it resulted in these values that were expressed under food having a role in supporting health, social justice, culture, education, sustainable economic development, and the environment. And what's great about that is, again, it lets all different types of stakeholders be involved and all sorts of activities to be built from the food charter. Okay, thank you. So we've used the food charter largely for engaging others. It was the first activity of the Food Security Action Group of the Poverty Task Force to build the food charter. And it really drew in more people to that action group and made it so that when we were engaging on different food system issues, we were hearing some broad sector feedback on the different issues, which ended up being very valuable as we moved forward. So we've had food bank summits, we've had the fall food gatherings and the community food hub project, all of which have engaged the community on the issue of food insecurity and beyond just providing food and hunger relief, but really looking at the issue of food insecurity and it being an income issue and potentially community food insecurity issues, which are more related to actual access or availability of food. So we've been able to kind of expand our mandate from just being, supporting food banks and community meal programs to be more effective, but to also make their voice louder, become an advocacy group to really improve the lives of people who are food insecure. We've also expanded partnerships, establishing food rescue locally, which takes food that would end up in the waste stream, but is perfectly edible, and bringing it back into the food stream. And then the Good Food Box has been strengthened, which is great to see. It's been a valuable program and interesting to see it continue on through the pandemic. And then our food asset map, which ended up being expanded into the Grey County food asset map and growing from what we had originally developed. How we're hoping municipalities will use the charter is to set their priorities or goals, especially related to housing, economic development, land use, climate strategies, and responding to COVID. Having that food lens when you're responding to COVID is critical. We know health equity is an issue and food insecurity has only grown as an issue. So it's really critical to see it being considered. And even when we're looking at the impact on our local agriculture sector and how we can support them. And acknowledging the value of current practices. We know that municipalities are often doing work in the food system. So this is a document that can be used as a foundation to support that work. And then connecting with new partners is, again, one of the critical outcomes that we've seen through the food charter, and we feel like it would work that way with the municipalities as well. And get with the next slide. Okay, so the realities of food insecurity during COVID. We wanted to add this slide. I know we did a food insecurity update last time we presented. It was over a year ago now. So just a quick update. We know before the pandemic, Bruce Grey had a household food insecurity rate of 20%. We don't have an updated census data for Bruce Grey specifically on what food insecurity or the rates of food insecurity locally. But what we do have is evidence nationally that food insecurity has become more severe during this pandemic. And it's not surprising when you see that incomes being affected and employment status is being affected. So the one thing to remember with the Canadian Perspective Survey Series is that it does underrepresent vulnerable populations like tenant households, which are also usually more food insecure than non-tenant households. So we expect to see that food insecurity has grown. Jill, I'm going to let you jump in and maybe add.
I'm just going to add a note because just this morning I was looking at our data for food insecurity as reported by the Durham Food Bank. And just letting you know that in November, they saw 59 households, and in December, it dropped a little bit, and now we're anticipating January is going to be higher. But that is in November and December, that was close to 100 adults and close to over 50 children just in the Durham Food Bank being served alone. So we know that the numbers for November were just as high as March. And right now, the trend amongst our food banks in the area are high increase in January, not December. And we are also seeing a lot of new people coming to the food bank that they haven't seen before. So we're seeing new families coming, not the traditional families that come out at usually come out at Christmas time, but we are seeing an increase in the use of the food bank. We don't have any data as yet for seniors. Right now, the Durham Food Bank counts adults and seniors together.
And just to add to that, we often the food bank data and the use of community food program, we can access that data locally, but it's not always the best indicator of food insecurity because only 20% or so of food insecure households will ever access a program like that. So when you hear that number of households in your area that are accessing, the problem is probably much greater than that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm good with going to the next slide. Jill, unless you have something to add.
No, I was just going to that was one of the data points that we've pulled together locally. But as you said, it is challenging to really assess how many people are doing without.
One of the things that isn't in our slide because it wasn't published when we wrote this presentation was the Canada Food Price Report. So that was released back in December. And I'm trying to remember what percent. I think it's about 6% increase in food costs is anticipated for this coming year, which is significant, obviously. And when you have, you're already on a limited budget, that 6% is just not feasible for so many people. So we'll hopefully be doing an update to the local nutritious food basket and getting local data on the price of food locally. So once we have that, I'm sure it'll be shared with all the municipalities. I think we're good to jump by this one. So these are the some of the groups that have already endorsed the charter. Just sharing for your reference. And next. Food Security Action Group. Jill, did you have something you wanted to say for the food security group?
So just an update to everybody around the table. I know that you have heard from us in the past, and we have gone before the for some of the task force, particularly the Attainable Housing Task Force for Grey County, and spoken to the work that we do at the Food Security Action Group. This group has moved to a bi-weekly emergency food security action group and has been doing a range of activities throughout throughout Grey Bruce. As Laura mentioned, some of the things that we are doing is looking at and reviewing collectively across Grey Bruce how we redistribute food. So looking at food, whether it's coming through food rescue, which is it can be fresh produce or other products, and getting those out to where it's needed. We've been working with the Salvation Army in Owen Sound to redistribute food that's available there to all food banks across the 2 counties. The other side, as Laura mentioned, is that not only are we working on the ground to try and get food to people sheltered in motels or to get people who are isolated at home to deliver meals to them. The other side of all of this is that we are commenting and sending up information to both the provincial government and the federal government. And we are speaking to the gaps in services. So as Laura mentioned, the fact that people do not have enough income in order to purchase food is a critical thing. And so we have been commenting on the Ontario Poverty Reduction Strategy. That went out for comment in January, February, and then was delayed till April last year. And we put in a paper considering food security, but also looking at income security. We do calculate the living wage per year. This year, they stuck with the 2019 living wage calculation. So it still hovers around $20 an hour. And the third area that we've been looking at just most recently is commenting on the budget for the Ontario government and prioritizing affordable housing. And I know that the council has spoken a lot about that and engaged with that, and looking at the way we can create sustainable food systems so that people can still live in the area, access food equitably, and be able to afford it with good income. So just on this list, just mentioning, we have the bi-weekly emergency housing. Actually, emergency housing is weekly because we do have a housing crisis right now. And food security. We also, our health equity meetings have been merged with our income and employment meetings, and we've been looking at analyzing the gaps. Particular shout out to the fact that our free income tax clinics will be operating this year. At the end of February 23rd, we are hoping to have an updated list put out. It's critical that people do file their taxes, particularly people on low income, because that's accessing a lot of the benefits that are coming down from both the federal and provincial government. We are always available to provide questions for any group discussions, but also the flip side is answer some of those questions. And we do prepare a weekly community update that goes out all across Grey Bruce. And this is something that summarizes all the income, food security supports, employment supports. It looks at the latest research. Right now, we're in the midst of doing a precarious work survey with 4 County Labour Planning Board. So we're really looking at what data can be generated locally to inform decisions that you make at council. And so we are available to provide that. If anyone's interested in being receiving the weekly community updates, so we would be happy to add you to our mailing list, or you can go to our website and these are posted as blog posts. We've put out 44 community updates since March. So there's a couple of data points that Laura's put out there. I don't know, Laura, if you want to speak to them, but.
For these resources, yeah.
Yeah.
So Proof is out of U of T, and it's the primary research group on food insecurity in Canada. So it's a great place to go for evidence-based information on both the rates of and prevalence of food insecurity in Canada, but also evidence-based policies to respond to food insecurity. Same with the ODPH, Ontario Dietitians in Public Health. They have their No Money for Food is Senseless campaign, and they also have a newly published position statement on responses to food insecurity. Great to take a read through. It's a little bit longer, but it is fantastic. And then the Can COVID speaker series, Val Tarasuk is the primary researcher involved with Proof. So hearing her speak about food insecurity, she's a great speaker. So I can recommend that presentation.
So moving to the next slide, I think if that's the end, I know that I did send one extra slide this morning, or yesterday rather. I know that goes against protocols. Lindsay, I'm not sure if you were able to pull it up or see it. If not, it does speak to just letting you know that we have a new Bruce Grey food website, which is just collecting data on the number of community meals that have gone out, the response of the food banks, and it has the Durham Food Bank data on it. You can join, and most recently, Paul Wagner of the United Way sent a letter to the mayor, and hopefully you received it, with an invitation to join it, which would give you access to the member dashboard. You could pull up data on just what the Durham Food Bank is doing and collectively what others are doing. We've served over 130,000 meals during this pandemic and really scaled up with the community meal programs. But that app, I've sent it to Lindsay and she can share with everybody, and it's also gone to the mayor. You could take a look at that and sort of see what people are doing across Grey Bruce. So that's a little bit of data to go with the stories around food insecurity.
Well, thank you very much, Jill and Laura. We very much appreciate that presentation, most enlightening. And any correspondence and links that we could provide to this council would be most appreciated. I was wondering, members of council, is there any questions of clarity from the delegations? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for your delegation today and the important work you're doing in our community. I was wondering if the food charter could be circulated to all of council following the meeting, so that we could. I think it was on our agenda last time you were with us, but that does feel like a long time ago. So I'm wondering if that could be circulated through our staff. And then also just to say, your timing is really good. We're in the middle of updating our official plan. So I think there's an opportunity there too to be inclusive of food security in that plan. Thanks again for coming today.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, good morning, Councillor Hutchison. Thank you, Jill and Laura, for your presentation. Just a question. Somewhere along the line you mentioned about living wage, and you said $20. So we've been sort of focusing on the idea that $15 is minimum wage that everybody's sort of trying to get to. When did it become 20?
Well, there's a difference between minimum wage and living wage. So we can send you the details in terms of the breakdown, but the living wage actually is a different calculation that is done than minimum wage. We'd like it to be the same, but it's not. The living wage considers other factors in it in terms of people's availability to be able to afford a car in our area. In order to, you will see there are differences in living wages within urban centers where there's public transportation versus Grey Bruce, where we don't have the same public transportation offered. So there's a few little items that are added in to the cost of a household to be able to participate in employment and also to participate in society. There is a gym membership if you're living in Owen Sound. If you're outside of Owen Sound, there isn't one, but there is other factors that have you as part of the social inclusion. So I can certainly share with you guys the living wage calculation, what is the breakdown, but it is calculated to have enough for somebody to be able to have a membership or to be able to pay for hockey, not hockey fee, because that's pretty expensive, but a basic engagement for your child to be engaged in the community, perhaps with an association sport.
Okay.
So that's why it's slightly higher than, right. But our aim is to have the living wage be considered what a minimum wage is. So it really does right. Also takes into the cost of purchasing food and a range of other factors when we look at the nutritious food basket that's calculated every year. Okay. And has it sort of been coming up based on cost of living sort of thing? Does it inflate the same? It does. It does. So when we first started doing it several years ago, it was probably hovering around $16, $17 an hour, and it has gone up to about $20 an hour right now. And we are in line with an Ontario calculation. So this is a standard that's been set across Ontario for calculating living wages. And it's really what can people live on, as opposed to quite often people at a minimum wage, it's not covering their basic household needs.
Thank
Certainly
you.
not when we've seen housing go up so significantly.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Well, I'm not seeing any other questions at this point, but you certainly generated a lot of information for us. And I know we would most welcome your delegation again. So with that, I'd say thank you very much for your delegation and all of the data that you've provided us with this morning. And I know we will have further conversations. So very much appreciate both Laura and Jill. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, members of council, we can move on to 4.1.2. This is for another delegation, Bruce Davidson, who is the project manager, Grey Bruce Sustainability Network, empowering communities with real solutions to plastics problem. And I just want to welcome Bruce Davidson.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. Your presentation is now on screen. Would you like to begin?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you two very successful programs that we've pioneered in Brockton over the last number of years. Today, we're going to be briefly covering film plastics recycling and expanded polystyrene, or more commonly referred to as styrofoam. These are two vital programs, and at the end, I'm going to try and sum up why we need to act now in the regional sense to make sure that these programs thrive and go forward uninterrupted. So let's start with the film plastics and look at why we want to recycle this material. Well, I don't think you can go a week without hearing something about plastics in our environment and the damage they're doing. Here you can see a beach strewn with them. And the problem is that this is a single-use product that really does not biodegrade. There's not anything that effectively eats it in the environment in a short order. So the material will not biodegrade, but it will break down into smaller and smaller pieces and eventually enter the food chain with really, really bad results, leading right up to humans at the end. If you decide you want to get rid of it by burning it, it's oil. It's extremely toxic, and that's just a non-starter for water pollution, air pollution, soil pollution. And of course, it consumes all kinds of landfill capacity. So we want to avoid this single-use product in our environment or in our landfills in any way we can. Next slide, please. So here's a list that you'd find on Brockton's website and Hanover's, and it's what we have generated as the acceptable things in our film plastics recycling, the acceptable materials in our film plastics program. And there are about 18 different types of plastics that you would probably see in your home in a month if you were an average family. And we're looking for ones that have the recycle symbol 2 and 4 on them. And that's quite a range. That goes from a very, very light bag that you'd find in the grocery store that you would put your produce into, right up to something like a soil bag or a salt bag that you would purchase for your home. Next slide, please. So how did we come to the conclusion that we should be recycling this material? Back in 2010, we did a waste audit, which is more fun than you should have, ripping garbage bags open and finding out what's in there. And we dragged around all the materials, sorted them out, and calculated them in two ways. We did 6 bags as our sample. And so the first slide you see there is a graph showing how much weight out of the total of all the materials was there. And you can see that the big bugaboo that we'll have to deal with before too long is organics. That by far is the greatest thing that we're putting in landfill now, highly problematic. And you can see the other materials like film plastic and pet litter and diapers and things like that. So film plastics is not huge in terms of the weight that's in your garbage. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see the real problem. Look at the amount of waste. Out of 6 bags of garbage, 2 of them were film plastic, and that just blew our minds. What you would find, and this is a suggestion I'll make to all of you as you consider moving to this program, is set up a clear garbage bag in your home and put the film plastics in. And if you have a family of 4, you will probably fill that in a month. That is a huge amount of this material that is now headed for landfill in most of Ontario. Next slide, please. So what's the solution? Well, we want you to take, and you can see there is a grocery bag with the number 4 symbol on it. And I will tell you that unfortunately, we don't have regulations to label with the recycle codes, all the material that is produced in plastic. So the rule of thumb is if it has the recycle code at 2 or 4, go with it. That's what we can handle. If it doesn't, if it crinkles like a cheese plastic, that would be, or a cheese wrap, or it stretches like a saran wrap, those are not acceptable. Most of the others are, and you can see the full list on our website. And if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is the bins that we use. This is provided by Trash Taxi, which we've contracted to handle our film plastic, and they've been with us for the entire length of the program. And so the design of the bin is really important. First of all, you'll see again right in front of it, so there's no excuse for putting the wrong things in. Few people still do. What we take and what we don't take. That bin you can see has a lid, and it would be chained locked, because if you leave a bin out that is not chained locked, people will put virtually anything they can. We've actually found broken up couches in our cardboard bins when people had the opportunity to do that. So you'll see that little, excuse me, round hole in the bin, and that's where you would take your sort of basketball sized or a little smaller bag. So you put that in. So that's the only thing that goes in there. As a result, we've never had a load rejected, which is extremely important because that's costly. Brockton now has, with Hanover, 5 of these bins. This is at our recycling center in Walkerton, which is an old MTO garage. We have 2 there. We have 1 at our former Brant site, at our Greenock site, and at our joint landfill with Hanover, and they've worked extremely well. We get so much plastic that we will unchain the top, bring in a backhoe, and actually pound it down to increase the capacity that we take. So Trash Taxi out of Elmwood, and it's on the West Grey side, so it's one of your folks, one of your businesses, takes it up to Elmwood, and on the next slide, you'll see what they do with that. It's taken to their baler, and you can see that these are the bales, because it's far too expensive to ship that unbaled. So we're increasing the density. Those would weigh between 700 and 900 pounds, depending on the density of the material that's in each bale. And so that allows us to ship it down. The cost of that shipping has basically been covered. That goes down to Listowel, to a company called ESF Plastics, which is a major plastic recycler in Ontario, and they also have a plant in the States. So the question often comes up, what if that plant goes down? I think the contingency plan is this company has more than one if there was a problem with that, because people are hesitant to enter recycling programs without that assurity. If we move to the next slide, we can see what happens with that wonderful recycled plastic. It's made into pellets, and you can see a variety of different colors, and then that can be remanufactured into durable goods. And we're talking about things like the blue box itself, coat hangers, and if you look on the next slide, you'll see a piece of actual plastic wood. If any of you have the opportunity to come out, and we are going to be inviting all of you when the opportunity arises out to Riverstone Retreat in Walkerton, there's a wonderful pathway and parking lot we put in out of recycled plastic. Just hang there for just 1 second on the slides. So basically, we have been involved in this program for about 7 years now. It's been extremely successful. The public loves it. It's taking material that would be toxic in our landfill or in our environment and making it into durable goods. Who's involved right now? Saugeen Shores has recently started. Bruce Power takes their material and gets it baled and recycled. Kincardine, South Bruce, Brockton, and Hanover regionally. And I just spoke with Murat from Trash Taxi, and he said that the volumes are crazy and the weights are crazy. They're doing about 40,000 tons a year, which is, or pardon me, 40 tons a year just from those municipalities. So that's a huge volume and a really important program. So I'm going to slide right from that into the expanded polystyrene, more commonly known as styrofoam. You can see a chunk of it there that's molded to fit whatever was packed in it. So there's 2 sides to styrofoam that people should look at. It's a really bad material if it's not recycled. Why? Because again, it's made of basically hydrocarbons, or it's an oil product, and it will not biodegrade, but it will break down into smaller and smaller bits, and it'll end up in our environment and ultimately in our food chain like film plastic. Again, if you burn it, it's about as nasty a fire as you're going to get with toxics. But What's the good side of it? It's an extremely cheap material to manufacture. It's 90% air. It has great thermal insulation properties, and also it's extremely light. So it's perfect in that way, just bad if you let it get into the environment. So what do? Well, we want to recycle it. So let's move to the next program, or next slide, please. So this is what a bag of it would look like. That would be about the size of 10 regular garbage bags. That would fill a shipping skid to about 4.5 to 5 feet high. West Grey was involved with us, both with Hanover and Brockton in the original program, and that ran from 207 to 217. We diverted shipping loose about 170 tractor trailer loads of this material during that time. And if you think about what that would equate to, if you stack those tractor trailer loads end to end and stood them up, that would be 5 times the height of the CN Tower approximately. So that was a tremendous program. Unfortunately, that was going to Ajax, Ontario, to Grace Construction Products, where they were blending it and making a fireproof building insulation. And after a 10-year relationship with a one-line email, they said, we're done, not taking recycled material anymore. And that sent us into quite a quandary, because you can cancel a program, but people keep bringing it, and the demand was still there to recycle it. So that left us with the problem of trying to figure out, how do we continue this program? And there are still some municipalities that have been shipping the material loose, but that's extremely expensive. A tractor trailer load of this material shipped loose it would weigh only about 800 to 1,000 pounds. Just not cost efficient, and can cost up to $2,500 a tractor trailer load, which is prohibitive for almost all municipalities. So the solution we first looked at, and you can see on the next slide, is we tried baling the material. And there's a bale of it, but unfortunately that's very expensive. Balers don't do a good job with foam products. And that bale only took it from the same size, or a bag, from 25 pounds up to 70 pounds or 75 pounds. Just not good enough and too expensive. So hence densification. And you can see on the next slide that I try at that with our small densifier in Brockton. This is a densified log of styrofoam that is about 1 meter long and probably about the size of a 6x6 log. And that would weigh up to 10 pounds. So a tremendous improvement. A skid of this material would go from 75 pounds up to about 500 pounds, much better, making shipping cost effective. Go to the next slide. You can see this is our densifier that we acquired, and we were able to leverage this program. And this is the key with any program we want to get into, is leverage. It was about a $55,000 program. I believe Brockton and Hanover's initial foray into it was only a few $1,000s of that total. So with grants and a lot of hard work, we were able to do that. This machine worked very well for us. We still have it as a backup, but the downside to it is its capacity. It can only do about 30 pounds of material an hour, which makes it really cost prohibitive in terms of the labor cost to operate it. So while we could handle what we were generating and what was generated, I would say both in Brockton and Hanover, unfortunately, we weren't able to extend that service out to the other communities that had expressed interest, and most of them have. Because what would happen is the other municipalities would have to, at their cost, get it to us, pay our staff to densify it. And then the problem is marketing. The material has to be marketed, and the difficulty right now is the market is such that it costs more to ship it than the product is actually worth. So how do we get around this? Well, the result of all of this was that we made a lot of local news, and a gentleman named Dane Rice out of the London area saw this, and he was looking at a startup, and he got a grant inspired by us to actually go to the Continuous Improvement Fund under the Stewardship program and start a mobile densification program. And so he spoke to me about that, and a number of people regionally, and some of you may have even attended a session we had back in the late summer, or I think September of last year, and showed off his portable densification equipment. So let's go to the next slide. So what do we need to do to join that? Just before we get to that, this is our first load going out. To give you an idea, that's our storage trailer in Walkerton, and that's a 48-footer. What you see on that skid or that open trailer is basically 12 skids of material, That would be about 7 of those transport trailers, 7 to 8 of those undensified. So if we get to Dane's program on the next slide, what would you need to participate in this? First thing is you need a storage container. You may or may not have one. You used to have one when you were in the other program, which would be fine to continue. If you don't, you can acquire a C-can, and here's one here. They range around $2,000 to $2,700 and can be purchased quite easily. The other solution is DAC Trailer that provided our trailers in Walkerton and at our landfill are very, very flexible, and you can get a 53-footer, which would be more than enough for $2,000 total. And the other beauty of it is for communities that are considering this as a pilot project, you can rent the trailer monthly, and you can rent it to own. So you can rent it for about $150 a month, and when you reach that $2,000 mark, you own it. We've had our trailer since 2007, and it's still going strong. So that's really not a big obstacle in terms of a big outlay of capital to enter into this program. Next slide, please. So the other thing you need to let the public know is what we take and what we don't take. The advantage of Dean's program with Second Wind Recycling is the sorting of the material is much simpler. With our old machine, we would have to sort out contaminants that shouldn't be in there and also sort it into soft and hard materials so that we could feed our machine like lasagna to get the right log density out of it. With his, you don't need to do any of that. So sorting is not a huge weekly concern. Staff has to do that, but it might result in, for us in Walkerton, for example, about a half an hour a day. And for you, with your volume being less, it would be less than that. So next slide, please. So this is an example of what Dean's logs look like, and they're much bigger and denser than ours. And on that skid, you're looking at about 8 to 900 pounds of material. And so you're looking at a tractor trailer load basically right on that skid, which is fantastic. Next slide, please. So what does Dean do with Second Wind? He comes to you. The beauty of that is you don't have to ship it anywhere. You don't have to market it. You don't have to buy any equipment. Here you can see his Ford F-250 pickup truck. On the back of it is an ultra quiet diesel generator that you can stand right beside and talk. So you don't have to hook up to any municipal power, which is great because a number of collection sites don't have that option. The trailer behind houses his densification equipment. Inside that trailer, and I don't have pictures because it's proprietary, but is a very aggressive auger system that you feed. And unlike the densifier that we have in Walkerton in the MTO building, this one can do about 4 times as much in an hour, about 120 pounds, greatly reducing the amount of time that you're going to spend and cost on labor. That can mow down an entire tractor trailer load in quite often a day or less, which is a great advantage. So he comes to you, feeds your material into that on your site. It will chop it up into sort of golf ball sized pieces. Then there's a blower that blows it into a hopper. And then that hopper will feed a hydraulic densifier that creates those logs that you just saw. So this program has really taken off in the area since the time that we had that demonstration just this past late summer. The participants that have signed contracts and have already been serviced by Dane and will be serviced on a monthly basis in this region are, and he's got a whole cluster of them down around London, but just up in this region, Bruce Grey, we have North Bruce Peninsula, Saugeen Shores, Kincardine, South Bruce, Brockton, Hanover, Erin Elderslie, Smitty's Furniture that produces a great deal of material, and they're currently being serviced. Your neighbor Grey Highlands is going to be doing their first test run with it before they sign a contract. Town of Blue Mountains is extremely interested. Meaford is also in the exploration stage, as is Huron County. So in short, all the cool kids are doing it. You guys should too. Let's just go to our final slide and talk about the urgency of entering this program. So we're in the middle of the Blue Blocks transition program. The good side of this is that we will be looking at the cost being transferred to the stewards and hopefully not downloaded to the municipalities, and half of that cost is being borne by municipalities right now. That's good, and I hope it works. I'm crossing my fingers, but there have been many hiccups in these programs in the past, and I would anticipate there may still be some. The downside is we don't have an absolute list of the materials that are going to be recycled. That's not really totally in the hands of the municipalities, which is unfortunate. And the other thing is I'm very worried about the fact, and I've heard this from a number of organizations I'm associated with, that they may look at it and say, well, you know, we can't get all these materials, film, plastic, or styrofoam recycled. We can't get 100%. So what if we say we're only going to get 80 or, 85%? Provincially, they don't need Bruce Grey to get those numbers. They can do that basically in the large urban centers. So that would result in a direct download to us. The other problem we have is who runs the programs. We don't know who's going to be providing the service. So if you were to go out today and say, I'm going to purchase densification equipment, you may be stuck with that equipment. You may not be the candidate that is running the program in the long run, and you could have a stranded asset. So I think really what I'm looking at is the urgency really speaks to the fact that they have said, if you don't currently have these programs operating, you may not be entitled to them in the future. They're not going to give you something that you haven't worked for. So I am looking very seriously at the fact that if we want to be included, and that's why I'm working so hard to try and build the coalition, both on film plastics and expanded polystyrene, where we don't just have one or two municipalities, we have multiple municipalities, so we can put our hand up and say, hey, we will not be sidelined on this. We have to do this. And we are already running these programs. So we want them to be carried on, and we want funding support to do that. So in short, that's the Reader's Digest version of the Coles Notes of these programs. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. That was a most detailed presentation and certainly timely in terms of decision-making and what is before us. I'm looking to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarity with regard to your most comprehensive presentation. To begin with, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. Thanks, Bruce, for your presentation. I know sort of what you're all about and where you've been coming from, but I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I found it interesting that, sorry, I have to delete my camera here to look at my notes here, but we used to be involved in the film plastic program, and then for some reason we got out because apparently we didn't have a resource, or we didn't have someone to buy at the end product. So I'm not sure why that was. That was previous to our present director. So I think I'm excited that maybe we can get back into that program again, because it was a great program. And same with the styrofoam. That we had a trailer, we were collecting, and then all of a sudden that was gone. Like you said, there was some transition in 2017. So I'm excited about getting back in that program. But I guess my concern is just like your concern, is that I was just at the Roma conference virtually not too long ago, and there were a lot of questions about the producers taking on the responsibility. And so am I still on? You still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole issue of what the producers are going to take and what they're going to put out there is, there's a lot of questions. So I do think that we're in a bit of a flux right now, but I do agree that it wouldn't hurt for us to get involved in your program, especially if we can do it at a minimal cost to get something going. And then where we see where it all lies, like by 2023, I think we're committed to move forward with this. So what that looks like, we don't really know for sure. So yeah. So anyways, I guess like I say, I'm excited about what you're doing, and I'm disappointed maybe that we haven't been involved. I collect my plastic and I put it in a bag and then I throw it in the garbage, which is unfortunate because film plastic does add up quite a bit, and we were there. So I look forward to getting involved again. So thank you for your presentation.
You're very welcome. If I could just comment briefly, yes, those are our concerns that we have. So with our original expanded polystyrene program, as I say, we did have 10 years of successful involvement in that, and that came to a crashing end with virtually no notice. What we are looking at in consideration of recycling programs are the ability to collect it here, the costs involved in doing it, And what I like about what we're doing right now is with the styrofoam, we don't own the equipment. It's simply a contract. We're under a pilot project for a year. And, you know, at the end of that, if the world comes crashing down, then we're not stuck with assets or a big capital expenditure. Because I know that West Grey is just bubbling over with excess money right now, as
Yeah.
for all the municipalities. So I think the risk profile is extremely low. The other thing is the markets. And so if you're going to predicate a recycling program based on commodity values, you're always going to end up on the losing end of that because the swings can be pretty radical. And as a result, you'd be stopping and starting these programs, which is just not feasible to do. If we were to market these products on our own individually, particularly the styrofoam, right now, as I mentioned, the commodity value would not support the shipping. The advantage that Second Wind has is because they are collecting from a large number of municipalities, he can put together a load very, very quickly. And with a larger load, he can command a better market value for that. So I do see, no one can tell the future exactly, but I do see that being a sustainable program. The advantage with ESF plastics is it's in the province. The province has a direct interest in ensuring that film plastics goes forward. I think it's highly unacceptable for the public to be told that all those plastic products will now end up in landfill. So I think that that's a big advantage. And that's a path that we've, you know, beaten fairly well with, as I say, Trash Taxi, which is right in your backyard. The commodity value on plastics, film plastics right now is virtually zero. But I think his costs are covered to ship it. So he would charge a fee for placing the bin and dealing with it. Neither of these programs are extremely, you know, cost prohibitive in our experience. I'm not in a position to give you exact numbers on cost because I'm not a company representative and have no financial interest in either one. My selfish interest in making presentations to other communities is I don't think that we will survive doing these recycling programs in this region unless we have the economy of scale of multiple participants. And so the thing to think about is we can involve both municipalities, and if you have large producers of the material, they can set up separate contracts with either Trash Taxi or with Second Wind. The reason I name both of those is they're about the only game in town, but both of them have been extremely fair and we've had good relationships going forward.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks. If I may, just one more question, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, even if there was a cost to get this stuff out of our landfills, it's probably worth it. I think. But just a question about the market for the styrofoam, the compacted styrofoam. What are they using that for?
So the number of things that it's being made into is growing virtually by the day. The things that most people would relate to is things like crown molding, picture frame molding. It's made into that and shipped all over the place, light, cheap, and when I show people samples of it, and I have a few, if we can ever meet in person again, I'd be happy to share that with you. Looks like wood. Also fiberboard insulation, right down to things like inks and dyes and things like that. So tremendous use of it in Europe particularly, which, you know, really means you've got to have huge loads to send, which we have that advantage by adding our material to Second Wind's cadre of stuff that they're shipping over. But there is development in North America that's happening fairly rapidly. So one of the things as I say, I do like about the program is at a municipal level, we're not marketing experts on commodities, and to have that taken off our hand where literally somebody comes to your yard where you collect it, bails it, and it's gone that same day, and that's the end of your concern is a big, big advantage.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be pretty quick because I know we're running a little behind.
Thank you.
First of all, I have visited the Brockton site and did see your original equipment running, and it was amazing to see what you could do at that level. Understand why it wasn't sustainable, and it was a pilot at the time. It looks like Second Wind is the answer and does give you what you need. Have you actually been dealing with the provincial government to work towards dealing with the climate change sustainability aspect as this initiative, and therefore it is on the Blue Box program or part of the province's waste management sort of focus or lens?
Well, I believe that Dean, with his reports that he's generating to the Continuous Improvement Fund and the Stewardship Fund, I can check with him and let you know if there's anything firm there. I think it's part of that bigger picture. And I think the push that we're making to have it be as widespread in its acceptance as we possibly can will speak to a major, the simple fact is if you recycle the material, you don't have to go make more of the same material constantly. And you're taking those materials from a single use into something that will be around. The product we have just out at Riverstone Retreat, which is made out of, in Listowel as well, out of almost entirely recycled plastics, will be in the ground for probably 20 to 25 years and then recycled again. So this is a major impact on reducing the greenhouse gas component by densifying. Even if you were to ship, you're going in terms of magnitudes, that little 20-foot trailer can haul away. The last time he was up here, he took Saugeen Shores, Kincardine, South Bruce, Brockton, and Hanover's material and Erin Eldersley in a 20-foot trailer, as opposed to probably 6 or 7 of those trailers that you'd see on the road. So there is going to be more work done there, and hopefully that'll be part of the solution going forward to bolster the case for getting this done.
Excellent. I know West Grey has declared, a climate change crisis, and we're working on climate change and sustainability. So it fits right into our wheelhouse. So I'm hoping that staff can look at this and move us along in the right direction. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Before I go to Councillor Hamilton, I would just ask that perhaps our CAO or whoever you wish to assign, obviously, could you just connect with Jennifer Stevens, General Manager of SVCA? I note on the agenda, the suggested time was 9:50 for her delegation. I wonder if you could just communicate where we are on the agenda, please, and acknowledge that we do have Jim Magwood following. So that's just my public service announcement here. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I will keep my comments brief with respect for Mr. Magwood, who's been waiting, but I did want to extend a big thank you to Mr. Davidson for coming today, and also for all his mentorship and free information sharing that he's been providing for. It's really shaped our Sustainability Advisory Committee, and wanting just to really share information so that we can work together as partners across the region. So it's much appreciated. So pleased you're here today. And just to remind Council that the Sustainability Advisory Committee did pitch film plastic recycling last budget, and it was part of our 2020 budget. So I'm hoping we can move that forward in 2021, and we can talk about that at budget time. I know there's citizens who are saving up their plastic bags, just waiting to recycle them. They can't bear putting them in the garbage. One person told me they call it hope cycling, because they're just hoping that recycling moment will come. So we do appreciate you being with us today, Mr. Davidson. And just to clarify a couple dates, Councillor Hutchinson shared, 2025 is when West Grey is scheduled to go on to the new Blue Box program, not 2023. And the province is committing to 2026 for meeting their targets. So 5 years, that's a long way out. That's a lot of plastics going to garbage. So I'm looking forward to West Grey moving forward with both these programs that were presented today. We'll make sure we can make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and Bruce Davidson. Very, very well done in terms of the presentation. Very thought-provoking, and we have some work to reflect on and consider for sure. I very much appreciate your delegation, and we hope to see you out at another West Grey Council meeting.
Thanks. I'd love to be of help any way we can. We're in this together. It's a regional fight. Just one last thought before we go. I'm also involved with Riverstone Retreat and Elephant Thoughts, and we will be transitioning about 80 acres of agricultural land from rental into other uses. And we hope to continue to communicate with the county, but particularly with West Grey on issues of food insecurity and try to provide some assistance in that way. So let's stay tuned and let's make good things happen.
Well, thank you very much for providing us with that additional information. I was aware that you were connected with that, and certainly Riverstone Retreat is located in West Grey. And we look forward to hearing more about that initiative as well, Bruce. Thank you.
Take care. Thanks so much.
Take care as well. So before I introduce our next delegation, I do want to recognize, we don't often have another mayor attend at our meeting. So I do want to say good morning to Mayor Sue Patterson, Mayor of the town of Hanover, also CIO Brian Tucci, and there is a Dawn that is identified here, perhaps Dawn Tedford of Hanover as well. So good morning to all of you, and as well, good morning to all our citizens listening in as well. Item 4.1.3, Jim Magwood, West Grey resident. This is in regards to the Hanover West Grey boundaries. Good morning, Jim. Thank you very much. I acknowledge that we're off a bit on the time, but I do appreciate that you're here to provide us with your delegation.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson and members of West Grey Council. And I also wish to address West Grey staff. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be addressing the Town of Hanover's growth management plan as presented to Hanover Council on January the 18th of 2021. Several of the options proposed by Hanover involve West Grey. But first, I would like to give you a very brief bit of history. Today, I'm representing the Magwood family, both in our privately owned properties and our corporate owned properties under Magwood Family Farms. The Magwood family has been located in Benwick Township since 1886. Our home farm property that is currently on the eastern boundary of the town of Hanover is actually, home property is on the current eastern boundary of the town of Hanover, sorry. Our family has actually been here longer than the town of Hanover, since it was only formed in 1904. The name Magwood Family Farms is not named by accident. It is truly who we are. My brothers, sister, and myself represent the fourth generation of Magwoods who own and farm on the original 250 acres. It is also with us is the fifth generation, represented by my sons and daughter, who are actively involved in our daily operation. While our main focus is our dairy herd and the production of milk, we also raise beef, edible bean crops, and hard red winter wheat for milling and consumption in Ontario. I found Laura Needham's presentation earlier today on the Grey Bruce Food Charter very timely and interesting. As a matter of coincidence, Magwood Family Farms donates 3,000 liters of milk per month to the Ontario Food Bank Association. This is something we have done for 7 to 8 years now. If I could okay, following on here, I'm sorry. Magwood Family Farms does not have any additional employees. All work is done by family members. And as with any modern farm operation, we've had to grow over the years and add additional property to our original farm base. All of our farm properties are located in West Grey with a couple of exceptions, which I will explain in a moment. I have provided an aerial map of our farm properties. I'm hoping you can reference it as I speak along. I have provided an aerial map, and these properties don't represent all of our farm properties, but the ones most adjacent to the town of Hanover. Highlighted on the map is 21 parcels of land associated with the Magwoods. 17 of them are owned by this family. 4 farm properties we have leased for almost 50 continuous years, and we care for them like our own. Of the 17 properties owned, 14 are located in West Grey. The other 3 are located inside the boundary of the town of Hanover. If you would turn your attention to the map, there's 2 parcels located along the south side of 10th Street. The smallest and westmost being the retirement home of my grandparents. And beside it is a narrow strip along the roadway of 10th Street, which is actively farmed. These two parcels were annexed into the town of Hanover in the late 70s as part of the minutes of settlement that ended the second of two annexation hearings we were involved in with Hanover. This was one of the first attempts to annex Magwood land by Hanover. The reason I am pointing these properties out is, although being in the town of Hanover, and despite being possible development lands, they have remained in agriculture. Or to put it in the words of Hanover's own report, property owner doesn't wish development to happen. This is an example of how consistent for 40 to 45 years the Magwood family has been about not allowing development on our food lands. In 1999, at the time of the municipal boundary restructuring, Hanover annexed an additional 925 acres from the township of Benwick. If I could, I would direct your attention on the map to the brown area immediately north of the present town. The road you see there is Grey Road 28, the Hanover bypass. Part of the additional lands Hanover received in 1999 are contained in this area, which are currently undeveloped. Hanover also received lands east of the current town. This is the brown area highlighted between the Magwood farms to the north and the south. Some of this land is currently being developed and some is still available. Further lands received by Hanover were south of the town and are not shown on this map. If you could turn your attention now to the highlighted properties south of Grey Road 4 or 10th Street, you'll note that we own all of the land between Hanover and the west side of Grey Road 28, which doesn't show up well on the map because it is hidden by the yellow highlight line. Now I would like you to step over Grey Road 28 to the unmarked parcel. This is lot 11, concession 1, south of the Durham Road, which is the area behind the Shoppers Drug Mart. You will note that lot 11 is broken up into many smaller parcels. The first being the Lawrence Farm. Next, the old Gretzner Orchard, the Drive-In Theater, and two parcels that at one time were owned by Mr. Carmount. Hanover purchased 14.5 acres, which is the former Lawrence Farm, for $1 million in December of 2011. This parcel is still in West Grey. In 2018, Hanover purchased 4.5 acres from Carmount for $400,000. This parcel is immediately south of the drive-in and is also in West Grey. Moving east from lot 11, and with the exception of the two parcels not highlighted, we farm the land through all the way to the unopened road allowance of Side Road 10 at the Hanover Auto Wreckers. This represents all the good agricultural land on concession 1 south of the Durham Road in this block. The non-highlighted parcels are the former Crawford Farm, now owned by Jack Schenk and Brian Hawk. And the parcel to the east of the Crawford Farm was actually owned by my father for a period of time and farmed, but it has some severe restraints, both from a physical and agricultural perspective. The bottom line here is that we are by far the majority landowner from Hanover's eastern boundary all the way to the New Heights property or the Crawford Farm on the south side of Grey Road 4. When Hanover speaks of lands to the east of their current boundary, this is the area they are referring to. And if you like numbers, we own 85% of the land between Hanover and the New Heights builder site. Or if you prefer, we own 69% of the land from Hanover to the east side of the Crawford Farm. As we have consistently said every time it has been brought up for the past 45 or so years, these lands are not for sale and not for development purposes. This is a position we have defended through annexation attempts, through the restructuring processes of the 90s, and through the Grey County official plan and official plan amendments from approximately 2010 to 2015. In Hanover's growth management plan, they have identified a number of options to address their need for land. The first option is annexation to the east of Hanover, Magwood land. If necessary, leapfrog over Magwood land and incur more difficult and more expensive servicing. As I've tried to explain, this won't address their need. There simply is not enough land available. The second option, annexation of lands to the north of Hanover. In the background report presented to Hanover, the authors suggest an option of extending Hanover north to concession 4 in West Grey, and then east. And the quote in the report is, all the way to Grey Road 3 would be wonderful, but unlikely, that's what they quote. On your map, these lands are not shown well, but it extends from the words, I want, on the map, north to concession 4, and then all the way to the Grey Road 3, and then south to Grey Road, and then south on Grey Road 3 to what is known as the Ayton Corner. This involves 5 blocks of West Grey land, or 5,000 acres. Interesting. Third option, amalgamation of Hanover and the Municipality of West Grey. I hope this council has some comments to make about that option. Option 4, amalgamation of Hanover and Municipality of Brockton. I suspect Bruce County may want to comment on this. Option 5, annexation of lands to the northwest and southwest of Hanover in Brockton. On your map, these lands are not shown. However, they do extend from Bruce County Road 10, which is under the words I want, and extend westerly to the Marl Lakes. Contained in Hanover's report is the phrase, this area has the greatest opportunity of success, subject to input from Brockton, Bruce County, and higher tier government. Comments are also made that these lands are ideally suited to development. In this area is a landowner they have identified as being very interested in development, who the authors have been in contact with. The land to the southwest of Hanover is land between the hospital and the old railway track, also known as the Hanover Trail System. West Grey, with its other resources, has a very large resource called agricultural land. And I think agriculture is the largest industry in West Grey and in Ontario for that matter. According to 2016 census data, in the 20 years prior, that's 1996 to 2016, Ontario lost 1.5 million acres to urban development. A little math quickly reveals that is over 200 acres every day of the year. Bear in mind, less than 5% of Ontario's land base can support agricultural production of any kind. Once covered with the development, that production land is lost forever. And this point really came into focus this year when the pandemic interrupted everyone's lives. There was great concern among our population that the food supply chain would collapse, resulting in food shortages and skyrocketing prices. In fact, Premier Ford has identified how important the agri-food sector is to the economy. And the key element on which agriculture is based is the availability of food lands. So I believe West Grey has a duty to protect its farmers and its food lands. The Magwoods have carried on to protect our lands with the support of previous councils of Bendick and West Grey. And I am respectfully asking the present council of West Grey to continue to support us. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be happy to address any questions or provide any clarifications you might need to help you understand how important this is to us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jim Magwood. We very much appreciate that you are here with your delegation. Members of council, are there any questions of clarity with regard to the delegation? I am not seeing any. I'm just looking again on my dashboard and on the screen before me. So with that, I don't see any questions for you, Jim. Again, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your delegation.
Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I would like to add one thing, if I could. Unfortunately, due to my own time constraints, I was not able to supply the clerk with printed material for council members to review prior to today's meeting. And I realize it may be difficult for some of you to grasp 45 years of knowledge that we have about this. And I've tried to pour it into 12, 15 minutes here. If it is of assistance to council, I would be happy to forward the text I have today to the clerk for distribution to council and staff, so you may have printed material to combine with your map. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jim, thank you very much for your offer. And I would suggest that council would be most interested in that. So if that could be coordinated with our clerk, we would very much appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Well, have a good day.
Same to you.
Members of council, we are now moving on to 4.2, which is presentations. 4.2.1 is Jennifer Stevens, General Manager of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. This is in regards to the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority budget 2021 and strategic plan update. Jennifer, are you available? Yes. Good morning, Jennifer. Welcome.
Good morning.
And this is the first opportunity that I could introduce you to West Grey Council. West Grey Council, this is our new General Manager of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. So with that, please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and to you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I would like to, first of all, begin by introducing myself formally. As Mayor Robinson indicated, my name is Jennifer Stevens, and I began with the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority in June of last year. I have an extensive background working with several conservation authorities over the past 17 years, and am therefore quite familiar with the Conservation Authorities Act, as well as operational matters which concern conservation authorities. Today, I will be providing you with a brief overview of the 2021 budget approved at the authority's annual general meeting. As well, I intend to set the stage for the strategic planning exercise that the Conservation Authority is embarking on this month. With the impact of COVID-19 being felt by the public, government, and businesses, every effort was made to keep the increase to the municipal levy low. The 2021 budget provides for a municipal levy increase of 1.6% over the 2020 levy, and represents a dollar increase of $27,570. For the Municipality of West Grey, the increase in dollar value for the year 2021 from 2020 is $4,492. Next slide, please. I want to give you a bit more context for why conservation matters. Our story of conservation begins in the rural watersheds of Ontario, where deforestation for agricultural land uses led to erosion, allowing runoff and flooding, as well as drought. Conservation organizations came together to address the environmental conditions at the time, and the result was the Conservation Authorities Act, which was passed in 1946, with a mandate to conserve, restore, and develop natural resources of the watershed. After the most famous hurricane in Canadian history, Hurricane Hazel, the Conservation Authorities Act was later amended to include powers to control waters, to prevent floods, and to prevent pollution. Next slide, please. The key to conservation authorities being able to do our work is the watershed focus, transcending municipal boundaries and potentially different opinions. This makes us a unique entity in Ontario. Good land management equals good water management, and one cannot happen without the other. Next slide, please. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority's overall flood management program encompasses both non-structural approaches designed to keep people away from the water and structural approaches which are designed to keep water away from people. Our flood forecasting and warning program is an important element of our flood management program. The flood forecasting and warning program relays routine information concerning watershed river conditions to selected agencies and municipal officials. As well, the program provides rapid advance warning and technical support to concerned officials and to citizens whose lives and properties may be endangered by floodwaters. Revenue sources for this department are derived primarily from the general levy at 80%, with the remaining 20% coming from a provincial grant. Next slide, please. The structural approaches of the flood management program, just going back one slide. And another. I think we're missing a slide, so I'll keep going. The structural approaches of the flood management program are about keeping people away from the water. These structures include dams used to control the flow of fragile ice, dikes to restrict flows to the proper channels, and channel works to protect slopes from erosion. Existing flood and erosion control infrastructure is inspected annually to ensure their integrity in fulfilling one of their key mandates, the prevention of loss of life, property damage, and social disruption from flood and erosion processes. This past summer, necessary maintenance was completed at both the upper and lower Durham dams. Next slide, please. Okay. The purpose of our water quality program is to establish baseline water quality data, to observe trends in water quality, and to assess the effectiveness of watershed programs. To do so, we conduct groundwater, surface water, and biomonitoring sampling to help characterize the status of water resources within the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority's jurisdiction. This program is fully funded by municipal levy. Next slide, please. There we go. In recent years, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry's annual grant to support water and erosion control infrastructure has been reduced by 50%. Funding to support water and erosion control infrastructure comes from the general levy and is supplemented by special levy to benefiting municipalities such as the Municipality of West Grey. Next slide, please. Environmental stewardship refers to efforts made to protect the environment and to identify and mitigate the potential environmental repercussions of an activity. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority's programs and services related to stewardship extend to community support and partnership, project funding support. For example, the authority has recently partnered with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization to create a water well improvement program intended to protect groundwater aquifers across the watershed. And lastly, we continue to maintain and improve outreach to the agricultural community. Typically, reserve funds are used to cover specific project costs in this program area. Next slide, please. Through environmental planning and regulations, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority protects the people from the environment and the environment from the people. The authority ensures that the natural environment and natural hazards are respected, protected, avoided, and/or accommodated through our regulation under the Conservation Authorities Act. where permits are reviewed and issued for development taking place in vulnerable areas within our watershed. This department will be most impacted by recent changes to the Conservation Authorities Act. General levy, as well as revenue from non-levy sources, will support this department in 2021. Next slide, please. The Conservation Education Program is quite extensive at Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. We assist in the organization of regional events such as the forest and water festivals, carry out local outreach such as the Yellowfish Road program, and conduct our own educational programming. This year, of course, has seen an adjustment to our conservation educational programming. We have started to do quite a bit of videos online, which will inform watershed residents in terms of acquiring the knowledge, skills, and commitment needed to make informed decisions. Funding in this department is approximately 65% from general levy, and the balance from various program users as well as Bruce Power. The general levy required to fund this program in 2021 is similar to that in 2020. Next slide, please. Our Forestry and Lands Department offers 3 forestry-related programs and services. The first is our tree planting program. The second is our Managed Forest Tax Incentive Program, which allows the authority to support landowners in the development of managed forest plans, which will allow them to protect their property moving forward. As well, we are actively involved in the maintenance and improvement projects related to our own authority-owned forested properties, which are approximately 8,000 hectares in size. The revenue source in this department is derived exclusively from the sale of forest products from authority-owned properties and from services provided to landowners such as tree planting, tree sales, spraying, and forest management. Next slide, please. The parks covered by this portion of the budget include Sulphur Spring, Allen Park, Stony Island, Bells Lake, Kinghurst, McBeath, and Varney, the majority of which are conservation areas open to the public. Annual revenue sources, other than the general levy, are from agreements with the Ontario Steelheaders Association for Denny's Dam Conservation Area, West Grey for the Durham Conservation Area Day Use Swimming Area, and a rental house at Sulphur Spring Conservation Area. In addition, revenue is generated from parking fees at 2 parks and from water donations at Sulphur Spring Conservation Area. For 2021, we expect to receive additional parking revenue from 2 additional property locations. Expenses in 2021 are expected to increase over the 2020 budget because of increases to the hazard trees budget, as well as significant repairs and maintenance related to health and safety required for the shops at Sulphur Spring Conservation Area and repairs to bridges at Stony Island Conservation Area. Expenses will be offset by a contribution from the Lands Management Reserve in the amount of $35,000. Next slide, please. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned that the authority is embarking on a strategic planning exercise this month. This exercise is expected to be complete in summer 2021. The purpose of this exercise will be to identify priorities for the Conservation Authority over the next 5 years based on feedback from our own member municipalities, stakeholders, and the public. Member municipalities will be heavily engaged in this process with both elected members of council as well as staff providing input to this process, as well as setting priorities for the next 5 years. This process is intended to outline successes as well as weaknesses identified by stakeholders. With this information, the authority hopes to address these deficiencies and build a stronger organization. In particular, the Conservation Authority endeavors to become an extension of our member municipalities, where we are working collaboratively to serve the needs of our shared communities. Next slide, please. As many of you will know, on December 8th, 2020, amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act were passed by the Ontario Legislature. These amendments are expected to have significant impact on some of the programs and services offered by Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. The authority is hoping that the enabling regulations outlining how and in what timelines these amendments are to be implemented will be released in the very near future. The Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority intends to keep our member municipalities informed of developments pertaining to the implementation of the amended Conservation Authorities Act throughout 2021. Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and to Council for allowing me the time to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Stevens, thank you very much for that presentation. It's most timely, and for you to provide the outreach information with regard to the budget, but also the beginning of the strategic plan. And the idea of the outreach to the member municipalities, I think, is most important. So that's important to the board, and I know it is to staff at the Conservation Authority. So thank you for the presentation. With that, members of council, are there any questions of clarity with regard to the presentation? Yes, Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stevens, for this presentation. I'll just identify that I am a former board member of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and very supportive of your mandate and agenda. So congratulations on all the hard work you're doing. And I know it's challenging times for you. You identified the work that was being done on the 2 dams in Durham. And we've had an unusual circumstance this year where public access to both dams have been closed for the first time in as long as I can remember, creating a fair amount of consternation amongst local conservation area users because of the increased inaccessibility. I understand that there is consideration being undertaken by a newly formed subcommittee of the Conservation Authority that is going to look into whether the upper dam continues to need to stay closed. And I'm just going to express my disappointment that the decision was made to close the dam first, access to the dam first, and then to have consideration about the matter later. I think it would have been nice to do it the other way around, to have the full discussion, make a carefully considered decision, and then act on the results of that. So I just wanted to express my disappointment that access for pedestrians to the Durham Conservation area seems to be vastly restricted during this time when people are very, very, very eager to get outside and get exercise and fresh air. So again, thank you for your presentation and for being here and so informative today.
Thank you for that. Jennifer Stevens, would you care to respond to that?
I would. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Shea. I would like to echo your concern with respect to landowners not being, or rather residents in the town of Durham being restricted from accessing the Durham conservation area by way of the Upper Durham Dam walkway. However, just for your information, we did do this properly. It was discussed at our Parks Committee, and our Parks Committee made the decision that we would close the dam for a number of reasons. One was health and safety, and the other was with relation to the higher incidences of vandalism taking place at Durham Conservation Area. It's particular to our campground. So the decision was made with the caveat, if you will, that if we hear from the public, we would revisit that decision. And as soon as we received our first complaint from the general public, we acted immediately by bringing the Parks Committee back to together to discuss the matter and refer it to the larger board of directors, and from the board of directors to the formation of a water resources committee for the purposes of ensuring that we are being responsible with respect to our assets and protecting the lives of individuals who might be crossing that walkway. So I would like to formally say that we did everything right. Nothing was done after the fact.
Well, thank you, Jennifer Stevenson. I was saving this for when I report out of committees later on in the agenda, but we do have that first committee meeting tomorrow with Conservation Authority, but I can go into more detail at the appropriate time on the agenda. Councillor Shea, was that your comments? And do I now move on to Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison, thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. So I too have some concerns with the upper dam, and I would just like to make sure that the public and our council has some input maybe to your, I believe you have a safety committee or something looking at the closure and the reasons for it. I've lived around that dam for 40 years, and I know it gets closed off and on sort of thing, but restricting it on a regular basis creates some havoc. So anyways, just like to have some input on that when the time comes. Just a couple of questions. Wondered do you have any flood programs? What are the flood programs in West Grey that you're working on? Do you know what they are at this time?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Hutchinson. We have no current programming to develop any kind of new floodplain mapping within West Grey. However, there has been discussion with some of your staff when a couple of opportunities arose for applying for funding for floodplain mapping, that it would be advantageous for the Municipality of West Grey to in fact update their floodplain mapping, but those applications were not pursued for the purposes of floodplain mapping. We will continue to encourage the staff at the municipality to work together with us in preparing a ready-to-go application for what would normally be considered the National Disaster Mitigation Program, and perhaps ready an application early so that when a call for applications is received, we are able to submit that application to update our floodplain mapping. One of the issues across our watershed is that floodplain mapping has been completed, but it is quite old, with the exception of 3 distinct areas of our municipalities, which cover really urban areas as opposed to the rural environments. And that mapping has been updated, but really for the rest of our watershed, we don't have that. And in particular, conservation authorities make use of what is called regulations mapping to be able to make informed decisions with respect to what is in and outside of the area of concern. And while we have what is called hazard lands mapping, which is quite informative, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority never completed regulations mapping, and working towards that goal over the next several years is one that I'm actively taking on, because that information will be updated, relevant, and will assist us in making informed decisions moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. I think we need to get some mapping done. It always amazes me that I live on top of the hill in Durham, and my backyard's in the flood fringe area. So that I always saw that peculiar, but I think it needs to be updated. I do think there's some areas when we get to the flood mapping, there are some areas that we can prevent flooding in the future, given our climate change, our climate situation. I was at a workshop at Roma just recently, and that was one of the things they talked about, though. They talked a lot about the Great Lakes, the shoreline, and problems with the shoreline and eroding and whatnot. We don't have a shoreline, but we do have a lot of rivers in our area. And I think there's some opportunities to do some extra diking. Particularly, I think of Durham with their Frazzle ice situation in the past. and below the lower dam. I think there's opportunities to do some diking in that area that would prevent future flooding if that ever had an issue again. So those are just some of the opportunities I'd like to have more discussion going forward when we start looking at floodplaining mapping and that type of thing. A couple other just quick questions. Parking revenue at Allen Park Conservation Area. Do you have any idea how much money would come in? I know it's the using the phone app, and I'm just curious how successful that is and whether that's something we could extend into the Durham Park.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and once again through you, Mayor Robinson. Certainly, we have had some success with the phone app at Allen Park, and we certainly that particular way of generating revenue is based on trust. So we do not enforce the parking. We are bringing in some money, but I think certainly from my own perspective, we could do better. I can tell you that we are actually establishing, I referenced two areas where we would be establishing new parking fees or putting up the placards to say that that parking should be paid for through the phone app, and one of those areas is at McGowan Falls.
Right.
And that money will go directly right back into the parks.
Right. Yeah, it does get in the summertime in particular, even now in the wintertime, we get a lot of visitors that come and look at that dam and take pictures and so on. So I think there's some merit to do some parking there, and maybe we look at our parking lots and see where we can help out in that. Just one other comment I'd like to make is we're trying to get something going with our trails, and obviously our trails in Durham in particular and some other parts of West Grey revolve around our river systems and on conservation property. So I look forward to having some discussions and have some meetings with the Conservation Authority about what we're looking to do with our trail system going forward and the opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and through you, Mayor Robinson. I do understand that there was some funding requested through the COVID-19 support fund. I don't believe that's the exact name for the fund, but there is a fund that provided, I believe, $10,000 to each municipality, and I do understand and was notified appropriately that some funding was going to be applied for to enhance the trail networks in Durham, and that staff with West Grey were keen to work together with Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority to enhance our trail networks. And we're certainly keen to do that. And we're hopeful that we will be involved through the whole entire process so that we can make informed decisions throughout the process.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other member of council at this point that has their hand up, either on the dashboard or on the screen of squares. So with that, yes, Jennifer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. If I could,
Yes.
I just wanted to share some parting words with respect to the access to the Durham Conservation Area through the Durham Upper Dam. I do understand that this is a challenge for a number of individuals from the public. I have been in touch with each member of the public directly to express the process that we're going through to ensure that we can safely open that dam access while ensuring that we are decreasing any liability and ensuring the health and safety of those crossing the dam. We are trying to move this through as quickly as possible. We did have our annual general meeting a couple of weeks ago. So, well, not even 2 weeks ago. And we quickly put together the Water Resources Committee, and certainly we will keep council up to date with how this particular committee has made decisions with respect to that dam access. But both your mayor and your deputy mayor are sitting on that committee. So they will bring forth concerns with respect to council. And I believe that both individuals can bring forward the concerns while understanding the perspective of Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and the potential for an accident, and trying to meet halfway with respect to that, how we could meet halfway with a solution. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jennifer. We appreciate the outreach for this presentation, and we very much encourage you to come anytime that you have information by way to update this council. The connection between the member municipalities and the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority is really important, and I see this as a very good vehicle by which, through the council meeting and your attendance, to be most helpful. And certainly we would invite the new chair, which is Maureen Couture, to also be part of any presentation or delegation. So I'm not seeing any other questions of clarity from members of council. And I do appreciate that you provided those, what you refer to as parting words, but the information with regard to the dam gates. So thank you very much for your presentation. And we will, well, I'll see you virtually tomorrow, but thank you on behalf of council.
Thank you very much.
With that, members of council, I'm wondering if you want a break ahead of time, but before now, you know, we'll work together and we'll also involve the clerk. But our next item is item 5, which is a closed session. And we're at, let me just put my phone on. We are at 10:47. I'm wondering if we take a break and then come back and take a motion to go into closed session, or if there's something further. Just for that, Clerk Sharbeck, with regard to the process, is there one preferred process from a clerk's perspective?
Thank you, through your worship. It's whatever council's wish, whether they want to recess now or later. It's up to the members for sure.
Good, no issue from a clerk's perspective. Well, thank you very much. I always like to check in on that clerk perspective. Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I would appreciate the opportunity for a short break. And I'd also like to ask if there could be consideration to move our closed session towards the end of our agenda, perhaps after, I think it's called comment period at the end of the agenda. And if the clerk could just remind me about how I might formally ask that of council to consider that. Thank you.
We're going to need a motion to change the order of the agenda. And Clerk Sharbeck, could you please fill in the blanks for that?
Thank you.
Through your worship, is Councillor Hamilton a motion you're looking to move right now, or when we come back for recess? Just what are we doing first?
Sure. Okay. I would move it now just for clarity for those who are tuning in. And I suppose it would be, excuse me, I'd be moving that we move closed session to follow after question period. And so if that gets seconded, then I would look to staff just to see if that fits okay for staff. But thank you.
Okay, let me see here. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I second that motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading back at your convenience when you've wordsmithed? And then I'll see if there's any questions from members of council before the vote.
Yes, through your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Townsend. The closed session be moved to after agenda item number 22, question period.
Councillor Hamilton, is the language okay on the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And if I may, I would like to check in with our CEO if that flows okay for her and her staff that she has set up for that time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think we can accommodate that quite nicely. Thank you.
Okay on the language, Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Townsend, okay on the language of the motion? Thank you. Are there any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Not seeing any. All those in favor, please indicate with a check mark. I will verbally be saying my response. Okay, all members of council present have voted in the affirmative, so this motion carries. So, members of council, would you like a break? And I'm looking at the time, I'm seeing agreement. So how about we come back at 11 o'clock and we will continue on with our agenda. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. Hello, Clerk Sharbuck. I wonder if you could just confirm that we have the members of council present.
We have 5 for sure. Just waiting on Councillor Hutchinson, Your Worship.
Okay, and Madam CIO, can you confirm that the staff are here that you require?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We're all set.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, I believe we have all members of council present.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, welcome back. I certainly hope you enjoyed your break. So we did have a motion that that was carried that we would deal with the closed session item after question period, which is item 22. So I'm also going to suggest that that would also include item 6, Clerk Sharbuck, which is matters arising from closed session. So we are now on item number 7, business arising from the previous meeting. Clerk Sharbuck, is there any?
Through you, Your Worship, there's quite a bit brought forward from the previous meeting. Beginning with staff reports, there's 1, 2, 3 staff reports and 1 bylaw and 3 notices of motion.
Thank you for the summary, and let's begin. So dealing with item 7, business arising from the previous meeting, 7.1 staff reports, 7.1.1 manager planning and development, 7.1.1.1 official plan update, engagement and community strategy. Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion? And I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report, official plan update, engagement and community strategy for information purposes.
I'm looking for a mover and a seconder at this point, and then I would invite the author of the report, which is Laura Lee Spencer, to see if there is any information she'd like to present, and certainly any questions from members of council. I do see for a mover, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I will second the motion.
Thank you. And then with that, staff, is there a presentation at this point?
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
This report, how are you?
I'm just fine.
This report was brought forward to discuss the engagement of community strategy for information purposes, specifically as it relates to the official plan. Knowing that we're going through an interesting time period with COVID, typical policy would have had person-to-person engagement. So what we have put together as staff is we're outlining the process going forward, and you'll find that on page 46, that gives the initial engagement communication plan. Firstly being the staff of commenting agency initial review, which occurred on December 15th. The staff and consultant review of council and public comments for consideration, which has been ongoing. The revision of the document and circulation to commenting agencies for review, which is to happen later this month. Review of comments and preparation of a recommendation report to council by staff and the consultants, hopefully occurring in late March, early April. And consideration of a revised document by council and scheduling of a special council meeting regarding the draft updated plan. A special council meeting in May, a 30-day commenting period following the successful adoption of the plan by council. a review and revision of the document based on those comments that are received as part of that meeting, the presentation to council, and the schedule of a final special council meeting with a virtual open house, and review and revision of the document based on those comments, with the final presentation of the document to council for adoption and recommendation for approval to the county, and finally, the approval of the updated official plan by the county council. So these timelines are reflective on comments received. So there is going to be some flexibility based on the extensive amount of comments received by the public and or commenting agencies. Again, as previously stated, typically there would be an in-person open house. At this time, we're conducting a virtual open house so that everyone can have the opportunity to review the document with a summary page to outline what the document changes are and to detail all of those legal and legislative requirements under the Planning Act that we're required to do. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm willing to take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Planner Spencer, for your comments in your presentation. Councillor Townsend, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm assuming, Planner Spencer, that you've already dealt with this, but there were two specific comments that I recall by multiple people at our last public meeting. One was the pre-release of the material with adequate time for review by the public. It's fairly extensive, and I think they were asking for more time. And the second thing was they raised issues about things like affordable housing and the mix of the land and et cetera. I'm wondering if, as part of the communication to the public, if we could capture those from the minutes and the notes that were taken and actually respond to that in the next public meeting to show how we're addressing or have addressed those particular items. And that way, at least it will make it a lot clearer to those that have those concerns exactly what we are doing and how we're doing it. So it's, I'm sure you've thought of that because I know you guys were capturing so many notes out of that meeting. Just wanted to make sure that that lens sort of was out there and we can keep the public well informed. Thank you.
Planner Spencer, to Councillor Townsend's comment and questions.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, our consultant and myself went through all of the comments that were received as part of that meeting. The document, which you have not seen yet, but does incorporate all of those issues that were of concern. So we want to make sure that we encapsulate all of that in there in accordance with sufficient time period for everyone to review that. So that's supposed to be kind of coming together and will be reissued at some point next week.
Thank you very much. I did expect that to be the case, but I wanted to make sure that those on as well also are aware that's the way we're addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members of Council, anything further? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Planner Spencer, for the report and laying it out so clearly for Council. It's really appreciated. And I read in the report that you're also considering webinars or lunch and learn opportunities for the public. But I think your report mentions that it's going to be finessed a little bit more and you'll be reporting back to Council at a future date. Is that correct? Wonderful. Great. Well, I look forward to I think that's a great idea because it provides another way of engaging other than a public meeting and the comments. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. And thanks again for laying out that really clear pathway moving forward. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members of Council? Okay, I'm not seeing any on the dashboard, and I'm also looking on the screen. So with that, Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion and I will call the vote.
Sorry.
No worries.
The recommendation is that Council receives the report, official plan update, engagement and community strategy for information purposes.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of Council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion has carried. We are now moving on to item 7.1.2, clerk, 7.1.2.1, procedural bylaw follow-up. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion, the recommendation?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report and that council directs the following amendments
So-
to the draft procedural bylaw. So that's left open-ended at this point until there's some direction from council.
Okay, I expect there will be much discussion. So we do see that there are two recommendations. Is council, I'll put it out there and let's see where we go, is with regard to that council receives the report, procedure bylaw, review follow-up. Would there be a mover and seconder and a vote on this? And then the clerk could read the next recommendation for a mover and seconder, and then we go through the further discussion. Food for thought. I do see Councillor Hamilton. Would you like to begin?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I will move that first piece, that council receives the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchison, I second the motion, but I do have a question too.
What is your question?
I just question I see that we've in there decided to remove the vouchers from our agenda. And I just, I had an inquiry from a citizen about that they would like to be able to, they like seeing them in there. And is there any possibility that the vouchers could be accessed by the public? If someone wanted to see the vouchers for the month, could they ask to see those, even though we won't necessarily see them in our agenda?
I'm going to call upon you when we get to the second part of the recommendation. So
Okay.
please hold on to that. And any other questions that members of council would like to discuss with regard to the actual report? So any questions with regard to the motion at hand, which is council receives the report, procedural bylaw review follow-up? All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Now, with regard to the second motion, Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read it? I will take a mover and seconder, and then we shall begin our discussion, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson on his inquiry. Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Second motion is up to council. Council directs the following amendments or amendment be included in the draft procedural bylaw. So definitely the first one recommended is that electronic attendance for open meetings shall allow a member with a declared pecuniary interest to remain in attendance, clearly not influence the debate or decision on the matter, rather than leave the meeting for the noted agenda item. Some of these things were really housekeeping matters. I don't know if perhaps one motion for a number of housekeeping matters might be suitable. So that's one, just clarity in the wording. And that electronic attendance for closed meetings shall be amended to include a statement confirming confidentiality by all members attending, and an option for members to attend by telephone rather than video if there are extenuating circumstances such as broadband limitations. And I think another housekeeping matter is that bylaw and easy reference guide be reviewed to ensure consistency in terms and capitalization. So those are just housekeeping matters that I think everybody's in agreement on. And I don't know if council wishes to do that by resolution or move to more significant changes. It's entirely up to you.
Well, Clerk Sharbuck, what we would definitely like to know your approach to your report to council. Would you like to address all of the issues with regard to your report and take a motion as we move along? Or do you have another preference? And then let us know, and then we can, I'll put it over to council in terms of how they would like to move forward as well.
Okay, I would suggest that if I go through, these are items that were discussed and agreed upon in principle, but not by motion at our previous meeting, which was some time ago now. And I would ask that they all be included in one unless there's an exception that is pulled out. So if I could just go through them all, council can see if there's an objection to anything on this list that was previously discussed and agreed upon in principle. Is that fair?
Members of council, just looking to see if everybody seems to be in agreement by a very affirmative nodding of their respective heads. So Clerk Charbot, please move ahead. And then as we go through your report, if you could identify where you feel a motion is required, and then we can get through your report. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Your Worship. The next item that we had talked about, and Fred Dean had presented as well, very clear direction on this, that vouchers be removed from the agenda. And just to Councillor Hutchinson's comments there and concerns about that, yes, those vouchers would be available to anybody that asked to review. They are still public information. It's just the fiduciary duty of council is accomplished through the budget process and through the budget variance reports that come quarterly. They're not, it's not practiced or looked after through having the vouchers included in the agenda. So it's one way to clean up the agenda package. But anybody who wanted to see them could certainly contact staff for that. Moving forward, the easy reference.
I was just going to interject here, if I might, because we do have a couple hands raised. And if you recall, Councillor Hutchinson had an inquiry about this and some comments. So I'll go to him first, and then I do see Councillor Townsend's hand up. Please go ahead,
thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. So yeah, you answered my question there. So the public, general public can request those. I'm just wondering, should we, you mentioned about quarterly reports, which that was the other thing that I was going to ask about. Should that be mentioned in the bylaw that to be replaced by quarterly reports by our treasurer? Does that need to be stated?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That's a good question, Councillor Hutchinson. I don't think it does. I think those budget variance reports are already happened. They're a matter of routine business for our Treasury Department. And it's not replacing the vouchers in the agenda. It's just our duty to update council and council's duty to see those budget variance reports. So it's already happening.
Okay, that's maybe a little bit new to me, but anyways, as long as it's happening, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. Again, I'd like a clarification, Clerk Charbot, about the actual fiduciary responsibility of council as it relates to approving financials. And I mean at a high level, not item by item or for special projects. And the reason I'm asking is I don't think we get the reports that I thought we were accountable for on a timely basis. And I'm not sure we get them at the detail that we should be getting. So for example, you said that we do that through the budget process, but we never really see whether or not in the same format how we're running against budget. And we tried to do something for this budget cycle to understand where our starting point was. And I think we've seen for the first time we've tried it, a few gaps there. And I'm thinking if we had that every quarter, that would be interesting. But before introducing anything, I thought I should clarify the actual accountability, because we were using the vouchers as a way of approving those expenses. And I'm not sure whether we have to do that or something else. So if you could clarify that point first, I would appreciate it.
For sure. Through you, Your Worship. The vouchers in the agenda package did not provide any approval. Those bills, the hydro bill was paid before this package came to you, right? So it wasn't providing that oversight or that approval. The budget is set, and the budget to actual reports from the treasurer are another piece of knowing how things are on track as the year goes. If that's something that, and I'll have to defer to our treasurer just for exact timing of those reports moving forward, or if that's something that council wants to revisit more frequently, that budget variance report, we can certainly do that outside of the procedural bylaw. But having those vouchers listed in the agenda was not oversight and it wasn't approval. So there is no fiduciary duty attached to that. So through the budget process, and that's council's oversight and fiduciary duty, and keeping track of those budget variances. When something goes off track, either very over budget or very under budget, just understanding when that happens or when it could be expected to happen and why. And I think COVID year in 2020 was a good example of that in a number of ways, of just more surprises than a normal year, right? So staying informed or understanding and asking for clarity about why is this so far under budget? It might be just that a number of invoices haven't come in for that project yet and still need to be paid. So next week it could be done, right? I guess understanding how things are going and the variances and why the variances are there is part of council's fiduciary duty for sure. But the actual list of invoices is kind of getting in the weeds. And if council didn't pass a resolution to approve the vouchers, does the treasurer have to go and get the money back from our hydro bill? Like, it puts us in kind of a funny position when we could clean it up, but it doesn't remove council's control or fiduciary responsibility. Does that make sense?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it does. And that was the reason I raised it, because I believe there was no fiduciary responsibility. We do approve. And again, having been a controller, I understand the problems with that. So you get into what really do we need. So for example, I think the quarterly reports are fine. I'd like to expand that to make sure we get, I'm going to use the word significant accruals, known but not yet paid. I don't mean estimates, accounting rules apply. And also, if we get those with explanation of major variances and not at the end of the year when we start moving money between reserves, it's too late really for us to really see what's coming through the year. So I would, if the system had it, I wouldn't object to receiving them monthly, quite frankly. Every other organization I've been a part of that, in fact, is generated just by the nature of the software you use. So I'm going to use the word not significantly extra effort to do that, but quarterly has got to be the minimum reporting we get. And I'd leave that for our Director of Finance to come back with a recommendation on that. That's not my call. But again, that way we do get a chance to jump on things where we see them going on. And I believe we were really doing our fiduciary responsibility that way. And that is really where the public can see what's going on as well. They can see whether we are being responsible and how we're spending. Sometimes it tells you about surprises. You can hear about surprises as well. And not every topic may come up at council. So that's the logic behind it. So I appreciate your input, and we'll pursue that after this. The other comment, by the way, was the transparency of council compensation and whatnot. I don't remember seeing that for quite a while, and I understand 2020 has been a different year, but that's something I think that we do owe to the public to have forward. And I don't recall that same summary that I've seen in the past. So I just want to make sure that's back on the radar and it does come out on the same frequency of quarterly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Clerk Sherbeck, anything further, or is there a follow-up with Director Mighton?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. No, I'm sure Director Mighton has made a note of those things, and she can respond. I don't think that's anything extraordinary at all for her to address once we get through the procedural bylaw issues. Just a note on the council compensation and the reporting out on that. Councillor Townsend, you are correct in that it is a very public document, and those pieces will be updated as well and reported out on. I'm not sure how recent the information is on our website without looking at it, but definitely noted. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And I do see Councillor Hamilton's hand up.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the conversation, and I hear what our clerk's saying. Having a laundry list of all the bills that have been paid isn't a meaningful way to look at the numbers. So I'm in full agreement. I'm wondering, clerk, what would you think of amending the wording instead of saying vouchers removed from agenda? What if it said vouchers removed from agenda following receipt and approval of a report from the Director of Finance regarding financial reporting? I'm just putting that out there that I think a more detailed conversation with our director about the kinds of financial reporting and frequency of reporting would be a good conversation to have. And I wouldn't want to remove the vouchers until that's in place. So I'm in agreement with removing the vouchers, but I prefer to do that after we have a report from our Director of Finance. So I'm not sure how to perhaps amend what you're recommending or what your suggestion would be. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck.
Thank you. Through your worship, my suggestion would be, based on Fred Dean's expert opinion, to remove the vouchers from the agenda in our order of business in the procedural bylaw. So the financial reporting that provides budget to actual information throughout the year is actually a separate conversation from the procedural bylaw, but I'm sure Director Martin will have comments on that and how that information is being provided now and how she could perhaps make that more frequent process as well.
I do
And
see
I think, yeah, I defer to CAO Johnson for some input on the regularity of those reports.
Thank you. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Council. I believe that what we're really looking for is a snapshot of each quarter of where we're standing with our budget, and if there's any, any issues that are bubbling up, or what the general lay of the land is. And I support that wholeheartedly. I think quarterly updates would be extremely helpful to Council in particular, but to the public as well. And there'll be months where it's going to look like there's lots of money to spend, but then as the clerk mentioned, the next month the invoices come in and we're on track again. So I would absolutely encourage our treasurer to come up with that sort of schedule. I think quarterly reporting is doable. When I think about the current budget, once we have that passed, we would be bringing a report in the summertime, which is halfway through the year already. So I think it's a timely thing to do. And I would recommend, if council's thinking of that, through the clerk, if we just pass a motion to say that council would like to receive those kinds of reports, and staff will take that as direction outside of the procedural bylaw.
Thank you, Madam CAO. I leave it to you now, Clerk Sharbuck.
Okay, so through your worship, as we move forward, I guess accepting the housekeeping changes to the procedural bylaw is one issue, and a follow-up motion to request the Director of Finance, Treasurer, to report back on how budget information will be presented through the year, or budget to actual information can be presented to Council throughout the year. Is that clarified?
Yes, so I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder, as not at this point. Clerk Sharbuck, you would suggest that would be a bit later in our discussion?
I guess
it's up to you. So
no, it's entirely up to Council. If you'd wish to do that first and then come back to the procedural bylaw after.
Is there a mover? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to pass a motion that we do have the Director of Finance come back with a, a report advising exactly how we will be receiving actual versus to budget with variance reporting.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that motion?
I will second the motion. And I appreciate Councillor Townsend's specific comment. I'm also just I'm open to our director's best practices and other ideas as well. I don't know that we need that in the motion, but that would be my intention behind the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand, please. Checking my mic. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Over to you, Clerk Scharbach.
Thank you, through your worship. So moving on, the next, just for clarity, issues that we have discussed and was that I would recommend be included and tidied up is that the easy reference guide be updated to reflect positive plain language for the explanation of delegations on the agenda. There was a comment that perhaps the bylaw being very prescriptive could be changed to more positive, and I think we landed on leave the bylaw and amend the user or the easy reference guide and provide this easy reference guide information to our delegations that says you're allowed to speak for up to 10 minutes. And just with a positive framework on that wording. The next piece was, section 22.19 in the draft bylaw, referring to committee minutes. It says that they must be in, they can't be in draft form, that they must be adopted, but in our committee section, it refers to draft minutes. And I would suggest that we change that to allow draft minutes on our agenda just to speed up that process a little bit. Very rarely are the minutes changed other than to perhaps correct a time or a spelling error or a minor omission. There's very rarely any amendments to minutes of council or committees that significantly changes any intent. If that was to happen, I would expect the committee to submit them again for council's information that they know of that difference. So I don't see why we can't have the draft minutes come forward on the agenda. Also, when committees are looking, if they've provided advice to council, it gets it to council in a timely manner. And if they're looking for direction or approval of a recommendation to council, that also can happen in a little bit more timely fashion. So just a bit of a tidy up there. And I see there's more questions, so I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much. And that's a perfect segue because I was going to suggest that the questions be addressed at this point. So appreciate your comment, Clerk Scharbach. So I will begin with Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments. I'm okay with clarifying the minutes draft, et cetera. That's not what my question's about, just to be clear. Delegations, based on our discussions and the way the processes are now working out between staff and council. And the concern came out after we were talking about asking staff for a report at one council meeting and realizing the steps we have to go through means it won't be at the next council meeting, it'll be one after that. So that's a 4-week window. So my concern comes with delegations. So the first question I have is, are we going to have exactly the same problem with delegations? So if we're holding a meeting today and someone goes, oh, something's coming up, I want a delegation, are they able to get on to the next council meeting?
Through you, your worship. Yes, that's a good question, Councillor Townsend. Delegations have I guess, looser parameters than staff reports that have to go through the approval process of a number of people reading and reviewing that report. So today, basically 2 weeks before a meeting is when staff reports are due to be submitted into the eScribe program. And that carries it forward through a number of approvals, whether it needs the Director of Finance to read through it for financial implications, or my review for how the resolution or the recommendation is worded, that it's easily just turned into a resolution, or if there's legal pieces. However, delegations, we don't have that responsibility on our end for all of us to review their presentation or approve it. So a week before, when we publish the agenda, I need to have it before that so that if there's issues with accessibility, we can remediate the document or add tags to any photos if necessary, or help our delegates prepare an accessible document if it's going to be shared. So they don't need the full 2 weeks, but if it's council's wish to have the agenda a week before the meeting for transparency, we have to publish it a week before the meeting, right? And it does take time to add in those pieces if there's some remediation work to be done for accessibility. Does that make sense? We can certainly add in delegations later than staff reports for sure.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, it was clear and clear to the public.
Right.
My second question is kind of a follow-up to that, and that is the agenda was coming out 2 business days before, which made it really difficult for people to see what was coming. Coming a week before means more people will review it, et cetera. And we've removed or at least the proposal is to remove the question and comment period. And yet, if someone has an issue and wants to speak to something on the agenda because it's so critical, how do we accommodate that now going forward? Because you can't do a delegation because you won't know it's there by the time the agenda's out, and the comment period and the question periods are both gone.
Thank you. Through your worship, that's a good question, Councillor Townsend, and I know it's been a concern for others as well. So with the full week being published, residents have the opportunity to reach out to their elected representative, which is you, right? You represent them at this table. You represent all the voters in West Grey and all the residents. So if they have a concern that they see on the agenda, they should be reaching out to who's representing them at the horseshoe, basically. So that's one piece. And removing the comment period and question period was a very strong and clear recommendation from Mr. Dean. It's important for council or for the public to have input and to have that transparency, but it is an elected official's job to represent those people at this horseshoe table.
Okay, I'll leave that for
but we can, sorry, through your worship as well. It also allows people an opportunity to see that agenda for a full week on the website. So different work schedules, different family schedules, you still get a chance to look at it before the meeting. And staff are always here to answer questions about it. And I think that was the problem before, is comment period and question period was allowed because they didn't see it until the weekend, and then they couldn't call staff and ask a question, but they can now. They can go to their elected officials to bring a concern forward to the meeting when that agenda topic comes up, or if it's a simple question, they can certainly call staff for a full week beforehand. So the transparency is there and the public engagement is there, and it is, there is room for that without having something that is not on council's agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I have one final one. Historically, and I haven't been in the position to experience it lately, now on council, but as a public resident, not a member of council, I remember having things dealing with staff that were going to be decided at council. And I remember being notified when they were going to be on the agenda. Is that practice still in place? And if not, should it be?
Through your worship, I'm not sure what you mean.
I can give you an example if that helps.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so for example, there was an issue with parking around the hospital. So we were back and forth with staff about what would work, what wouldn't work. Could they put no parking, et cetera, around there? It's been resolved, but way back then, It was being discussed within staff, and then it was coming to council for a decision. And so what would happen is the public works director would have sent me a letter and said, your item's coming up, you know, if you want to hear, then, you know, or you want to submit anything really, you know, in advance, you could, because you can read the agenda and see what's there, right? But I'm not sure if that process is still in place. But that was a courtesy rather than probably a process formally within a procedural bylaw, so.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I do understand exactly what you're asking. And I think it is a courtesy, and I think it's an important courtesy that if we have missed that opportunity over the recent months, it's something that we can certainly work to improve on. It is communicating that. I think generally, I can think of a number of instances where staff has been in communication a lot with somebody and let them know exactly when their letter would be on, or when their planning matter would be on, or whatever the case may be. But there's certainly a possibility that that hasn't been 100% across the board. So something definitely to work on for sure.
That was not a complaint either. It was just a clarification of
Yeah,
the way you work. Sorry, I'm not aware that there's been any failure on that point, and I didn't mean to imply that. It was just to clarify to make sure that it is a process that staff uses, and that way people do at least have a chance to comment if they know it's there by sending in a letter, calling you,
Yes.
or you know, someone else. And then the other catch is that it's a courtesy that I really appreciate it, because people do get busy, they might miss it, right? So.
And through you, Worship, thank you so much, Councillor Townsend, for bringing that up. I don't know if I can't think of any times where we've dropped the ball on that, but it's always a really good reminder that let's just take a breath and remember to follow up on those pieces where people may not realize their item, their letter, their concern is coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, just to go back to where we were at the beginning, we're talking about draft minutes. And my only concern is sometimes when we send in minutes, we say, well, this is a draft, it hasn't been a final approval. Are you going to stamp those or somehow make us aware that it is draft? Like, it doesn't always come through that way, right?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We don't change anything to the minutes that we receive from committees and boards. We include them in the package as we receive them. If they are draft minutes, I wouldn't amend that document, but what we can do is identify that on the budget, or on the budget, oh my gosh, sorry, on the on the agenda, that when you open those committee minutes, it might just say minutes, not draft. But on the agenda, perhaps it would be better if we clarified that it's not the minutes of the Economic Development Committee, it's the draft minutes of the Economic Committee.
Right. Just some way of designating. I think it's important. That's all.
Yes. And I think we've got that on this agenda as an example. We have minutes and we have draft minutes of the traffic safety group. So
Right.
They are identified on there, and we'll be a little bit more careful to make sure we are including minutes or draft.
Okay. And just one further comment. I too have had comments from citizens about the loss of having that comment period, but
Right.
I'd be willing to let it go and try it and see how it goes. But I do think there's some merit to having that comment period for those people that don't wish to contact an individual member or council as a whole, or just to have a few minutes just to state their mind before we make decisions on things. So I think there was merit why we brought it in to begin with, and I think it's still valuable. But I'm willing to let it go and see how we make out and see what the feedback is. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Oh, please go ahead,
sorry.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry, I see there's more questions, so I'll just hold off.
Oh, okay. Councillor Hutchinson, have you completed your inquiry? Yes. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So you have here, Clerk, 5 or 6, 7 items that you have bundled together and that are on the table for approval at this point, I believe. or that we're going to make a motion to approve these 7 revisions. If there are other further items that we wanted to discuss, should that happen after these 7 are taken care of?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Shay, that's what I was thinking, that I only included points that we had specifically discussed and there was a general consensus about. So this is just a recap, really, that if we could formalize it with a resolution, and then moving forward, if there was something specific, then we're still on the topic of the procedural bylaw. So perhaps we could deal with more specific pieces with individual recommendations. Does that help?
That's fine. I'll hold my questions for later then. Thank you.
Okay.
Clerk Sharbeck, I think we have concluded the questions at this time, so please continue.
Okay. I think we were at including the draft minutes, and section 4.7 shall be updated to note that notice of cancellation shall include any further means deemed appropriate in the circumstances by the clerk. So that that allows us, depending on the circumstances, to use whatever means we can. And sometimes that might be social media, it might be the radio, whatever whatever I've got that I think is important to get the message out with in that circumstance, that's what we'll use. And if it's not something dreadful, chances are we don't have to get it on the radio, but it opens up the possibility of using whatever means we can, including social media, which sometimes is a quick way to spread the word. And that was about it that I had included for changes in the draft bylaw as presented. And I guess I would ask that Council approve the minor amendments as presented in the report.
Is there a mover for that motion? Councillor Hamilton?
I will move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson?
Councillor Hutchison, yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. Any further questions? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried.
And through you, Your Worship, I know there were some other pieces or some other proposed amendments that council members may like to pose to their colleagues as questions. So I'm available for questions on those as well, if you like.
Wonderful. To begin, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. One of the ones I'm really struggling with and I object to is the ex officio being able to vote. I say that because, first of all, it sets one member of council different from the rest of members of council, which was something that we did say in the easy guide should not occur. The second thing is, in some circumstances, the person in ex officio actually would be voting where other council members, as committee members, would not be able to vote. Again, it shows a distinction. Third, you could actually get an ex officio dropping in, and by chance, their vote would actually sway the result, which I don't think is appropriate if they're just dropping in occasionally rather than sitting there all the time when the committee members do. So for those reasons, section 1.25, which actually defines it, and then section 22.5 also refers to it, I think are important to look at. The other thing is section 2.3 refers to a link to Robert Rules of Order, which leads me to say, I know this is contrary to Robert's Rules of Order, but I believe two things. First of all, we can always put in a clause that basically says, if there's a conflict between this bylaw and Robert's Rules, this bylaw prevails. So that's an easy way of doing it. But more importantly, I don't really know that Robert's Rules contemplated this kind of situation where you would have an inequity between members. So that's why I'm suggesting that in this particular case, it would actually, our bylaw would supersede Robert's rules. And they're a guideline, they're not a mandate, right? So I think if the rest of council was in agreement, that is one I'd really like to see come through.
Thank you. I will, I guess at this point, Clerk Sharbeck, I could go for a motion from Councillor Townsend. And then if there's any comment that you would like to make, then we'll go in that procedure. And I see you're nodding to that effect. Councillor Townsend, would you like to make that a motion, please?
Yes, I would. I'd like to make a motion that the procedural bylaw be revised to reflect that ex officio could attend any and all committee meetings, working groups, whatever the right terms are there, because we've changed some of those. But the person would not have the right to vote as they participate in those meetings.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that motion?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I'll second.
Thank you. With that, Clerk Sharbeck, any comment, and then I'll ask members of council if there's any comment or question.
Okay, yes, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I'm just looking here at section 1.25, which defines the ex officio member, and it allows that they participate in the meeting. So yes, that is in line with Robert's Rule of Order, which was created originally over 100 years ago. So we're on the 12th edition now. We use the 11th edition for our bylaw. They've thought of it. Okay, they've thought of stuff. And it is up to council. The term ex officio is literally translated into by virtue of office. So by virtue of office, council members are not the mayor. The mayor's office is very distinct and different, with this different duties and responsibilities set out in the legislation. So it is a very different office than your office. It's not a councillor's office, and it's not a deputy mayor's office. So their level of participation at committee meetings, yes, if they're allowed to vote, they certainly can change the vote. They certainly can be a tiebreaker. That's true. If it's council's wish that they can attend to observe, that's entirely different than participate. Participate means vote, right? And participate means be included in a closed session. So what they cannot do is be part of the quorum. I will note that though we don't need to add anything further. If it's council's wish to remove the voting option for ex officio position, then section 2.3 is pretty clear that all points of order or procedure that are not addressed in the bylaw are addressed by Robert's rules. So there's no need to say we trump Robert's rules. It's for very complicated motions or subsidiary motions, those procedures, we don't go into everything that could possibly happen. Those are the times we turn to Robert rules for guidance. But if the bylaw covers it, we go with the bylaw first. So does that clarify that part, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So that's where we're at. And the recommendation is to amend the procedural bylaw to provide that ex officio may not vote at committee meetings.
Councillor Townsend, is that clear for your motion?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Hamilton is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Good. I do see a couple questions, beginning with Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I would like to see the motion amended to say that the mayor as ex officio can attend all meetings, committee meetings, including closed session. I think that was identified as a problem by Mr. Dean. So I want to make sure that we don't have that problem. I don't know if the mover is would like to change the motion or if I need to do this as a formal amendment.
Just Thank you, through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Shay. Let me just, okay, so I'm not sure if we need to amend it. I'm just reading the 1.25. Ex officio member shall mean the mayor's membership on all council committees, subcommittees. Ex officio means by virtue of office, and therefore the mayor may attend any committee meetings and may participate and vote. However, the mayor shall not be included when determining the number of members required for quorum or counted when determining if quorum is present. So by participate, that means participate. And I think it means participate in closed, but we could just remove the vote and move the vote to, however, the mayor shall not be able to vote or be included when determining the numbers for quorum. Or we could say participate in open and closed sessions if you feel that's necessary.
Councillor Shay.
I do think it's important because Mr. Dean indicated it as a problem, and because they're committees, the decisions are going to be made by committee chairs, and the clerk might not be present. Committee chairs might not be as well versed in the bylaws as everyone else, and so they may take the not allowed to vote as meaning not allowed to participate in closed session. That's effectively what Mr. Dean said was happening.
Yes.
And that's why he wanted to use the right to vote, so that there was no ambiguity about the ex officio's ability to participate in closed session. So if we're not going to have the right to vote, I think we should explicitly permit the inclusion in closed session.
I guess Clerk Sherbeck, you're doing some wordsmithing at this point.
Yes, I would suggest that perhaps as it's clarifying, Mr. Dean actually wrote this definition, but if you'd like to clarify his words, the clarification doesn't really change the motion very much. It just adds a few more words that if Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hamilton are agreeable to that clarity, is it council's wish to do a motion to amend, or are both mover and seconder able to fine tune the wording with that?
As a mover, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I put my hand up specifically to say I'm in favor of
Okay.
an amendment and call it a friendly amendment, and therefore we avoid having to do an amending motion.
Right. Okay.
As the seconder, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, thank you. I approve.
Okay. Clerk Sherbeck, at well, as you're doing the wordsmithing, I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hands up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think the clerk had said that in the Roberts rules that they do not allow the ex officio to vote. Is that correct? That they've changed that?
Through your worship, Robert's rules allows the ex officio to vote.
Okay, I thought you said they took that out, but
No.
it's still the same.
Yes, it's the same. They do allow ex officio to participate fully, and they consider voting to be part of participating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Clerk Sherbeck, would you be prepared to read the motion at hand then?
Through your worship,
Yes.
that section 1.25 of the draft procedural bylaw be amended to include participate in open and closed sessions, or that ex officio may participate in open and closed sessions, and however, they may not vote or be included in the quorum.
Is there any questions on the motion at hand? Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up.
Thank you. As I mentioned, it's not just 1.25. I believe 22.5 also reference voting. So I just want to make sure, because it's in multiple places, that we have covered both of those.
Clerk Sherbeck?
You may have already cleaned that up, but I don't know that.
Good question.
Actually, through your worship, we can remove the section number and just say that the draft procedural bylaw be amended. And that will do a cleanup across wherever it is. We can search for that through the document and make sure we don't miss any cross references.
Councillor Townsend, are you fine with that?
I'm perfect with that. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, thanks. I see that you've nodded your head.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing anybody else that wishes to speak, and I'm looking at both the dashboard and the screen. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Four. So there's 5 members of council that have voted in favor of that motion. And now all those opposed indicate with an X mark. 1 member of council voted against the motion. The motion does carry. All right. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, do you have a question before the clerk carries on? Oh, no, thank you. All right, then, Clerk Sharbeck, please.
I'm just waiting to hear the next suggestion for an amendment.
Oh, very good. All right. I see Councillor Hamilton's hand up again. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I would like to move an amendment that comment period be retained on the agenda.
Thank you. A seconder. Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
Yes, I'll second that.
Questions?
If I may speak to the motion.
Absolutely. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we heard the expert opinion from Fred Dean. We've also heard from our community, and I've heard loud and clear that they appreciate the opportunity to speak with council and to speak in a very public way with council in this way. And I think just retaining comment period, I think right now we have comment period and question period. So I'm okay with letting question period go. I think having comment period at the beginning of an agenda makes a lot of sense. And we do have parameters and control around that. So we have our code of conduct. We would have the, keep it to 2 minutes. And it is just a comment. There'd be no requirement for answering questions or that kind of thing. So I think it's a very inclusive and just one more way for our community to engage with us. I've heard loud and clear that they really appreciate that opportunity. And as a counselor, I do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this motion? Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I'll just say that I don't know. I mean, Mr. Dean was not in favor of this, but I suspect that his experiences may be with larger municipalities, and I think that our comment period is part of the sort of small town charm that we have here. We have some other sort of residual elements left over from the old days, like our recreation committees and public participation in our government at a level that is not found even in other neighboring communities. So that's why I think we're sort of ahead of the curve in sort of allowing this degree of participation in our open democracy. And I think we should try and remain a leader that others can emulate down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I call the vote, Clerk Sharbeck, do you need to say anything to members of council as I know as we're moving through these items, but is there anything that you need to tell council?
Through your worship, Mr. Dean is familiar with every municipality in Ontario, all 444 of them, just for clarity, and he does have 45 years in on that. I would ask that comment period be added into the agenda with parameters. It is about transparency, which is legislated, okay? And people have the right to know who will be speaking, because maybe they'd show up and speak too, right? And that's why the delegation process is that it is, There is an opportunity to register to speak and be included on a list of speakers that is available to the public before meeting time, or just show up and request a comment without those parameters. So at this point in time, the motion is that comment period be added to the agenda.
Okay, with that, we've heard the clerk's comments. As the mover, Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further on your motion? And I will also be going to you, Councillor Shea, in a moment.
Thank you. I was just reflecting on some of the options, and I do feel comfortable as is. But thank you, Clerk, for those suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shea.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion carried. Members of council, are there any other motions for consideration with regard to what will be our new procedural bylaw? I saw Councillor Shea's hand first, and then I saw Councillor Townsend. Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple, and I'll ask them as points of clarification first. As I read the current draft, notices of motion needed to happen at a previous council meeting, but I believe in our practice, notice of motions can be delivered to the clerk by some deadline before agenda preparation for inclusion on the next agenda. So I just wanted to clarify if that is the case, what the regular rules are, and if they need to be tweaked or adjusted.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbach.
Thanks. I'm just, through your worship, making a note of that, Councillor Shea. I think that notice of motion piece is perhaps the wording could be simplified a bit. It was very important with, before we went to a week of having the agenda published, it was very important that the notice of motion be provided in enough time. With a full week, with that notice of motion printed on an agenda on our website, personally, I feel that that is appropriate notice to the public and to your colleagues around the horseshoe that this matter is up for a vote at the next meeting, much like a recommendation in a staff report. That's how long you have it available to you to think about or to decide if you want to do further reading or whatever to come prepared for that decision, right? So it can be raised at the meeting before. I don't consider it a notice of motion until I get it in writing and I can include it on an agenda. So notices of motion that come in for a day before addendum is not notice, right? So it makes sense to me, and I can just simply clarify the wording in that section to reflect that posted on the agenda, written to the clerk in time to get it included in full on an agenda is notice.
And do you think
regardless of if you raise it at the meeting before or if you send me an email tomorrow? Is that what you mean, Councillor Shea?
Yes, no, you clarified a lot. The final clarification I would ask for is, when would you need it? Would you like to say, 5 working days before the agenda is finished, or you were trying to do agendas on Tuesday? Do you want the notice of motion by the previous Thursday? Is that an amount of detail to have in the procedure bylaw, or is that just something we discuss on an ongoing basis?
Clerk Sharbach.
I think perhaps we could, excuse me, put a timeline in there, much like a timeline that the delegations have to get me their printed material into the agenda package. There's a lot of pieces that come together on the Monday and Tuesday, and Mondays are, if there's going to be a public holiday, it's often on a Monday, so we lose that piece. So I would say that by Thursday of the week before is certainly lots of time. I'm not sure I forget now what we put in for the deadline for delegations, but basically sending a notice of motion a few hours before the agenda is being published causes some troubles. But even the Friday before, and it allows for if I'm away on that Friday, or if Lindsay's away on that Friday, it doesn't get missed, right?
Should we say noon on the Friday before? You don't want
That
to
would
5
be,
o'clock.
sure. So let me put some, just clarify the wording on that and add a deadline.
That doesn't require an amendment or a motion here.
I don't think so. If council's agreeable, that we just clarify the wording, and that a week on the website is actually notice enough. Okay.
That's fine with me, Your Worship.
Okay.
If I have another?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I think I had identified that I perceived some redundancy in 11.1.9 and 11.3, and these address the chair participating in the debate. And it seemed that we don't need to have, it's actually 11.1.9, 0.10, and then 2 items later, 11.3. And I wondered if, for a point of clarity, if you could explain, Clerk Sharbuck, what is the purpose of these motions and requesting that the chair not participate in the debate? Could we get at the underlying principles here?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, it does look like the same thing in the bylaw twice, but it's just a little bit different. So 1.1.9, it's the duty of the chair to remain neutral and not enter into debate or discussions while in the chair. And then moving on to 11.3, this is an explanation of how you do that. So 11.1.9 is a statement of a duty, and 11.3 is how do you make that actually work? And the reason that the chair, whether it be the head of council at a council meeting, or the chair of the library board, or the chair of the sustainability committee, whatever group, that chair's position is, you can see here the responsibilities of a chair, if there's a number of them, and it's very important that there's a sense of neutrality, and that the body, whether it be a committee, board, or council, sees that as someone leading us through the meeting agenda, getting us through the business of the meeting. And that's why the neutrality piece is very important. However, every chair, whether it be the library board or the sustainability committee or council, also comes with a vote and rights as a member of that body. So to exercise that without the impression or perhaps more of a perception of undue influence on the group, on a matter, if that chair is passed to another person, well, if I was chair and I passed it to you, Councillor Shea, then I can move a motion or argue a point that I'm very passionate about, and that's why I joined this committee in the first place, right? Or this body. But then when the matter is done, I'm going to go back to my position of neutrality and the business of running the meeting. So the chair has a right to have those passionate opinions and to move and second things, but to move the chair, to pass it to somebody else while they do that, is very important for the perception of influencing the undue influence of that powerful position on the group. I'm sorry, that's kind of wishy-washy.
Thank you. No, that is clear.
Okay.
If you'll allow me, Council, I just want to bore you for 1 second. I was on a committee once at my other employment, and who had a very domineering chair, and he followed Robert's Rules of Order and said everyone can only speak twice to an issue, and one of us would speak, and then he would rebut. and then the second of us would speak, and then he would rebut, and the third of us would speak. So by the time we'd had the discussion, each of us had spoken twice, and he had spoken 10 times to the issue. So I think that's the sort of situation that this rule can help prevent. But back to you, Clerk. How is this requirement enforced? What if a member of the body, the committee, or the body feels that this is not being duly recognized?
Right. Thank you, through you, Your Worship. That's a really important question, Councillor Shea, and it's not just to this point in the procedural bylaw. It's to every point in the procedural bylaw and every point in the Municipal Act and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and our Code of Conduct, all of our guiding documents and the legislation. In provincial or federal government, you have the government and then you have the opposition. And the members of the opposition are called the watchdogs. They keep the members on track and they challenge them on everything they say and everything they do, and they make sure they're doing it right. In municipal government, we don't have the opposition party, but you all, every member of council has a duty to hold each other accountable. Staff can't police a council meeting, right? So perhaps comparing it to the opposition party is more confrontational than it needs to be. There's very polite and respectful ways to keep things on track. And that's the time where a point of order. And I would encourage council that when you think something is off and you're not sure, saying point of order, or wait, I have a question. Can the clerk clarify? Are we still on track with procedures? It doesn't have to be any formal wording, right? Just, and if you're not sure about procedure, or perhaps you are sure and you want to say point of order, we're off track and let's get back on track with our procedural bylaw. Either way, I think it's important. It is an elected official's duty to play that role. The tools for the procedural bylaw is supposed to provide a respectful spot that in our meetings run with this procedural bylaw, everybody in this meeting has their rights respected and their responsibilities clearly set out. So that means staff, a member, the head of council, or the public attending. Everybody's rights are protected by this bylaw, but if nobody uses it, then it's not, right? So.
Thank you, that's helpful. But I'll just point out that we did have a meeting the other day where the head of council was also a member, the chair of a board that was presenting at the time. And a council member did raise a point of order of whether that was properly addressed under this section of removing themselves from the chair for the debate, and was overruled. So what recourse does council have in that situation, clerk?
Okay, so in that situation, there wasn't a vote. There wasn't a question on the floor. So we can get very technical or just look at the general perception. And I think our budget process is a good example of where this has happened, not just with one board, but with a couple of boards where members on council sort of had a foot on both sides. Are you presenting as a board member, or are you receiving that report as a council member? So I think we have the opportunity for that to arise again in our budget discussions, right? So we should sort it. And if there isn't a motion, there shouldn't be debate, for one thing. And if there's debate and you're involved in the debate, then you shouldn't be, that would be a good opportunity to pass the chair. So the chair rules on points of order is another matter. But council does have the opportunity to challenge that ruling and ask for a vote. it,
Okay, thank you.
I guess, I think with budget presentations, it would be important for transparency as well. If members of the public knew that if you sat on a board, that you're just sitting back and hearing other board members present their budget, or if you're actively promoting that budget, that are you still voting on the resolution to adopt it? Right? So that happened on 2 different boards, actually, where members of council presented and promoted and spoke very passionately about a budget and then voted to approve it. So I think it's something that council needs to come to terms with and decide, how are we doing that moving forward so that everybody feels like it's fair to everybody. And I would suggest, if it's up to individuals to satisfy themselves that they're doing the right thing, but I would also suggest that perception is a very big part of the reality of local politics. So err on the side of caution, right?
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that can of worms. I think I will leave the issue there. I think you've satisfied my questions for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Shea. Moving on to Councillor Townsend, and then I do know Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to introduce a new topic, which is to do with the 3-hour meeting limit. When we joined council in December of 2018, the practice had been 2 committee of the wholes and 2 council meetings. We decided to reduce committee of the whole to 1, but maintain the 2 council meetings. We have now, we are moving towards, I haven't seen anything that says we approve that yet, to go to 2 council meetings. That's really all that's on the schedule. And now we're limiting it to 3 hours with motions to extend it up to 2 more hours. I'm getting very concerned that our process is beginning to slow down our work and our deliverables. And the example was given the other day, and I gave it earlier in this meeting, where we were discussing getting a report from one council meeting, and because the deadline would have been that day for that report to be on the clerk's desk, it means it's going to be 4 weeks out, not 2. That might be flexible in an emergency situation, but it means we're really slowing down council. We are again sitting past 12. There's our 3 hours. And we're nowhere near through our agenda. And this happens consistently, whether it's we contribute too often, or the other council can do this and they don't have it as an active council as we do. I'm not sure, but to me, it seems like an unreasonable number of hours in order to get our work done. And I say that because also the number of items that are on our agenda, forget how big they are. But when you're doing official plan, when you're doing procedure bylaw, and I go back to the one when we actually reviewed those, if they come on the same agenda, you're going to be there for hours. There's just no way you're going to avoid that. So I'm not sure what the right number is, but I truly believe that 3 hours is way too short. And I don't think we should be looking at asking for motions to extend it when in fact we are already short of the hours. I think we should set a reasonable target for ourselves, either by limiting what's on the agenda, how things get processed, whatever those improvements are, that allows us to have the right length of meeting to get the business done on a timely basis. So I'd open that up for the rest of council to have a discussion before I set any kind of time on that. But I definitely have a major issue with that. And I realize if we meet at 6 o'clock with a closed meeting involved in there, you take the 5 hours, it's 11, it's getting pretty late. And we may have already had committee meetings and et cetera during the day. So, and other commitments, I do appreciate that. But somehow we have to find a way to get back to processing the business in a timely manner and still meet the needs of our residents as well as our own. So I'll open it up at that point for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Clerk Sharbuck, to begin with, is there any comment you'd like to make on this, please?
Thank you, Worship. I'll defer to the comments made by Mr. Fred Dean, which were extensive. And yeah, it's not just about cities with lots of boards and committees. It's every municipality in Ontario. There are simply not good decisions being made in the 8th hour of a meeting. Getting the business done in 3 hours is about sticking to the agenda and the decisions that need to be made for those agenda items. And following the procedural bylaw. That's the tool to get through the business of council. So even example of this morning, the delegation piece. The first one was 23 minutes long. So the second one was longer, right? So those pieces are important in getting through the business of council. I think a consent agenda is something that does help a lot of councils get through a lot of business items, but we removed it because every single item on the consent agenda was pulled for a number of meetings in a row. So it wasn't working out. It was causing more time, not speeding up the meetings. I think it's important to consider that after 3 hours, that vote to extend it is important to acknowledge. We've been doing this for 3 hours. And a 4th hour is a majority vote. A vote to go into the 5th hour does require in the draft bylaw a unanimous vote of council. And I think that's important to acknowledge members' comfort level at sitting for that length of time, not just physical, but also the mental health involved in moving into a 7-hour meeting. That it's about making the decisions, really, and moving through the agenda. But it is council's procedural bylaw, and it's certainly council's decision how to do that, or whether or not to set any time limits on it.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, you still have the mic as well.
Thank you very much. So perhaps if we find that we are going to continue to get this kind of volume and we're doing a lot of review of things like this, I might suggest that we look at bringing back committee of the whole at some point to, again, have a detailed discussion on 1 or 2 items, not have a full agenda and have them a little more focused is another alternative, because they kind of disappeared without a lot of input from the rest of council. I believe it was like, we'll try it, we'll see where it goes. But I think we're seeing things get pushed out. And I do get concerned that as you have to keep revisiting, you go back and rehash, which means you're spending more time on them anyway. If we really stuck to the limit that we, as council sitting as committee of the whole, we made a recommendation without significant evidence to the contrary, the assumption is they would in fact be approved at council, which means you do get through that agenda a lot quicker rather than having the detailed discussion. But that was the other thought I did have, rather than the time limit, which is why I said there's other options, but I'm just not comfortable with restricting it that tight. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. Is there anything further you wish to say at this time, Councillor Townsend?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, because I was going to move on to Councillor Hutchinson if that was the case. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I was going to bring up the same point, 4.8 adjournment. So first of all, I too have a concern when we went from committee to whole. There's just so much. You look at our agenda today, we had 4 delegations, basically. One was a presentation, but basically 4. That took us, probably close to 2 hours by the time I get through all that. Then now we're working on bylaws. We've been spending an hour just on this bylaw. There's our 3 hours right there, and we've done nothing else. So I know that we tend to, as a council, we tend to talk lots, but we like to get our points out there. I think most of the discussion we have is very valuable. Maybe there's some that isn't, but most is. So I too have a concern with that. One of the suggestions I was going to have is as whether we decide to go back to a committee of the whole or not, I don't know. But under the adjournment part, it says 3 hours. After 3 hours, we have a resolution to extend for an hour. And then we have another hour, and then we have to make another resolution to extend for another hour. So my suggestion is, why don't we just say that our council meetings are 5 hours like they used to be. And then if they think of the evening, now we start at 6 o'clock, we go 5 hours, that takes us to 11. That's a long meeting, I realize, but I mean, lots of nights we need that. And then if we need to go past the 5th hour or 11 o'clock, we make a motion to go 1 more hour tops. That's it. So totally, we're looking at 6 hours. And I think in most cases, we need 6 hours to get through our agendas. And in a lot of cases, we don't even get through them in 6 hours. So that would be my suggestion, is we make the adjournment 5 hours. After 5 hours, we can extend for 1 hour, and then that's it. And then as far as then we see where we go after that. But we do tend to try to squeeze a lot in. We're a busy council. We have a lot of things on the agenda. And I don't know what the solution is, but that's what I'd like to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, is there any comment you wish to make on this?
Sure. I would say that we don't have many items on our agenda compared to most local governments, what they're dealing with. These aren't huge agendas. A 6-hour meeting is not productive. Committee of the whole decisions, there were in a 7-hour long committee of the whole meeting, recommendations committee of the whole made to council came to a council meeting and were not approved. Like that happened a number of times with committee of the whole, and often they were revisited at the council meeting, adding about an hour for each committee of the whole recommendation onto the council meeting. So committee of the whole recommendations to council doesn't work if council doesn't acknowledge that you are actually the same people that made those recommendations to council. I think it's important that if there is a large item, such as the procedural bylaw, we have a special meeting, and we did that on January 5th. It was, I believe, 9 till after 2 p.m. was our special meeting specifically for one subject. And I think if it's a special council meeting, if you need to make a decision of council at that meeting, you have the power to do that, rather than a committee of the whole meeting. So either one, it's a very similar process. It's just committee of the whole is sitting as a body without the power of council. But there's still the same procedural bylaw. So a special council meeting for special topics is really important. I think another piece that we can do is, I guess, make a motion to address that.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. I'm going to go back to Councillor Hutchinson, and I do see there it's generated a couple more hands, and I will acknowledge Councillor Townsend and Councillor Shea. But Councillor Hutchinson, before I go back to you, I do see Madam CAO's hand up, so I'd like her to comment, and then I'll return it back to you. Madam CAO?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on what our clerk is sharing, that there are other tools that we can use to deal with some of the more time-consuming matters, such as a special council meeting. And the other effective way of doing this is also to put in workshops where we may not get to a decision. We need to have a fulsome dialogue, but a workshop can do that. And then staff have direction and we bring it back to a regular meeting where decisions are made. The challenge that we face is that we really need to get to decisions, and committee of the whole does not achieve that. And our previous schedule of meetings every week was simply not sustainable for staff to bring detailed reports. I think the quality of reports is improving dramatically in our new schedule. The reports are out there much longer. So I'm quite supportive of the schedule that council has put out for 2021, but I think one of the things we need to think about is, do we need to sprinkle in a few additional, whether they're workshops or whether they're special council meetings, depending on the nature of the agenda. That might help us sort of lighten some of these longer conversations at a regular council meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Back to Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, I don't have anything further at this point, but I might be willing to put forth a motion after I've heard from other council members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's exactly what I was looking for, Madam CAO, was the idea of what's the alternative? Where do we go from here? Which is why I didn't put a motion forward, because I don't object to the 3 to 5 window. What I object to is trying to do that with the amount of detail that we're trying to put through in that 3 to 5. And that's the concern. And if we're willing to do that and hold special counsel rather than committee of the whole, and I agree, if we do that, then we actually come to decisions. And it doesn't mean that we're going to go back and revisit something 2, 3, and 4 times. And we've tried to fix that with the planning cycle, to do that exactly the same way, so we don't get into that. And I think that's excellent that we do that. So thank you for that input. And again, if something does come up, it's an emergency, then we'll deal with that as an emergency. And I'm not sure that's provided for in the procedural bylaw as proposed, whether we could extend that based on an emergency situation. You're in the middle of a council meeting, someone walks in with an emergency, what do you do? Can we stay within that? And that's kind of the only other gap that I saw in the timeframes, if you will. That's my input at this point. Thank you.
Well, thank you as well. Clerk Sherbet, to Councillor Townsend's inquiring statement with regard to emergency situations.
Oh, for sure. Emergencies are, well, they're defined by the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. So we would have an emergency. We would have an emergency meeting. If there was an emergency that came up in the midst of a regular council meeting, that would certainly be surprising timing, but we would deal with it as an emergency for sure. So the provisions for an emergency is in there.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, I did note your hand was back up again. No? Okay, well, thank you. Moving on then to Councillor Shea.
Thank you. The CAO Johnston, or maybe it was the clerk, brought up the interesting example of several committee of the whole meetings where we were debating very complicated, unique, contentious issues, things that were before us for the first time, and we were just wrapping our heads around, and came to a decision which we thought was a final decision, and then a week later brought it to council and reversed direction. And why we did that, I think, is because we hadn't had enough time to consider the issue fully. And part of the reason that we failed was because we tried to consider it in one sitting. We tried to spend 4 hours debating asset naming print policy when we had never had one before. And what I think we really needed, what we really benefited from, was going away, sleeping on it, coming back and following up, having the second half of the discussion. I think having something before us for the first time and having all the information presented and all the debate happening is unlikely to produce the best results. And I think we should incorporate the idea of revisiting issues into our process. So for example, if we're trying to reduce the length of a meeting, we might say, we have an item on the agenda, let's not spend more than 45 minutes on that agenda, on that item. So today we're doing the procedural bylaw. If we had said we've got 45 minutes to spend on this and it's going to come up at our next meeting for a conclusion, that means we've got 45 minutes to ask questions. We go away, we reflect on the answers that we heard, we come back and we make a decision. So maybe deferring things might be a way of being able to be more efficient, because I do like being able to sleep on an item. And as for the suggestion about workshops, I support the idea of workshops. I think they're a great idea. And I thought the Fred Dean session was described as a workshop. But I have two definitions of workshop. One is where you sit there and get lectured on a topic by someone. And the other where you roll up your sleeves, you get your hands dirty, and you learn through the process of doing. And I thought that in that session with Fred Dean, we were going to come out at the end of that 4-hour session, however long it was, with an agreed upon new finished procedural bylaw. I thought we were going to workshop the procedural bylaw in that session with an expert in the room, and that we would come up with something that was complete. So if we're going to be doing workshops, that's fine, but I hope they're not workshops that take the form of us being lectured, but that there are actually sessions where we are actually doing work. So thank you for all the good ideas. I'm sure we're closer to the end than we were when we started. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Clerk Sharbuck, did you have a comment with regard to Councillor Shea's comments?
No, other than I thought after January 5th meeting, we would have a solid draft, and that was in the next steps, is to bring that back, have that time to reflect on it, and come back with minor amendments or further questions. And that was to be our January 19th meeting. So it was deferred as an item that we didn't get to. So that's where we're at now, is the follow-up to that special meeting.
Okay, anything further? Or?
I'm not sure why.
Okay, no, that's fine, Clerk Sharbuck. Councillor Shea, I'm seeing an indication that you've completed speaking at this time. So it's Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that the procedural bylaw be revised so that it is set for a 3-hour time limit with one opportunity to extend that up to 2 hours. So rather than keep going 1 to whatever, we do one opportunity, and depending on the length, that's the way we would do it.
Thank you. As Clerk Sharbuck is reading, wordsmithy, is there a seconder for that motion? And is that you, Councillor Hutchinson?
Well, it is, but I would like to change that or amend that, and that I was going to suggest that we make it that we have 5 hours, 5-hour time limit for our meetings, with the option to extend it 1 hour. I just think, or I could go with Councillor Townsend, just 5 hours, but I feel that part of the things that slows us down is we're continually voting and making resolutions and motions, and that takes time. So I would suggest we just make it 5 hours. And then if we want to add an hour after that, then that's fine. Or if we want to just cut it off after 5 hours, that's fine. But why stop and just make another motion for the sake of making a motion?
All right, so Clerk Sharbuck and to the mover and seconder of the motion and council. I do know that we have a motion by Councillor Townsend that speaks to a 3-hour meeting, and it was our seconder that's looking at a 5-hour. So Clerk Sharbuck, procedurally to me, they're different, and one would be an amendment, but I'm looking for you in terms of how that should be addressed procedurally.
Well, they're very different.
Yes.
That's not seconding Councillor Townsend motion, but we can't amend it until it's been seconded.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not sure what the motion.
Okay, I'll second it then. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, make an amendment.
I just want to make it very clear for everybody as we have the mover now. Sorry, Clerk Sharbuck.
Through your worship, if it's only seconded so that it can be amended, perhaps it should not be seconded. It's like a going in circles kind of thing. But at this point, I'm not sure what the motion is. I would defer to Councillor Townsend as the mover. If he could just clarify that the procedural bylaw be amended by changing the extension of curfew, extension of a 3-hour curfew to be for 2 hours. And is that just a majority vote or a unanimous vote?
Let's see where Councillor Townsend wishes to go with all of this. Councillor Townsend as the mover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be willing to sort of compromise with Councillor Hutchinson in the sense of, and I'm concerned about evening meetings as well. If you start at 6 and you've already done 5 hours, I'm not quite sure it's fair to go into the past 11 timeframe. So that's where I was going from. But I'd be willing to say, extend it to 4 hours instead of 3, and then do a 1 hour extension. And again, one of the concerns I do have is there's the other adage of you may extend the meeting to 4 hours because the time's there and you're not structuring. But I think we can work that through the process, maybe even putting, some time estimates on things that should be fairly straightforward to remind us they're very straightforward. Same way we try to do with delegations and then enforce them. So I'd be willing to make a revision to do that if that simplifies things.
Thank you. And I'll just go to Clerk Scharbeck for the wordsmithing and the language around that. And then I go to the seconder.
Through your worship, I would ask Councillor Townsend for the motion. I'm not sure where we're at with that.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so the revised motion would say, revise the procedural bylaw to have a time limit of 4 hours with a one-time extension up to an hour. That is by majority vote of council.
Just giving the opportunity for Clerk Scharbeck to write that. And if she has any points of clarity on your motion.
No, that's.
All right, as a seconder, Councillor Hutchinson, are you good with the language?
Sure, I can second that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, are there any questions with regard to this? Now, I do see, as both mover and seconder, your hands are up. So, Councillor Townsend, is there any comment that you needed to make at this time?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, and I also see that Councillor Hutchinson's hands down. Members of council, are there any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Townsend, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I just want to confirm that staff will take away the opportunities to use other alternatives for longer single or maybe 2 items maximum at a particular meeting. And that's why I didn't make it part of the motion. I don't want to tie your hands. I want you to be able to, have the flexibility to come back with what you think will work best for both staff and council. It isn't just a council thing. And I appreciate that's why the meetings were changed. So we shouldn't try to tie your hands when we ask for advice. So hopefully, Madam CEO, you're okay with that.
Thank you. Madam CIO, you've been named. I was going to go to the clerk, but Madam CIO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to you, Councillor Townsend. I appreciate that. Yes, we will take that back and create other opportunities to have longer conversations and workshops. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, is there anything further? I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Shea. If everybody, that's my order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. There was actually a really good suggestion earlier that we try to get down to some form of a timeline on a topic or on an item. And if we can't come to some kind of conclusion, we got to defer it because we can't keep rolling these agendas what we've been doing. So if it's a conversation and everybody, it's a wholesome conversation, I highly recommend we try to put a little bit of a time limit on it. And if we have to defer it for whether it goes to one of the workshops or to the next council, which again, that'll just compound what we're doing. But that's what I like to see. So at least we are getting through the items, and I think the last 3 meetings we have moved things to the next agenda. So I think some form of a timeline, and we respect that. We can't achieve a decision, then within XYZ minutes or a half hour, we defer it and we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to move an amendment that we include the ability for direct motions with 2/3 majority consent of council. And then I'd like to speak to that once it's seconded, if it's seconded. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? And is that Councillor Shea seconding it?
It's Councillor Shea. Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton, you wanted to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I realize that this council and staff want to be transparent, and that's the reason why it's not advisable to come up with ideas in a council meeting when our public's not informed, and we want our public to be informed. I think that's really important. However, there are times where there's matters that are more urgent or perhaps won't fit the framework of the notice of motion. And I also note there's times where council only meets once a month. So if, for example, we meet at the beginning of August, you know, that means, and the issue comes to our attention the day before the meeting of the August meeting, let's say, that would mean a councillor wouldn't be able to bring it up until the following September. So many, many weeks. That's just one example, but there's 3 times in the calendar year where we meet monthly. I did a scan of some of the procedural bylaws, random scan. I know there's 444, but there are many, I'd say a majority of councils that do continue this practice, that with every power comes a lot of responsibility. And I don't think the answer is to remove the power, but to use it very responsibly. And that check and balance is in place by having a 2/3 majority. So for those reasons, I think having that ability to bring a motion forward that's time sensitive is important for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, any comment with regard to this as we're moving our procedural bylaw along?
Sure, through you, Your Worship. My only comment is that Mr. Dean clarified extensively. The term direct motion is not a proper parliamentary term, so we'll have to call it something, motion with no notice or whatever it is. But it is indeed another word for an ambush for your colleagues and for any members of the public that are looking for transparency. So just that it is indeed a council's wish as the majority of council to include that in your procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you have anything further to say before I move on to another member of council?
No, I don't think that addresses the concern though, of things that do come up in a timely way, or the fact that council meets every other month. Or sorry, once in a while we meet monthly. And I did hear Fred Dean speak to, he did acknowledge that sometimes this comes up. And if we take it out of our procedural bylaw altogether, and we're taking out, which I agree with, we're taking out the part that we can just dismiss the rules. I think that is very wise. We shouldn't do that. Then council has, our hands are completely tied. So again, I would suggest that with 2/3 majority, we have that power in check. With every power comes responsibility. I think this is something that council should seriously consider. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We do have a motion before us. Speaking to the motion, Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchison. The only concern I have about direct motions, again, I like to review and do some research on things that are before us. You know, do some. We have agendas. You can go outside and you can look for different things. I think it's. I would not be in a position if something came before us to make a wholesome decision or. Unless I knew enough about it, and I certainly don't know enough about everything that's out there. So I also think the other thing about it is I think there's public that like to participate in our agendas, and they do read the agendas when we have them posted out that long. So if there was an item that was out on or not on the agenda and was a direct motion, there might be members of the public that would like to participate in that or hear about that. So I think the transparency part's the other part. So I don't think I could support the direct motions or whatever we will be recalling that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Townsend, Councillor Shea, and then Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noticed recently we've been using addendums to the agenda, and maybe that's a better way to do it, assuming you have time. I mean, we're getting them even up to the day of, and it's critical to, or at least supportive of the business that's already on there. So it's just additional information. But on the other hand, if it is something that only comes up and you don't have a choice, you either decide or you miss it. So I'm going to call it significantly critical, if there is such a thing, because critical tends to be an overworked word, right? But if we do that, well, you really don't have a choice, but you have to make a decision by that date. And it's not, how would you put it? It's not necessarily jumping the gun or with an attempt to try to avoid the normal process. And somehow the government puts something out that's a last minute, you have to do it. How do you do that? But if we manage things correctly, it should be a very seldom used rather than just another way of doing it. And I also believe that true for addendums in the same way. And anyway, I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shea.
So I'm just thinking of the clerk's comments about the potential for misuse, but we have seen a requirement to do this several times recently where grant deadlines came out, which had to have council approval, and there was no way around it. I believe Fred Dean said, well, you could just suspend your procedural bylaw at that point because you're council and you can do whatever you want. He said something about the effect that there was a workaround. But in any case, the suggestion I wanted to make was an amendment to Councillor Hamilton's motion, which would include the phrase "on the recommendation of staff." So if staff came and said a grant has come forward and we need to have council's approval for this by the end of this week, that would allow us to do a direct motion. But what it wouldn't allow would be a councillor to introduce a direct motion on an entirely new subject and introduce a new sort of political agenda item. So I wonder, I'm just proposing that as a compromise, and I'll do it as an amendment to the motion.
Is there a seconder to the amendment? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'd second that amendment.
Okay. And now, before we go any further, Clerk Charbeck, did you want to respond? I got an indication that you may need to respond.
Through you, Your Worship, I think Councillor Shea has added some clarity here and removed the opportunity for misuse for political gain or advantage one way or another. And I think also Councillor Townsend raised an important point about addendums. I don't believe addendums should be frequent, although we did have one for this meeting. And what it included was a report that did not have all the information in time for the publishing of the agenda, but is important to get before council today. And some clarity that council didn't see a motion that the traffic working group wants them to vote on, a recommendation from that committee to council. So the addendum shows it, and it provides that clarity and that transparency to all of council. You see, oh, I see the traffic group is going to be asking us to vote on something, and the council and the public also see that. So an addendum is an option that it doesn't allow the full week's notice, but it does allow a notice and allows that information to be on our website posted as part of the merged agenda package. So I think addendums, I think Monday at noon is our deadline to publish them. So it does allow a considerable catch for things that are urgent. And I would recommend that addendums only be used for matters considered to be urgent to be dealt with. And I think Councillor Shea's comments or amendment allows for those notices with no motion to be very specific for urgent time-sensitive manners that have no other way of getting to council in time, although it's very rarely that we wouldn't know on a Monday, but perhaps waiting on a number from a consultant. I don't know, that there are those options, and it would keep it to a matter of doing business rather than politics. So I think that would solve a lot of the transparency issues. And if it was indeed deemed to be urgent by council.
Thank you, Clerk Sharp. I'm not seeing anybody else with their hand up, either on my participants screen or on the overall screen. So I'm wondering if you could read the motion at hand for the vote.
The motion, through your worship, is that the main motion be amended by adding on the recommendation of staff.
All those in favor indicate with a hand raised. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. That motion carries. Clerk Sharbuck, to the next motion.
To the main motion, just for clarity, Councillor Shea, did you second the main motion? Okay,
yes,
perfect.
he did.
Thank you. Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea, that motions without notice be included in the procedural bylaw with the approval of a 2/3 vote of council and based on the recommendation of staff.
All those in favor, oh, pardon me. Okay. All those in favor, please indicate with a hand raise. Oh, Councillor Townsend and, sorry, Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend, are you voting on it or were you seeking clarification before I called the vote? Okay, you're voting both?
Voting.
Just want to check. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Is there anything further? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had one more comment on the procedure bylaw, and it's more a request of staff than it is a motion. And what I'm suggesting is that in section 3.9, we talk about correspondence, and we've been working on what our process should be. And I'm wondering if you could just make sure that the wording within the procedure bylaw actually matches the practice that has now been introduced. And I realize it's still at the discretion of the clerk or the CAO, but just to be a little clearer on what does get distributed and when.
Pardon me, Clerk Sharbuck.
Through your worship. Sorry, Councillor Townsend, what section did you just say?
Sorry, it was 3.9 of the easy reference guide. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing this.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me, bear with me. I just want to look at that section.
And that's why I suggested that it might be something you take away rather than you do here, to be honest.
I'd like it clear today. So just for those of you who don't have the easy reference guide in front of you, 3.9 says all correspondence addressed to the mayor and or the council received by the office of the clerk, which refers to the business of the corporation, shall be provided to the mayor and council together with copies to the appropriate member of staff via email in a communications report. The clerk, in consultation with the CAO, shall determine correspondence items be listed directly on the agenda for council's information or consideration. Any member may request that a correspondence item and that email communications be included on the next agenda and shall indicate what recommendation to include on the agenda. So this hasn't, I have been emailing, forwarding correspondence to council ahead of the meeting, but when the new procedural bylaw is passed, or perhaps with council's leave, we could start this now with the correspondence process. Whatever I receive gather it up once a week, send an email, or send it as it comes. I think sometimes it's easier to list them in an email and send them out rather than you're just constantly getting emails from me with, I don't know, an update from whatever ministry. So if I send that out in a weekly email package to council, and whatever staff I think may need to have input on those information items, then things that we feel we need, staff feel we need on the agenda, the CAO and I will determine and set those out on the agenda. And those may not be necessarily big business matters, but sometimes public information matters. Perhaps something from Dr. Era at this point in the COVID process might be something that doesn't change the business of council, but it's important to share with the public. And then whatever you as a council member, when you look at this list of correspondence, if you think, okay, good to know, then that's all you do. If you think, oh, wait a minute, this item, I think I want this on the agenda, then you let me know and it gets added to the agenda with a recommendation to support it or ask for a report on it, whatever the case may be. And I guess this 3.9 correspondence piece was set out to add clarity about the correspondence, and so that our agendas don't have a laundry list of correspondence received that really isn't the business of council, or there's no reason for it to be on your agenda. It keeps it to things that are supposed to be there, and yet everybody's informed of the same stuff at the same time.
Councillor Townsend?
That's fine, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you were comfortable with the process we're doing is in line with the wording of that particular section in that particular document. Thank you.
Through your worship, I would ask, is it council's wish that we move forward with this particular piece starting now? This correspondence piece, regardless of the state of the procedural bylaw. I realize it's still in draft form, but would you like to give this a trial run as we move forward? I guess.
Clerk Sherbeck, with your question, are you looking for a motion to that effect? Or just a consensus, or what are you looking for?
Through your worship, just a consensus. Would you like to give it a try and see if this is working for us? And it gives us a little bit of time between now and the passing of the procedural bylaw to see if this actually is what we want to do.
So members of council, do you wish a consensus through nodding your head or a thumbs up? What am I seeing? All right, Councillor Shea, I cannot interpret what you're wanting to do here.
I'd like to speak to the issue.
Okay, very good. Please speak to the issue.
I'd like to, first of all, I support the consensus, but I would like it to, where it says received by the office of the clerk, I would like it to say received by staff. I'm thinking, what if it comes into the CAO? I think a lot of things come to the CAO that address the mayor and refer to the business of the corporation. So I'd like it to include received by the office of the clerk or CAO or mayor, because I assume some things come addressed directly to the mayor, but that are referring to the business of the corporation and ought to be distributed as well. We're just trying to make it a little bit more inclusive.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbeck, with Councillor Shea's suggestion, does that make it more inclusive, or do you have any comment with regard to that?
Sure, through you, your worship. I do appreciate that it's important to include all of this correspondence that comes in. Technically, if it goes to the CAO or mayor, it should also come, they would be forwarding it to me. But I think this clarifies that we all have a role to play in gathering up our pieces of correspondence and getting together so that I can include them all in that email list out. Is that what you mean, Councillor Shea?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I got it.
All of that comes to you. So this is just adding clarity. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor Shea, your audio went out a little bit, and I just want for clarity of everyone listening in what you just said, please.
Sure. I thank you for your comments, Clerk. I didn't know that all of those other emails go to you as it is now.
Maybe.
Or are being forwarded to you. So I think adding the verbiage just confirms the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. So through you, Your Worship, my understanding is let's give this correspondence or the method of handling it a trial run, and you can all let me know how that's working out when we meet again. How's that?
Okay, and I see the members of council here seem to be fine with that. Yep, okay. So with that, members of council, is there anything further with regard to the procedural bylaw? I am not seeing anything on no hands up with regard to the participants list, and I'm now looking at the screen. No, I don't see anything further. Clerk Scharbeck, is there one final motion on this, or can we finalize your report to this matter?
Through you, Your Worship, I think everything's been addressed by resolution.
Okay.
What I will do for a next step is incorporate all of the directions from today into a revised draft procedural bylaw and bring that forward to a future meeting. So council has an opportunity to review that draft before we put it on an agenda to adopt. And that final draft coming forward will be our notice to the public of our intent to pass a new bylaw. So it'll be hopefully the final draft, maybe some minor amendments to it at that time, but that will be our notice to the public. This is what we're looking at passing at a future meeting.
Well, thank you for identifying the next steps. I'm not seeing any hands raised with regard to what you just said, Clerk Scharbeck. But I do want to say thank you very much. I know this was a very detailed project, and I just recognize all of your effort, also recognizing other staff were involved, and the dialogue by this this council and the contributions that citizens made to their input into this. So thank you to one and all. So we are now completed with the clerk's report. Perhaps you want lunch, and I'm wondering if here's what I'm going to put out. Coming back at 1:40, maybe that's a half an hour. Do you want more? What do you say, members of council? I see Councillor Hutchinson is fine with that. Does anybody else have a suggestion? No, I've got, all right. This is a happy time. I have an indication that people want lunch, and we'll come back at the 1:40 mark, and please enjoy your lunch. And if I could just remind you to turn your mic and your video off. Thank you. See you at that time. Clerk Scharbeck, does it look like Councillor Shea is logged out?
I don't see his name, but you have 5, oh, actually 4. I don't see Councillor. There's Councillor Hamilton. And so.
My question to you is, do we have a quorum?
Yeah, 4 for sure, yes.
All right, members of council, shall we proceed? We've got a big agenda, so we have the quorum, so we can do that. So I hope you had a wonderful lunch, and we are now on 7.1.3, Chief Administrative Officer, 7.1.3.1, 2020 Strategic Vision Plan Q4 Update. Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report 2020 Strategic Vision Plan Q4 Update.
Is there a mover for this recommendation? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, is that you moving it?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, is that you seconding it?
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, CAO Johnson, do you have any information you wish to provide us?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council, this is the 4th quarter report for the 2020 reporting cycle of our strategic vision plan. You will notice that there are some priorities that have had that have slipped, primarily due to the impacts of COVID and other events being canceled. However, you may also know that our year in review has just been distributed, and it captures it mirrors this quite nicely. It's been a busy year, and I'm quite pleased with some of the progress. but happy to answer questions if you have any.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Questions from members of council? So I am not seeing any questions on the dashboard. And as I just finished my sentence, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I will be very quick with this. Just a quick question here. On the community vision sessions, is that something maybe we can look at this year? If we could just even try to host a Zoom or something, just a public Zoom, to get kind of caught up. Just a question through you, Mayor Robinson, to the CAO. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy, for the question. I've had a few conversations with other members of council, and we are going to put some thought to how we can have a special meeting. I mean, we've had a few. Is there an echo? Oh no, that's good. I'm fine. You can hear me okay? How we can engage the public, and Zoom's going to be the answer for sure. So more to come on that. Thank you for the question.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
No, I just a real quick follow-up. I just want to say thank you very much for the hard work that's gone into, with the complications that we've had during the pandemic, and I think we've accomplished quite a bit with what we were faced with. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. Just a couple points. I just have to go to my agenda here. So under Pillar 3, promote community, I did mention this before about supporting local community groups, celebrating West Grey, that it says that it was completed. Oh, no, I lost it, but it was completed, but we really didn't do that, right? We put that off because due to our budget cuts. So I don't know whether we can really say it was completed or we should be saying deferred.
Madam CAO.
Thank you. And thank you for the question, Councillor. We are still going to be fine tuning this matrix because it can be a little bit confusing. When I say that we've completed some support for community groups, I was really thinking more about our participation in the Santa Claus parade, those sorts of things. So as much as we would like to have done so much more, we were able to do some things, but perhaps we need another color to say in progress. I'm not quite sure how we capture that more clearly, but you raise a good point. It's been a very different year, and so
yeah. Can I make a request to given that we talk about accessibility and whatnot, I'm a little bit colorblind and I have a real problem with deferring to black from the dark red. Can we use a different color, like a blue or something? I just when I look at it, I can't tell unless I zoom in when I'm using my iPad, which makes it smaller. So is that something we can fix?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely, we can make that change. Thank you for that request.
Okay.
Are you all done, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Madam CAO, I wasn't looking at it the same way that Councillor Hutchinson was. I was looking at based on what we approved rather than what we would have liked to have done or what we did in prior years. Trying to give that lens that says it is a different year. We are having changes sometimes on the fly. Mm-hmm. And so, there was an agreement we would do the Halloween agreement, we do the Santa Claus event. There was agreement that we would cut back on the amount of dollars that we would give out, this year, and we'd focus a little differently. And so that's kind of the lens I looked at it. So I'm not sure if you need another color as much as to describe potentially, what was done somehow, at a very, less than a sentence almost, a few words that might give an idea of why we did this or why we didn't do that if it was deferred. Other than that, like I know you put deferred due to COVID, that's exactly what I mean. Something that short that might help us and remind us of the fact that we did approve what you did. And I think that's what we're measuring. What stick did we hold up for you to measure against? And that's the one that you'd measure, right? Anyway, just
and through Madam Mayor, yes. No, thank you for that comment, Councillor. And that's very good perspective. I mean, as I think about, we supported the food bank, there's a number of things. So those that little bit of extra information would actually make this a much more useful and useful document to refer back to. So I will take that recommendation.
I come up with one once in a while.
Yes, we'll leave that there.
Are there any other members of council that have a question with regard to the CAO's report? Okay, I'm not seeing anything on the participant list or on screen. I think we might be at the time where we would call the vote. All those in favor? Actually, Clerk Sharbutt, could you read the motion at hand, please?
Through your worship, the motion is that council receives the report 2020 Strategic Vision Plan Q4 update.
Welcome back, Councillor Shea. All right. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted. The motion carries. Thank you. 7.2 bylaws. 7.2.1 proposed bylaw 05-2021 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan bylaw. Clerk Sharbutt, could you please read the recommendation?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 05-2021, being a bylaw to adopt a community safety and well-being plan, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I am seconding the motion.
Is there any questions with regard to this proposed bylaw? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On to item 7.3, new business. 7.3.1, support for Peter Julian, MP, New Westminster Burnaby, BC, RE, Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act. Clerk Sharbutt to the recommendation.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports the request of Peter Julian, MP, New Westminster Burnaby, BC, dated November 26, 2020, to endorse Bill C-213, the Canada Pharmacare Act, as introduced by the New Democratic Party caucus to provide universal health care for Canadians.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Does any member of council have a question with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little concerned of the timing of doing this, and I know it takes time to get in, and I'm not really 100% clear on exactly what they want. I know they're asking virtually for everything, but again, it seems a little broad to me to be moving forward, particularly municipal supporting a federal level when there's somewhere in between and it's going to affect our province, and haven't heard anything on that front to any large degree. I know they're talking transfer payments and what all that means and et cetera. So they're down in the weeds in a way, but I'm just a little concerned with the timing and the fact that I'm not sure I want to put the municipality's name on it from my point of view. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbutt, are you able to respond to any of Councillor Townsend's inquiries?
At this point in time, it is a request from a federal member of parliament to support a federal bill that's being brought forward by the NDP party. I don't know, it's council's wish to support it or not. I would say vote yay or nay, depending on your position on it.
Yep, just looking for your perspective on that. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of cents to throw in there. I do support it. I think it's the perfect time. We're in the middle of a COVID emergency and a lot of people are out of work. A lot of people don't have coverage from for pharmaceuticals. And this bill is proposing that everyone be covered. And also suggests that it would cost a lot less money. Could be we'd be buying medicine at a national level instead of each province. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on this motion, Council? See none on the participants list. Looking at the screen. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. There's 4 members of council that have voted in the affirmative. Could you please clear your screen, and all those not in favor, please indicate. So that is 2 members of council that indicated not in favor, but the motion does carry 4-2. The motion is carried. If you could clear your screen, please. So I'm flipping over the page now to item number 7.3.2. Oh, but before I go any further, Clerk Sharbuck, your hand is up.
Through you, Your Worship, I was just wanting to speak to 7.3.2. The member that submitted this notice of motion is not present at today's meeting, so it would be appropriate to defer until that member is available to be here and present her notice of motion.
Thank you. And on the item 7.3.2, notice of motion regarding vacant unit rebate. Clerk Sharbuck, are you suggesting that we put a motion to defer, or it just automatically gets deferred? I'm thinking, what would your preference be so that we can advise council?
Through you, Your Worship, I think it would be appropriate to move that the motion to be deferred to a future agenda.
Would there be, oh, pardon me, go ahead.
Perhaps the February 16th agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend?
No, Madam Mayor, I had a question.
Oh, yes, have your question, because we don't have a motion at this point. Take your question.
The question was, could somebody else move it forward in the absence of that one member not being here if they would have supported it anyway?
Clerk Sharbuck?
Through your worship, yes, council can address it, but it would be appropriate to have the member that supported it or moved the motion or requested the notice of motion at the meeting. It's entirely up to council how you wish to proceed, though, of course.
Yeah, I asked because I think we've all talked around it. And so I would rather see it discussed now rather than have it come back and have a further delay. And I don't know if that's time critical or not based on when the county will be dealing with this, but I did feel that perhaps just because the member isn't here, if there's sufficient support for it, I don't know why we wouldn't go forward.
Clerk Sharbuck, I have, I couldn't respond. May I respond from the chair?
Sure.
Okay, members of council, I have a response, and that is I do know from Kevin Wepler, who is the treasurer at Grey County. He intends to put a report forward to Grey County Council. In February, it is my understanding, unless that has changed to date. The other thing I just wanted to draw attention to is I believe under the schedule that lower tiers are able to make the decision, but I would defer to our Director of Finance and Treasurer for any further comment. Those are my comments. Thank you. So with that, Clerk Sharbuck.
I'm just wondering, are we actually proceeding with this motion?
Actually, very good point at this time. So how does council wish to proceed with that? I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this resolution, so I think we can move it forward. Given that the counselor isn't here, I think we've had some discussion on this already, and most people have been sort of somewhat in favor. So I'd like to make a motion that we move it forward.
So approve the, you're moving the notice of motion as presented in the agenda. Is that what you're saying,
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson? Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I would second that motion.
Thank you. Comments? I'm just double checking. Councillor Hutchinson, do you have a comment? Because your hand is
No.
up.
No,
Councillor
sorry.
Townsend, then? No? All right, at this point, I will, Clerk Scharbeck, is there, would you like to read the notice of motion that is now our motion so that it's clear for our citizens?
Through your worship, the notice of motion reads, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, whereas Schedule 30 to Bill 229, the Protect, Support and Recover from COVID-19 Act, amends Section 313 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended with respect to the prescribed subclass tax reductions. And whereas the amendments provide that municipalities may, by bylaw, provide for different percentages than those that are set out in the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to a maximum of 35%. And whereas Schedule 30 to Bill 229 amends Section 364 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and provides that municipalities other than lower tier municipalities may, by bylaw, reduce the percentages for or eliminate the tax rebate program that provide vacancy rebates for eligible properties with vacant portions. And whereas the upper tier municipality, being the County of Grey, has authority in regards to setting tax ratios and the vacant unit rebate program for all lower tiers within the County of Grey. And whereas the Municipality of West Grey Council deems it to be unfair for the many West Grey businesses that are paying the full rate, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby requests the County of Grey to consider passing a bylaw to eliminate the vacant unit rebate program in accordance with the County of Grey collaborative decision-making framework, and that this motion be circulated to other lower tier municipalities in the County of Grey to request their support. And I just would ask that we could clarify with our Director of Finance that it is a county role at this point in time. That was our understanding, and we did chat about that before.
Director Mighton?
Yes, so I've tried to do some further research working with Kevin Wepler at the County of Grey. So some of the amendments, it looks like in the December 8th, 2020 bill, have reverted the authority back down to local lower tier municipalities to pass their bylaws individually. So it looks like we may be able to do it without having to go across the county. So that was one of the changes, it looks like, in that December 8th Bill 229 that received royal assent. So we can bring back a bylaw for a future meeting.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Clerk Scharbeck, was there anything further?
No, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions, and now I am. Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that information, because with that new information, it sounds like it is a lower tier, a new opportunity for a lower tier. So does it still make sense to send this to the County of Grey, or should it be instead that we receive a staff report about this? So I support the idea. I just, I don't think it has to go to Grey County anymore. So I don't know if that would be, well, that's kind of rewriting the whole motion, but I think it should be a staff report from West Grey. So just looking for a path forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, did you want to respond to a path forward, perhaps?
Sure, through you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Hamilton has made a good point that I think the intent of this notice of motion was that the vacancy rebate program be revisited by somebody, whoever's in charge of it, right? So I think the intent remains the same. if it was to be amended, or if Councillor Hamilton wanted to move that it be amended by removing the last two sentences. So that whereas the Municipality of West Grey Council deems it to be unfair for the many West Grey businesses that are paying the full rate, now therefore be it resolved, instead of the be it resolved, replace that with that a staff report come back to council to consider this matter, or something like that would be more appropriate. And now it is in our jurisdiction. And I think before royal assent of that bill, it was not. So we're just in the flux, but we might as well do it properly for the time we're in now.
Councillor Hamilton.
Pardon me, I would move that amendment as so clearly articulated by our clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this? Is that, I'm just double checking. Is that Councillor Shea? I'm just double checking with the hands up. So Councillor Shea, is that you? I'm not sure as a seconder.
No, I wanted to address it, but I didn't want to second that.
Okay, that's fine. I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Are you seconding it or not to the amendment? And may I just remind you, you're on mute.
Sorry, can I second that? I was the one that made the motion to begin with.
Oh. Yes, you can second it. I'll give you a moment.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, I'll second it.
Okay. So, Councillor Shea, you've got your hand up for a question.
Yes, and it's on the principal motion. So we're doing an amendment now, right? So
Yes.
Should I reserve my comment on the principal motion till after the amendment? Oh, well, I think I can speak to the amendment.
Excuse me, Councillor Shea, I think Clerk Sharbuck was just trying to get in there, and I apologize for the interruption, but Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Your Worship, I just wondered if Councillor Shea perhaps had a question on the main motion before the amendment was moved and seconded, but if it would impact the amendment, then it would be appropriate to hear that now, I guess, is before we get too far along.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it could impact the amendment. We decided to move forward on Councillor Hergert's motion with the understanding that we all essentially supported it and that we were comfortable moving forward in her absence. Now we're amending it to basically remove its principle, therefore be it resolved. So I'm not sure that we are being fair to Councillor Hergert if we are basically gutting her motion in her absence. So I would suggest that perhaps the amendment could be revised or further amended to leave all of the original words in, and then to add the new provision as a further effect of this notice of motion. So that we would request that County of Grey do this, but that we also ask for a staff report looking at our options to do it at a lower level.
Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Your Worship, I understand Councillor Shea's point, and it is a good point that the member who moved this is not here. But if we stick with the same now, therefore, be it resolved, we're asking the County of Grey to do something that is out of their jurisdiction to do. So we can't actually vote on that main motion. And I think at the time that this was written, there wasn't that clarity that it was within our power to do something about the vacant unit rebate. It was in the hands of the county. And I know that the member's concern was that the vacant unit rebate piece be considered, revisited, and eliminated. But now, between the writing of this and the voting on it, it is in West Grey's jurisdiction. So I think the intent
I'll therefore move that this be deferred.
Clerk Scharbeck, a motion to defer takes precedent. Could you just clarify on that? That is correct on our procedural bylaw. I'm deferring to you, as it were.
Yes, to defer the amendment.
Oh.
To defer the
Or-
overall motion.
Councillor Shea again, please.
To defer the motion, the original motion.
Clerk Scharbeck.
So how will we dispose of the amendment? So to defer the amendment and the main motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Clerk Scharbeck, at this point, I'd be looking for a seconder. Just making sure procedurally that this is correct.
Yeah.
Would I be, thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Am I seeing Councillor Townsend as a seconder? I'm inquiring. I just see your hand up.
No, Madam Mayor, I had a comment or a question to make.
Okay, I would go for, I guess what I'd be doing is looking for a seconder first, and then I'll come right back to your question. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion? Councillor, your mic?
So, sorry, since I moved the motion and then I second the amendment, I might as well defer it, second the deference and make it a clean sweep. Yes, I'll second that.
Okay. So Clerk Scharbeck, I just want to confirm something, and that is when we do have a motion to defer, that there can be questions and comments. I just wanted to double check on that.
It says no.
No, the motion is to defer. I think we have to defer the amendment and then defer the main motion separately, technically.
So take us through that, please.
So right now there's a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson that the main motion be amended by changing the last portion and asking for a staff report to be brought back regarding the vacant unit rebate program, because it is now within the realm of West Grey jurisdiction. So that motion has been moved and seconded. It is on the floor. Now we have a motion to defer that by Councillor Shea and Councillor Hutchinson. I think once that is deferred, then we also defer the main motion following. It doesn't make sense to defer only one, but only one is on the floor at the time. And the motion to defer is just a vote. It's not a should we or shouldn't we defer.
All right. So is everybody clear? Councillor Shea, I see your hand up.
Yes, I intend only to defer the main motion. So we can go ahead and vote on the amendment, and then I would like to come back and defer the main motion.
Okay, so for clarity, Clerk Scharbeck, I just want to make sure procedurally we are correct on, so you've heard Councillor Shea.
Okay, procedurally.
Yes, yes, please.
We've gone down quite a path. Now there's a motion to defer the amendment moved by Councillor Shea and Councillor Hutchinson. And I just want to clarify that that is not on the floor, or is that withdrawn until the amendment is voted on?
Yes, my amendment, my motion to defer was to defer the main motion. It got expanded to include the amendment. That was not really my goal.
Okay.
So if that raises the problem, I'd just like to focus on the main motion.
So if we could just take a step back and deal with the main motion, or sorry, the motion to amend first, and then get back to Councillor Shea's motion. I think it just jumped the queue a little bit there and got ahead of the vote on the amendment. So we can correct this just by simply voting on the amendment. Okay. And then returning back to Councillor Shea and Councillor Hutchinson's hat trick.
So Clerk Sharback, could you please read the mover and seconder and the motion that we are to vote on now? I just want clarity for council, but those listening in, and I thank you for your patience.
So the motion to amend is that the main motion be amended by changing the resolution to state, now therefore be it resolved that a staff report be brought back regarding the vacant unit rebate.
Okay. All those in favor, please indicate with your hands raised. All members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Clerk Sharback, I do see Councillor Townsend's hand. Councillor Townsend, you have an inquiry?
Yes, I do. As a point of order.
Yes.
I had put my hand up before there was a seconder for the deferral because you can't debate, once it's seconded, I believe. And I just wanted to say basically that referring it to staff because we could do it ourselves has exactly the same intent, i.e. to review the rate and get it reduced as the original one does. So I don't know why we would defer or even consider not moving forward when we'd already said we're going forward, if we can get to the same thing rather than, again, delaying it and bringing it back for further discussion later. It's on the table. We know what our goal is. The goal hasn't gone unchanged. And I'm sure that Councillor Hergert, who isn't here, would agree with that, since that's the goal that we've talked about around the table. So deferral to me doesn't accomplish anything. All it does is just delay the topic for a later date when in fact we could move sooner. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Clerk Sharback, where are we at now?
Where are we at now? We have a motion to defer moved by Councillor Shane, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. So in some way, council needs to dispose of that motion. Either probably the easiest way is with a vote, to be honest.
All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. At this point, I see one member of council voted in favor. If you could clear the dashboard. All those opposed indicate with an X mark. Five members of council voted against the motion. The motion lost. If you could please clear your dashboard. All right, just so that everybody is clear, Clerk Sharback, where did we land with that one on that last part so that we're clear for everyone, please?
So we're at the main motion, which has been amended. So it reads as it is set out on your agenda. However, the last two paragraphs have been changed to be, now therefore be it resolved that a staff report be brought back regarding the vacant unit rebate.
And thank you. Could you please identify who moved and seconded?
It's moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up.
Yes, I'd just like to comment that by sending it back to the staff and bringing forward a report, we still get another chance to vote. And I think it's by deferring it, we're going to delay the process. So we will have an opportunity to discuss this again. But I think I agree with Councillor Townsend. I think Councillor Hergert would be in favor of it. So we might as well get it done, is what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody else. So all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. So I believe that takes us over to 7.3.3, correct, Clerk Sharback?
Yes.
This is notice of motion, conference and seminar policy. would it be appropriate for the mover I guess we would need this motion read. And I'm wondering, I like the courtesy of extending it to the member of council that has put the motion forward. So I'm just going to first, procedurally, Clerk Sharbeck, is there any issue with that?
No.
Thank you very much. I believe this is Councillor Townsend. I just want to confirm, is this yours
Yes, it
to
is.
move?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So as the mover, would you like to read your notice of motion?
I will. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Again, the motion is to do with conference and seminar policy. Whereas bylaw 72-2018 outlines the conference and seminar policy for council and staff of the Municipality of West Grey. And whereas the current version of the conference and seminar policy includes the following three specific terms for both council and staff. Number one, the maximum number of conferences and seminars that can be attended each year for which the expenses incurred are eligible for submission to the municipality for reimbursement. And number two, a commitment by municipality to pay each attendee a per diem rate for each day or part day the attendee is away from home, including a travel day. And number three, a commitment by the municipality to cover the conference or seminar expenses related to travel, accommodation, meals, parking, and eligible sundries for each attendee. And whereas the bylaw was developed when conferences and seminars were primarily offered and held as in-person events, and whereas as a result of COVID-19, 2020 conferences and seminars were primarily offered and held online, resulted in an estimate reduction of approximately 50% in expenses directly related to the reduction in travel, accommodation, parking, meals, and other sundry expenses. And whereas the expectation for future conferences and seminars is to offer and hold them either in person, online, or both, so the conference and seminar policy going forward will need to address this variety of options. Therefore, be it resolved, the council directs staff to revise bylaw 72-2018 as follows. A, replace a number of days with a maximum dollar amount reflecting cost reduction to encourage attendees to select online education where offered, available annually to each of council and staff to attend conferences and seminars or other education opportunities directly related to their role, career, noting each person may choose how to spend the funds. B, revised bylaw 72-2018 to address the shift in how conference, seminars, or other education opportunity expenses will be incurred in the future, ensuring at least the following are addressed. Number one, the remuneration for each day or part day the conference, seminar, or other education opportunity held online is attended with no travel allowance. And two, defining the other expenses, if any, covered by the municipality for a conference, seminar, or other education opportunity attended online. Identify and revise other areas within bylaw 72-2018 where changes are required, if any. And C, identify the financial impact of the above so it's reflected in the approved West Grey 2021 budget.
Pardon me. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I'll second the motion.
Any questions? Councillor Shea.
I believe Councillor Hutchinson has a notice of motion forthcoming to reopen the council remuneration policy. And I wonder if it might not be advisable to discuss both of these at the same time. And for that reason, I'd like to move that we defer this so that it coincides with the same agenda that Councillor Hutchinson's motion comes forward.
Okay. On the motion to defer, which is moved by Councillor Shea, is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, is that you? I'm just confirming. Excuse me, Councillor Hutchinson, your mic.
Sorry, can I add to that motion if regarding the deferral?
So our Clerk Sharbuck, I would like some assistance with this.
A motion to defer has been moved. How do you mean add to it? I would add to it only a date. That's the only way it's amendable.
Yeah, so I believe my notice of motion is coming forward in our next budget meeting.
Yes.
Which is right. I was just going to suggest that that our treasurer bring forward some numbers so that when we look at this, we have something to compare with.
Kind of beyond the deferral motion. So if the motion to defer, I would suggest that that there was a suggestion of a notice of motion maybe coming forward to the February 23rd budget meeting. So Councillor Shea has moved that this motion be deferred to be at the same time as that. So can we say to the next budget meeting, just to set a time frame on it, and that will be when Councillor Hutchinson's notice of motion will also be on the agenda, if that suits. Otherwise, it's just a motion to defer. And other than the date, there's not much to amend or debate.
Okay, so I'll second that with given that it'll come forward at their next budget date.
Councillor Shea, is that fine for your moving the motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there's no debate on a motion to defer. So all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Five members of council have voted in favor of this. If you could please clear your dashboard. All those opposed indicate with an X mark. One member of council is not in favor of this. The motion does carry. Okay. Councillor Townsend, your hand.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The only concern I have is how we handle expenses between January 1st and whenever. So I just like people to keep that in mind when we have our discussion of budget.
Would you like a response from our treasurer?
Yes, please.
Director Mighton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Until a change is made in the bylaw, all expenses will be paid and reported as the existing bylaw. So the per diems and the maximum conference attendances all stay in place until any bylaw is amended for that.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Just looking at something. Okay, so we are now moving on to, by looking at something, I'm in my agenda. And on item 8, public meetings, there's nothing listed on this agenda. Item 9 is comment period. So Supervisor Hewlett, could you please explain how somebody in our audience, whether they are online or on the phone, or have submitted an email, can participate? Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate during comment period can do so in a variety of ways. The first would be by raising your hand, in which you can verbally state your comment to council. If you have joined us using the online software, you can raise your hand by clicking the raise your hand icon, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Alternatively, if you have joined us over the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and alternatively *9 to lower your hand as well. The other option would be to send a chat message through the software to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. At this time, Mayor Robinson, I did receive one comment via email that I can read at your request.
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay, so this comes from Marion Radcliffe, and it states, "Hello, Mayor Robinson and Council. Thank you for carrying the motion to keep the comment period in the agenda. You've heard enough from me on its importance. I believe the delegation made by Mr. Magwood was well presented and spoke to a very important issue. It is my hope that council will support the protection of farmland and natural land from urban sprawl. I also hope council takes his message to heart as they review the West Grey official plan and any future plans to expand Durham or Newstead. I also have concerns about removing the vouchers from the agenda. Even if not completely reviewed, it is good for councillors to question any unusual spending on the voucher. If the decision is made to remove them, then rather than requiring a request to West Grey offices could be included in another column on the agenda and minutes page of the website for public viewing. Thank you for your time and take care. Marion Radcliffe, West Grey.
Supervisor Hewlett, thank you for reading that comment, and to Marion Radcliffe, thank you for the comment. Supervisor Hewlett, are there any other comments?
Sorry, just taking a quick review of the dashboard and the chat. I have not received any other comments, nor do I see any members of the public wishing to make comment at this time.
Thank you. So members of council, will move on to item 10 then, and that is adoption of minutes. 10.1 is the January 15, 2021 special council meeting. 10.2 is the January 19, 2021 council meeting. 10.3 is the January 20th, 21 special council meeting. Just for your identification, Clerk Charbot, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Your worship, the recommendation is that council hereby adopts the minutes of the special council meetings of January 15th and 20th, 2021, and the minutes of the regular council meeting of January 19th, 2021, as circulated. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover and seconder, and then any questions or comments. So Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Townsend, your hand's up? Nope. All right. Are there any questions? I am not seeing any. So all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All 6 members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 11, which is committee and local board minutes. So we do have, first of all, 11.1 Commercial Beautification Committee, November 19th, 2020 and January 21st, 2021 draft minutes. Item 11.2, Durham Business Improvement Area, January 13, 2021 draft minutes. Item 11.3, West Grey Local Accessibility Committee, November 12th, 2020 and January 20th, 2021 draft minutes. 11.4, West Grey Public Library Board minutes, December 9th, 2020. And then 11.5, West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group, November 25th, 2020 minutes and January 13th, 2021 draft minutes. Along with this section, we also ask members of council if there's any updates on their particular committees. And I'm wondering if we could take that first and then deal with the motion. So with that, I'm just going to check with Councillor Townsend. Do you have an update on anything?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, there was an addendum that was published. I believe that was yesterday. And 11.5 is the West Grey Safety Working Group, November 25th minutes and the January 13th, 2021. It also contains a motion, and the motion is included in that addendum with a recommendation that council approves the recommendation from the Traffic Working Group to reduce the speed limit from 50 to 40 kilometers per hour on roads running through the settlement boundaries of Durham, Ayton, Newstead, and Elmwood, with the support of municipal staff, and further that we request council to bring this recommendation forward to the County of Grey and the province of Ontario for support on their respective roadways. So the request is to deal with that separately as an approval, not just a received. And you're muted, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Yes, we definitely have that. And if you are utilizing your revised agenda, it is incorporated right into the agenda at hand. So that is a motion that we can deal with right now. And then we can get any, because you've identified it and dealt with the traffic safety working group, we could go for a mover and seconder on this and have if there's any questions, and call the vote. And then I'd also be looking for any other updates from committees, and then deal with the to receive. That's how we did it last time. We'll see if that's smooth and how we wish to proceed further. So with that, I'm going to have the clerk just identify that we are now dealing with the motion, and formally, could you read the motion with regard to the Traffic Safety Committee, please?
Through you, Your Worship. As Councillor Townsend noted, the recommendation was contained in the draft minutes that were included in the original agenda, but the recommendation had not been pulled and printed on the agenda. It reads, as he stated, that Council approves the recommendation of the Traffic Safety Working Group to reduce the speed limit from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour on roads running through the settlement boundaries of Durham, Ayton, Newstead, and Elmwood, with the support of municipal staff, and further that we request Council to bring this recommendation forward to the County of Grey and the Province of Ontario for support on their respective roadways.
Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I am, and I do have a comment afterwards, please.
All right, so noted. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Councillor Townsend?
Thank you very much. I should comment that this motion is supported by both the Director of Public Works and Chief Martin because of problems with excessive speeding and the risk to people within the settlement areas. So it does have their support as well as the committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments or questions with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, your hand is up. No? All right. I do want to just identify two things with regard to committees and local boards. I want to extend a congratulations to the new chair of the West Grey Police Services Board, and that is Doug Townsend. And the vice chair of the West Grey Police Services Board is Councillor Jeffrey Shea. Looking forward to the year ahead. I also want to inform council that the SVC, the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority task force that is dealing with water resources, as was identified with the general manager of SVCA, Jennifer Stevens, this morning. Our first meeting is tomorrow, so that it is going to not only deal with the terms of reference and the work plan to not only address all the items under a terms of reference, but to deal with the Durham gates as well. So I wanted to inform the members of council of that. Are there any other committee or board updates? Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to those minutes. I'm talking about the accessibility minutes, the second set, if you'll dated January 20th. Two items. One, there was a recommendation, and I'm at liberty to say that Cheryl, I've just forgotten Cheryl's last name, her chair.
Lindsay? Cheryl Lindsay?
Cheryl Lindsay, who uses a wheelchair, was in the Durham hospital a couple of weeks ago and was found that she, because of COVID restrictions, was not able to access the accessible washrooms. And the committee wanted to ask council to discuss with the hospital administration, recognizing that they're completely separate legal entities, if there was any possible solution for that sort of situation. So that was a resolution that was passed by the committee.
Pardon me, I had my mute on at that time. Clerk Sharbeck, is that an item that we can address now, or is this something that we'd have to bring at another item, another agenda? Just looking for clarity, please, because we've got the minutes before us.
Through your worship, the minutes are included in this package. I don't think it's an out of the blue item to include that request of council. I'm just trying to pull them up here and I can't see them.
Page 178.
To find the exact wording of the resolution that we're supporting.
Councillor Shea, you referenced a page number, perhaps again?
Page 178.
Thank you.
So sorry, I don't mean to hold things up, but I would say that the reason I included the traffic safety group's recommendation on an addendum is I felt that it was important to have it at the same meeting that the minutes came forward in. And Councillor Townsend highlighted that in time to get it on an addendum. And this one I think is appropriate for council address now while the minutes are in the package. I think everybody on council and in the public and on staff has had an opportunity to read those minutes in the package. So it's certainly not a surprise. And it would definitely be appropriate to move forward. And sorry, I'm just bear with me.
That's just fine, thank you.
Here we are. Okay. So the recommendation would be that council approve the recommendation of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure that West Grey have a dialogue with the Durham hospital administrators about challenges related to accessible washrooms. Is that a fair summary, Councillor Shea?
Yes, maybe it could even say COVID related challenges.
Okay, perfect. Yes, that's clear. So that council approves the recommendation of the Accessibility Advisory Committee that West Grey have a dialogue with the Durham hospital administrators about COVID-related challenges with regards to accessible washrooms. Or accessing the accessible washrooms is perhaps better.
With that, Councillor Shea, are you moving that motion?
I would move that motion, thank you.
Is there a seconder for this? I see Councillor Hamilton as a seconder.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions with the motion at hand? Clerk Sharbeck, would you please read the motion so we've got the clarity of it? And thank you.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council approves the recommendation of the Accessibility Advisory Committee that West Grey have a dialogue with the Durham hospital administrators about the COVID-related challenges related to accessing accessible washrooms.
Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Councillor Shea, is there anything further?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. In the same meeting, in the same minutes, it was just noted that the committee feels that we are in a position that we need to recruit new members. We did lose a member. And so we just wanted to flag to West Grey that the next time that West Grey is doing a committee recruitment advertisement, which I think we do from time to time, that they include the accessibility committee as one that could use some new members. And we particularly identified that we are sort of a little bit Durham centric and wouldn't mind having members that represented the rest of the municipality. I don't know if there's any way to do that in a member recruitment, given human rights and everything like that. So I just wanted to pass that on informally to staff. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Clerk Sherbuck, any comment in terms of a time frame for ads? Not that we specifically need it, but is there any further comment you wish to make on what Councillor Shea has said?
Through you, Your Worship. No, I really don't have a comment other than to assure Councillor Shea that we'll be looking at other vacancies as well and putting out a request for volunteers.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, I believe you were completed with your inquiry, but I don't want to move on unless that is correct.
Well, I'm completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, then please.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a point about the West Grey Library Board minutes, December 9, 2020. I believe my name is still on there, but I'm not on that board anymore. So if maybe the board members could relay that to the CEO to take my name off that. And I was put down as a regrets for that meeting, but I wouldn't have been there at that time.
Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to do a couple of things. First of all, as far as traffic safety goes, we're still moving along on the other items. We have an MTO rep coming at our next meeting, and hopefully that will result in some additional funding for some of the things that we're recommending. Also, we are looking at other things other than the speed reductions and the speed monitors. We're also looking at other things like speed cushions or the items you see flat on the ground like that are a hump so that they can be moved, etc. And the Deputy Mayor also raised at the last meeting issues regarding parking on the residential streets, particularly in Ayton and Durham. And that's for cabs and trucks and etc. And also I know there was some issues around whether parking lots could be used and municipal parking lots, that is. And so that is sort of the future. So we're not quite done yet, but I just wanted to let the rest of council know that. Thank you very much.
Checking to make sure my mute was not on. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just to clarify, Councillor Hutchinson, regarding the library board, the library board's aware, however, the bylaw removing you from the board wasn't passed until most recently. And so you were part of quorum until then. So you were listed as regrets, but that's been resolved, and we miss you and thank you.
Well, thank you for that clarity. I'm not seeing any other member of council. I just want to let members of council know that last Friday, Grey County Committee of the Whole met to discuss the budget. So the recommendation still needs to go before County Council, but there was a proposed levy increase of 2.11%, with 1% funding to be dedicated to Affordable Housing Fund. So I just wanted to just give you that amount of information, and the minutes, if you wish to look at it, are already available on the Grey County website. So I just wanted to give that bit of information on that. Okay. Madam Madam Clerk, there is a recommendation to deal with the minutes. Would you please read the recommendation at hand?
The recommendation through your worship is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
I'll move that motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'll second that motion.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 12, miscellaneous correspondence. Item 12.1, action, items requiring action. So this is 12.1.1, Jeffrey Bowlby, General Manager, Census Management Office, request support for 2021 census. Clerk Sharback, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship. The Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Grey supports the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at www.census.gc.ca. Accurate and complete census data support programs and services that benefit our community.
Is there a mover of this motion? Is that you, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I move the motion. I'd like to encourage all people to take part in that census. It's very important data. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you the seconder for this motion?
Yes, Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Councillor Hutchinson, I'm just checking with you. Is that a question hand?
No.
No. And Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if we have any indication how we're going to deal with folks that can't do it online, because it does only refer to a website. And I don't know whether there's other support services, and I'm assuming maybe that's one way that the municipality may have to help by having areas where people can come and do it. I'm not quite sure what the role will be yet, other than as outlined in the request, which I think said about posting on our website and through social media, etc. But anyway, I'm interested if you have any other information.
Sherba, do you have any other information?
Through your worship, I don't have much further. We do have, once we get a little bit further along with this COVID lockdown, we're able to open up again. We certainly have computers and internet access at our libraries. Otherwise, it is entirely up to Census Canada, and their website may have more information on that. If there's something that I can find out about and pass on to council, I certainly will pass on through an email. And if we could share that with residents, that would be great too. I'll see what Census Canada has to offer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was my only question.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any on the participants list and on the screen. So all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. So we do have three other pieces of correspondence, items requiring action. We see 12.1.2. We can deal with them individually. Councillor Shea.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, I left my hand up. Sorry.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So 12.1.2, Jennifer Hart, West Grey resident, request to open gates at the Upper Dam Bridge. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if it's a matter of just having the clerk notify Jennifer Hart on what was stated this morning by the manager of the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority.
So we do operate under motions. Clerk Sharbeck, would you require a motion to that effect or not?
A motion providing direction is a really great opportunity to share specifically council direction with Jennifer Hart. And I can certainly reach out to her with the information from Jennifer Stevens. So it was good timing to have them both on today's agenda.
Yes, and motions are most clear for certain. So with that, Councillor Townsend, would you be moving a motion perhaps?
Excuse me, yes, I would. I would move that we direct the clerk to reach out to Jennifer Hart and provide an update on future communications and status of access to, excuse me, the upper dam bridge in Durham, sorry.
Thank you. So with that, I do see the clerk wordsmithing there on your motion. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion. And can I just add to that?
Well, let's see, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I think this morning our manager of Saugeen Valley did comment that she was reaching out to those people that sent their letter to the conservation area. So I presume that she would have reached out to Jennifer Hart and replied. And I know our council members at the Conservation Authority meeting did speak about this issue. And so it sounds like there's going to be some resolutions coming forward. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other comments? Clerk Charbet, would you please read the motion?
Council hereby directs the clerk to notify Jennifer Hart of the information shared by Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and of any further information from the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority regarding the upper dam.
Thank you. As a mover, Councillor Townsend, is that a good language? Thank you. I see a nod and a thumbs up. As the seconder, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you as well. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On item 12.1.3, Brett and Jerry Lynn Levitt, West Grey residents, minor variance application A06.2020. To that, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I would just like to make a recommendation that our clerk and our planner reach out to these individuals to let them know when the next meeting is. I believe it's going to be before our next council meeting, which will be 2 weeks from today. Unfortunately, we didn't have a committee adjustment meeting yesterday, so we didn't get this on there, but obviously there's some immediacy to this, and maybe just a matter of staff reaching out and giving them a date would be good.
Are you moving that motion?
I can do that, yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
I'll second that, yes.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the motion?
Your worship, that the clerk and planner reach out to the individuals to advise of the next committee of adjustment meeting.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. On item 12.1.4, Antonius Peters, CEO, President ATEL Networks Inc., request for letter of support. Is there any action, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'd like to speak to this if I could. Just have to call up my notes here. So ATEL, as you know, is putting in some fiber now in our community, and they're asking for support to go forward with a submitting an application for a universal broadband fund. And interesting enough, there was a lot of discussion on the Roma conference about broadband and the need for it, and even going to the point of getting it classified as essential service. And that's discussions out there, but that hasn't happened yet. But basically, what people seem to be saying is, as a municipality, we need to look at all means that we can get service out to our out to our residents. And that doesn't necessarily mean one individual or one group. We can do that in many ways. Interesting enough, there was a presenter from Telesat that was at one of the workshops I was at, and they're presenting something called LEO, which is using satellite to bring high-speed internet to sort of a hub, and then from there, the local providers take it from there. So there's a lot of discussion out there, and I'd really like to see us as a community or as a municipality look at what is the needs out there. There's a way of testing everybody's household to see what service they're getting now, how much speed they get, and then looking at mapping that, and then asking for other providers to get involved. So there's lots of movement out there. There's costs for sure, but I just like to say we need to support this group and support anyone who wants to try to bring high-speed internet to our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I support providing a letter to ATEL to move forward. I know I'm getting lots of queries around here because of the fact that we're on the border or on the line, depending which way you read the map, in this community where I live, which is out in the rural area. And there are problems, particularly in bad weather. Also, there are companies like one of the ones of Tesla that is setting up something in the neighborhood of 20 some odd thousand satellites, which is another way that we might be able to tap into. I have no idea how that works, or whether or not SWIFT is even looking at that as a quick solution rather than fiber. Eventually we'll get there, I assume, but I'm not sure it'll happen till you get more dense populations. But yeah, I would move that we do actually offer a letter of support for ATEL. And I'll also comment that, not part of the motion, but when we get down to the bylaw, I have a couple of comments on the agreement. There seems to be a few areas of confusion there.
Thank you. Okay, so you're moving a motion to prepare a letter of support, or to submit a letter of support. With that, is Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second that motion.
Okay, Clerk Sherbeck, when you're ready, could you read the motion and I will call the vote?
Through your worship, the motion is that staff are hereby directed to prepare a letter of support for ATEL.
Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item 12.2, items for information. There are a number of items that are listed for information. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Okay, would there be a mover for this motion and a seconder? And then I would be looking to members of council that are going to separate out items. So is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I will move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Thank you. I'm looking at two members of council to see if there's any items that you wish for separation on this. All right, starting with Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I have three. Would you like me just to list them?
I think so.
Okay. So it's 12.2 and then 0.1, 0.4, and 0.7. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder, we'll just get a listing of all of them at this point, and then we could come back to them. Okay. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'd also like to make comments on 12.2.2, 12.2.3, and 12.2.6.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, I would recommend that since this isn't actually a consent agenda, that we move through the items one by one. I think everyone has been noted. So if there's no comment, we move to the next one. So perhaps just starting at 12.2.1, if we could address them in order that they're on the agenda, and then whatever there's been no comment on is captured by that motion to receive.
Wonderful.
But we do have that motion on the floor. So if there's a motion that's wanted about these, it would need to come after that's addressed, and perhaps request a notice of support or something on the next agenda. Just remember, we have a mover and seconder for that one now.
So on 12.2.1, Jason Popare, Director of Ministry of Transportation, Ontario Regulations 316/03 and 863. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I was looking for, I'd like to request that the bylaw, we have a bylaw about off-road vehicles in West Grey. And so I was looking for that bylaw to be brought back to council with a staff report and how this new legislation affects our current bylaw. So I'd like to move that staff report back on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? And is that Councillor Hutchinson? Oh,
yeah, I'd also like to comment, but yes, I'll second that.
Clerk Sharbeck.
No, not until the motion that has been moved and seconded is the floor is addressed. That was so moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received. Okay. That is on the floor at this point.
Thank you. So with that, so we do have for clarity that motion to vote on. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand.
Point of clarification, point of order. So we are going to be dealing with these individually, right? Even though we're voting to receiving them.
Yes, through your worship. Yes. The motion that was just voted on,
or we are voting on,
to receive. I think moving forward, perhaps next time, if we go through the items in order, then that final capturing all the extra items isn't done first. But at this time, that was done first. Now we're going back to deal with items that council would like to deal with on an individual basis. If there's anything not addressed, it will be received, simply received by that motion that was just passed. So now we're back to item 12.2.1.
So Clerk Sharbeck, I just want to confirm, because from my perspective, I think we've done it a couple different ways, and I'm just seeking clarity for myself and everyone else. We do have a motion that is moved with regard to receiving all items unless they are otherwise to be dealt with. Are we voting on that, or are we going through, not going on that, and we're going through every item that has been identified? Please.
Council just voted on that, right? I read the motion and you called for a vote. So if that's the problem with we need to just go through the agenda items as we come to them. However, what I'm saying is, since it was moved, seconded, and voted on, that that doesn't mean council cannot address item 12.2.1. It simply says correspondence not otherwise dealt with is received. So if it's otherwise dealt with, it's otherwise dealt with, which is 12.2.1. I think Councillor Hamilton then wanted to move a motion specific to that
Yes.
information item. So I think that's where we're at.
Point of order.
Yes.
I didn't vote. Maybe
Yes.
I can sleep with the switch, but I didn't vote. And I think a number of people didn't vote. I think we got interrupted mid-vote.
Yes, that's my understanding. I have a mover and seconder with regard to that all correspondence item be otherwise dealt with are hereby received, but I don't have all the vote taken, and I certainly don't have a carried, which I use as my note. But thank you for that point of order, Councillor Shea. Over to you, Clerk Sharbach.
So you didn't say carried. Definitely 4 people voted. I don't know which 4, but if it's not council's wish to pass that motion, it is on the floor. Are you wishing to defer that motion until after you deal with the other items, or just pass it and then go back to the other item?
Okay.
It doesn't matter which way you do it, but the motion has to be addressed.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, how do you wish to deal with that?
This path is fine. Thank you. I think the clerks explained we can achieve everything. So shall we carry on with the motion that's at hand, which is 4 of us have voted for already. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much. So I'm just looking at that. Clerk Sharbach, could you please read the motion that we're dealing with?
Your worship, the motion moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of it. The motion is carried. So now we would go on to the first correspondence, which is 12.2.1. This is dealing with Jason Vapari, Director of Ministry of Transportation, Ontario Regulations 316/03 and 836. So we did have, as I understand, Clerk Sharbach, could you please get us up to date on this one?
We have an indication from Councillor Hamilton that she'd like to move a motion.
Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I move that staff report back to council with our current, I'm going to call it ATV bylaw. It might not be called that, but we do have a bylaw regarding off-road vehicles and a report about this new legislation. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second that motion, and then I would like to make comment.
So because the motion is now on the floor, please make your comment.
So yes, we do have a bylaw. It's called 23-2013. I believe I sent that through to the clerk previously. So I would like to further recommend that we put this onto our next agenda because I think there will be some need for public input. And I'd also like to have our police chief comment on this bylaw, because according to the regulation, the new regulation, that basically ATVs are allowed to go on highways and pretty much anywhere on our roads, unless you have a bylaw. And our bylaw does say that in certain parts of town, in Durham and some of the other smaller communities, that the ATVs cannot go there. So I think we need to revisit it and make sure we have public input, because otherwise we're going to have a backlash if we don't hear from our public, and really talk about, are there any issues out there? Because maybe we don't need a bylaw if there's not much concern and if our police department isn't having issues with the ATVs. There are definitely a lot more now than there were in 2013 on our roads. And I think that's why the bylaw came into effect. So I'd be interested to see what kind of input we get from the public and also from our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions with regard to the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On to item 12.2.2, Jennifer Keys, Director, Resources Planning and Development Policy Branch, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, proposed regulation for compressed air and compressed air energy storage in reservoirs. Councillor Hutchinson, I believe you were the council member that pulled this item.
Sorry, yes, I'm just looking at my notes here. Just give me a second.
Certainly.
So, sorry, I got to find the right spot. Yeah, so I am in favor of this, any way of generating other forms of energy. And it's interesting as you read into the some of the research there, that there is a system set up in Goderich and one in Toronto. The one in Toronto Island was the original one. So they're using compressed air storage for storage and then using it again to produce energy. My only concern is I'd be interested to know more about the safety concerns in terms of explosions, potential for explosions when you start putting pressure into the ground, sort of thing. So that was only my concern. I'm not just sure whether we were supposed to go anywhere with this, but I just thought I support it. What were they asking for support? Let's see. Looking for feedback. Any comments? So I'm just wondering how we might want to deal with this. Sorry.
Suggestion?
No, I just sort of like to throw it out there. I think it's an interesting concept. I think anything we can do to create more improved use of hydro generation. So leave it out there. I mean, we can comment individually, I guess, and unless we want staff to comment on it. Maybe it's just something for individuals.
Are there any other members of council that wish to speak to this item? I'm not seeing any other member of council, so perhaps if your suggestion, if the members of council wish to respond individually, perhaps that is an option.
Okay.
So, Clerk Scharback, with this one, just how would we need to dispense of this item as we go down the list then? I'm not seeing a motion at hand. Is it just a motion to receive?
It's been covered by the motion to receive things that haven't been, that don't require other motions.
Thank you. Okay, so 12.2.3 MPP Walker, Bruce Gray Owen Sound announcement of the $5,944,642 in infrastructure funding for local municipalities. Councillor Hutchinson, you are up again because you separated this item out as well.
Right. So I just wanted to make a point that to let people know that this 448,000 is not necessarily new money. This is money that's in our budget already, but it's we do appreciate it for sure. Any money that we can get in terms of funding, and it is going pretty much according to our budget. It looks like most of this money is pretty much going into our bridge and road work. So that's great. It would be nice to have more of it. I had a question about and maybe this is for our director, they talk about the ICIP program, ICIP program, and there's $30 billion there, but yet I don't see anywhere in our budget that reference to that funding. Can our director or treasurer speak to that?
Certainly. Director Mighton?
Sorry, I had to step away. Could you repeat the question?
I was just referring to the announcement of the OSIP funding from MPP Bill Walker, and it talks about the $448,000 that we received for OSIP, but they also talk about ICIP, ICIP fund, and they say there's $30 billion there, but I'm just wondering, it doesn't seem to show up in our budget. Did we get any of that money, or how does that apply?
Yep, the OSIP funding is the annual formula funding, 448,000 and change that
Right.
has been incorporated into the draft 2021 budget. The
Yeah.
ICIP funding, the northern and rural component, that is your Lance Bridge. So that also is incorporated into your 2021 budget.
Okay, I didn't see the reference to the ICIP, so okay, I missed that. All right, so that is something that we get quite regular to, the ICIP.
That one is an application. It was a competitive based program. We have received that funding, but that one is a application based program.
Right.
The OSIF, the OCIF funding is a formula funding that has been annually received. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make a mention of that so people know that we are getting funding, but yeah, I don't think there's anything that we need to do with that other than just to make a mention of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this I agree with the letter is great that we're getting the funding. It triggered a thought in my mind that prior to our February 23rd budget meeting, I think it'd be nice to know how many grants that we've received through various sources, and particularly those that are unused yet. And sort of a brief one-liner, if you will, as to what it can be used for. So for example, if it's COVID restart, it can have that kind of small label, and that may prove very useful as we're going through our final budget discussions on the 23rd. So recognizing that Clerk Sharbeck has indicated in the past that she's in favor of motions, I'm wondering if I could move that such a list be provided as part of the February 23rd budget agenda package, so that we're aware of what's available and what hasn't been spent and where it can be spent.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I'm looking for a seconder for that motion, and our clerk is wordsmithing at this point. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding the motion?
I'll second that motion, and I have a question.
Okay, why not have your question now while the clerk is writing up the motion at hand?
Okay, thank you. So just to our Director of Finance, is this a onerous thing that we're asking you, or is this a fairly straightforward standard request? It has a time limit on it, so I don't want to put undue work on you that's unreasonable.
Director Mighton.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's just pulling it all out of your budget documents. Any grants that we have received will be applied in your current budget documents, but we can compile a list. Time, yes, but we'll work away at it and get that done for you so you can isolate it separately from what's contained in the details of your budget.
Okay, thanks very much.
So are there any other questions on this at this time? I'm not seeing any. I'm wondering, Clerk Sharbeck, would you be prepared to read the motion at this time?
Your Worship, that a list of grants received and how the funds have been spent, or if there are funds, and if there are funds remaining, be brought forward to the February 23rd budget meeting.
Okay, as the mover, are you fine with the wording?
I also want to make sure, like it's not, if they've been fully spent, that wasn't what I was looking for as much as what's available and sort of what they can be used for in a few word description, rather than just going back and looking at things that aren't available to us anymore. And I don't mean allocated in the budget, I mean just not yet spent as of today.
So, sorry, that a list of grants received that we've been successful with, not
Yes.
just that are out there possibilities.
That's correct. That we've received and that still has dollars available and what they can be used for. The shortest
Okay.
description you could possibly do.
How the funds may be spent
Yes,
instead of have been?
yes,
Okay, so that a list of grants received by, we'll add in West Grey. And how the funds may be spent, or if there are funds, I guess, funds remaining in that grant allocation?
yes,
Is that what you mean? Be brought forward to the February 23rd budget meeting.
correct.
Okay.
So I do see that Director Martin had her hand up. I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the clarity has been provided there through there. I was trying to get clear on what, if it was just the grants that are out there that we haven't applied for, but it's for ones we've received though. So I think the
That's
clarity
right.
has been achieved there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend, you're fine with the wording? Councillor Shea, you're fine with the wording? Any additional questions? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. All members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. We're now dealing with 12.2.4, Municipality of Grey Highlands Insurance Rate Resolution. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to request a motion of support for the next agenda, please.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, we will need a seconder for this motion.
Sure.
Councillor Townsend, would that be you?
Yes, it would, and I do have a comment.
I think now's a good time.
Thank you very much. At the Roma conference, I went to the first Ministers Forum on day one, and I sat in and listened to Mr. Doug Downey, who's the Attorney General for Ontario, and I heard him say that the province wasn't getting any impression that there was any impact, and so I put a call into, or a message through the network to Frank Cowan to ask about what was causing the increases. And I got a reply back from Tony Comicio, which happens to be one of the reps, and he's actually presented at council. So he's one of the representatives for us. And so he and I had a conversation, plus he sent me a note. The interesting part is that there are three components, and one of them is experience. One of it is inflation and interest rates. And the other one is the joint and several issue. And that's what the Attorney General was saying, that they didn't find any evidence of anything that they could make a difference on. So I asked Mr. Comicio whether or not Frank Cowan would be willing to step forward and actually talk to the Attorney General, correct his misperception. The problem is that 5 years ago, major claim awards in the courts could be as high as 5 million. Now they can be as high as 18 million. And they're kind of stuck with that because it's a court ruling. So the idea is if the person's covered for a few million, but they have no other assets you can draw upon, even for a 1% joint and several, they're coming after us. And he said that's a fairly significant factor in theirs. So Frank Cowan is going to pursue that to see whether or not they can get that moving again, and also provide the necessary evidence. He also said that there was no point in us trying to shop around. He said of 78 of their clients that went to market, 3 of them actually went somewhere else. Everyone else came back. And he said even the 3 were roughly the same cost when they were done, but they'd gone too far down the line to come back. So I thought I would share that just to let everybody know it really is still a problem within the insurance industry, and it's significant enough that they are going to pursue it, having heard that the Attorney General doesn't think it's important. My fear is that they don't want to upload those costs to the province, which is probably where they would go if they can't get it from the municipality. So just a piece of information I thought people might want to be familiar with and hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I'm not seeing anything. So we do have a mover and a seconder. Clerk Sharper, could you read the motion at hand?
Through you, your worship, the motion is that a motion of support be brought forward to the next meeting.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 12.2.5, which is Tim Dick, Durham Downtown BIA Executive, Durham Business Improvement Area, thank you. And a new year update was not pulled. I just wanted to recognize that. The next one pulled was 12.2.6, Joe Jacobs, VP of Operations, Chapman's Ice Cream, proposed development. Councillor Hutchinson, you pulled this item.
Right. So I just wanted to make a mention that I think this is good news when anytime you have someone in our municipality or close to our municipality wants to expand. So this obviously going to create more jobs. I just had a question. I wondered, first of all, I'd be supportive of this, but obviously there's a long way away from the proposals and approvals. I just wondered how the taxation part of that works when there's sort of like a split building where you have a building that's on one side of the municipality and yet on the other side. And I don't know if we have something like that down in Mount Forest area or not. Maybe our treasurer can comment.
Director Meighton.
Sorry, I was on the phone line there. Could you repeat that?
Yes.
It's about the letter that Chapman's has sent us about doing an expansion, and they're expanding their building from what they have into West Grey to the north. And my question was, how does the taxation work when you have a split facility? Part of it would be in Grey Highlands, and the other part would be in West Grey. Is it based on how many square footage is in your municipality? How does that work?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Correct. It is just the portion of the building that would be in our municipality that we will get the assessment and taxation for. The original structure or whatever that's in another municipality goes directly to that municipality. We do have that down in the southern part of Normanby, the former Normanby Township, bordering onto Wellington North. Part of the factory is in Wellington North, and they get the taxation for that. And a small portion of, if it's the storage facility for the factory, that taxation and assessment value is part of West Grey.
Okay, I wondered about that.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's good news. Chapman's expanding, and maybe we'll get some benefits from that. Besides, I'm sure there's some employees that work there that live in West Grey. Thanks.
Anything further on this item, members of council? Okay, then that item has been addressed. 12.2.7, Robert Kelly, West Grey resident, gravel pit. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. That was I who asked for that. I was just wondering if I would like to make a motion that staff respond to the letter. There's quite a few planning questions in the letter, and that letter be circulated to council, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You are the mover. As the seconder, would that be Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I'd second that, but I'd also have a comment.
Okay, you can comment.
Right. So obviously, as most people know, that there's a lot of lands designated for gravel pits out there. And I believe the county has a map, Grey County has a map of all those designated areas. So it's good to let people know and be aware of that there are many, many gravel pits, potential gravel pits out there. And I don't know how much we really have control over that. I think it's more at the county level, but I could be corrected on that. But I agree with Councillor Hamilton that we need to respond and let these people know that we don't maybe have a lot of information, but the county would probably have much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbrooke, do you have any response with regard to the county mapping at this point?
I'm not familiar with the county map,
Oh,
Your Worship, but staff can certainly respond to this concern. There's a number of pieces to that, and I can assure you gravel pits don't just show up. There's quite an extensive process, so we can set that out as well. Whether the municipality changes the zoning or not, still doesn't get you a gravel pit. And we don't regulate who is licensed, who gets those licenses. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry does that. So we can explain that process and where the feedback piece is for that, because it would be the province's notification process, not ours. So we can certainly find some information for this resident.
thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Clerk, for that. That's perfect. And if staff could please circulate that to all of council, because I'm sure I'll learn a thing or two as well. Thank you.
I am not seeing any other questions, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. On item 13, routine department reports. NA, I do see before I go on to future committee meetings, Deputy Mayor, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I wonder if we could take a 5-minute stretch here and just kind of, because we've still got quite a bit of work ahead of us, so I certainly would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the timing is right. Why don't we go to, let me just look at my clock here. So would 10 minutes really work reasonably so that we would have it at maybe 3:45, just 10 minutes, and we'll see everybody back at that time. Thank you. And if you don't mind, turning your mic and video off. Madam CIO, could you just please confirm you've got the staff you require? Madam CIO, do you have all the staff?
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have returned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're on to item 14, and that is future committee meetings. 14.1, I'm gonna read everything on the list. 14.1, Elmwood Community Center Board, February 2nd, 2021 at 7 p.m. 14.2, West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee, February 4th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That meeting has been deferred. The date is to be determined.
You're speaking of which one?
Sorry, economic development.
Okay, date to be determined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The Elmwood Community Center Board that was scheduled for tonight has been canceled. And I don't have the next date yet. And the library board meets at its regular meeting on Wednesday, February 10th at 7 o'clock on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. While it's a day after the next council meeting, I thought I would at least give people enough of a heads up now that on February 17th, there is a traffic safety working group meeting that day as well.
The time?
Sorry?
The time for that meeting?
I believe it's 10 o'clock.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other member of council with a raised hand. So communications from mayor and members of council. I just want to mention one thing, and then I noticed last time there wasn't at our last meeting, not all members of council had information to share. So I thought I would just ask if you would raise your hand if you have something to share. And as we move along in the year, if I find that everybody has their hand raised, then we could go around the horseshoe in either direction. But I will in one moment just ask for hands to be raised. I just want to identify that the 2021 annual Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference, so the Roma Conference, was held. There was 1,100 participants virtually, and there was the election of the new chair, which is Robin Jones, the mayor of the village of Westport. The first vice chair is Kevin Holland, who is the mayor of the township of Commis. And the second vice chair is Ellie L. Chantre, who is an Ottawa City Councillor. So that's the information. I've provided the other information when we dealt with the committee section. Members of council, is there any communications that you wish to talk about here? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I believe I advised council and staff that I was in the past having conversations with IESO, who is the planning arm of the entire electrical grid within Ontario. And I received a couple of notes that sort of started a dialogue. And so what I did was I reached out again and I found out the next schedule for the possibility of West Grey to get considered for electricity expansion. And it's actually 2026. And there's a series of things that can happen between now and then that allows us to do that. I've shared the information with the CAO, just so that she's aware. When you gather information like that, you don't hold on to it, right? So, and also I'm not responsible for making sure those actions take place. But should we find a need, we can always work with the rest of our region, which is a Grey Bruce Huron area, and Perth is on the edge of that. And what it is based on need, and the recommendation is that we stay in touch with our distributor, which is Hydro One, and make sure they're always aware of what we're doing, when we're doing it, because they're the ones that actually submit the data, not us. So if we keep that relationship going and work in that way, that will help us get more service to the area, more opportunities. So I've also asked that is part of the discussion of strategic planning, so that as we are setting our targets, et cetera, we keep anything like that that comes out of it. And we make sure that we share with the rest of council. And obviously the economic development, probably through the CAO and its minutes, would involve staff as and when appropriate. But I just thought the rest of council should be aware as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hand raised. So we will move on then. And now we're on to item 16, staff reports. 16.1, Director of Finance and Treasurer. 16.1.1, approval of accounts, vouchers 25-2020 and 2-2021. Clerk Sharback to the recommendation.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council approve voucher number 25-2020 in the amount of $245,445.51 and voucher number 2-2021 in the amount of $271,161.70.
Is there a mover for the motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second that motion.
Director Mighton, is there any information you wish to let us know about?
No, the accounts are fairly straightforward and standard. There's nothing out of the ordinary and contained in the accounts for approval.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? I do see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson's hand up. No.
I didn't know it. I apologize.
No problem. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, I just have a couple of queries. And I think I've asked this question before, but I find it really strange that the Saugeen Valley Conservation Washroom, and I believe this is the washroom at the Middle Dam, which we use and support. The water bill was $328.50, and maybe our treasurer can comment. Am I wrong in that? I thought that was, because I know the one at the upper dam we don't supply that one, but I'm sort of curious why the water bill is so high for that washroom.
Director Maiton.
Yeah, I can take a look into the consumption history on that one. I don't have that just at the top of my, but I can take a look and we can delve deeper into see what the historical consumptions are in that for this time of year.
Okay, thank you. And my other question may be more directed maybe towards more of our director of infrastructure about some of the charges for the Lance Bridge in September, December, and I presume that's maybe engineering costs, BM Ross Associates, 32,000. Is that pre-engineering? I'm not sure what that cost would be.
Director Shrinsky, please.
Certainly, through your worship, members of council, essentially those are costs for the environmental assessment and for any design work and pre-engineering and design work for the Lance Bridge.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, that's it for me, I think. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Any other members of council? I'm not seeing hands. Okay, then. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 16.1.2, new police station, FCM funding. Click Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council requests Formworks Inc. architects to prepare design costings for a base building code standard option and a net zero target option.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I can move that.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this, or are you seconding this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
With regard to this report from the Director of Finance, Director Maiton, do you have anything to add to this report?
Nothing further. It's fairly self-explanatory. We just need to shoot for that net zero in order to be eligible for the FCM funding, if that's still the wish of council to pursue that.
Thank you. I see two hands are up, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson.
I'm sorry, my hands can
Fair
go
enough.
down.
Fair enough. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember having the discussions with FCM about a year and a half ago, and we did talk about net zero, and the response I got was that you don't have to attain net zero, but you have to show that you're moving in that direction. I'd like to suggest that we contact George Bridge, who has offered his services should we run into any issue before we start going off and spending more design money and also spending more money for the actual building, whether it be design or go down that path to find out whether that is really the piece of qualification that stops us, because I got a different answer. I didn't get that you don't have to work towards it, but I got that you show that you're moving in that direction, and that's fine. And I can't translate that to LEED or a different type of certification. I'm not able to do that, but I'm assuming George may be able to help do that. So I'm suggesting we take him up on his offer as well.
Anything further, Councillor?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I have reached out to Mayor Bridge about this because he did express an enthusiasm for our project. But if staff wants to reach out, I think that would be entirely appropriate as well. I didn't think it was inappropriate for me talking politician to politician on this issue. And I wanted to ask the Director of Finance, can you use the phrase target net zero? Can you explain? I don't get the modifier target. Is that a verb or an adjective?
So that's taken right from their information. CBO was speaking with FCM. He may be able to provide further details on his conversations with the FCM individuals.
Well, thank you. With that, CBO Shipwreck is indicated that he is here. CBO Shipwreck, are you able to respond? Okay. Supervisor Hewlett, do we know whether CBO Shipwreck is connected?
If I may, Mayor Robinson, from what I can see on my end, it appears as though CBO Shipwreck is connected and he is unmuted. I can hear some feedback.
Sounds
over a phone line.
promising.
So
CBO Shipwreck, are you there? Hello, CBO Shipwreck? It's not coming through at this time.
and from what I can see now, it appears as though he's totally disconnected from audio. So if he's possibly on the road with inspections and such, he may have gone through an area where he lost connection. That's what I would most likely assume.
Okay. Councillor Shea, anything further?
Yes, briefly. I also noticed the summary of the end of the report, the financial implications identifies a $750,000 grant that would be possible in theory based on a $5 million loan. The low, and I believe that's a $5 million low interest loan. Any idea, Director, of what the value of a low interest $5 million loan might be?
I believe through you, Madam Mayor, when CBO Shipwreck was speaking with them, I think current rates were 1.3, like 1 1/4 or 1 3/4 or something like that right now, but it'll depend on at the rates at the time of the actual loan. But it did sound like it was fairly competitive to the Infrastructure Ontario and current banking rates.
Okay, so it's not a great amount of savings.
No, I would say it would be equivalent to it. It's not going to be more than what we could achieve through other avenues, but it would be equivalent at least. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shea, I do see that CBO Shipwreck has his hand up. I'm just going to confirm that he is available now. CBO Shipwreck, are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Councillor Shea, I wonder if you could pose your question to CBO Shipwreck.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Shipwreck. We were just talking about the FCM requirements for target net zero, and I was ambiguous or hazy about what the expression target net zero meant, and it was suggested you might have some clarity.
Yes, thank you for the question. I actually could hear the question, but for some reason my technology wasn't working, so I reconnected. Seems to be better now, so I apologize for that. Yeah, my conversation with the FCM contact was that our project, in good faith, needs to target 100% net zero energy recovery. How we do that is up to up to us and the designers and the architects and council, how we achieve that net zero, but we are in good faith required to try to meet that. Unfortunately, there's really no way to determine prior to construction exactly what your energy usage is going to be, right? So everything we do is we with modeling and with best guess is not perfect. So he's indicating, you do your best to get to that 100%. If it comes back at say 99 or 97 or even as low as 91 or 92%, that they're not going to deny your funding based on that. So if you go into it in good faith trying to achieve that 100% and it comes back in that 90% or above area, they will still approve that grant.
Okay, terrific. Well, that's very good news. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Are you done with your questions, Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And so just a question about the costing, and I hear how staff are saying it would be valuable to know, just your regular police station costing versus the investment into net zero. So then we can see how the grant would fit in. And I get that. That makes a lot of sense. I think, are you talking about though construction costs only? Because when I think of the value of a net zero building, it would also be the long-term operational costs or the full life cycle costing. So is there a way for the architects to capture the full life cycle costing when we're trying to compare these two different buildings?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, one of the items that we have to submit with our application for FCM funding is what a feasibility study or analysis that supports the initiative and demonstrates expected environmental benefits of the project. So that's part of what we need to do. We have to show, the difference kind of between each, have some sort of analysis of it, short-term or immediate savings and what paybacks are for operational savings. So that's part of what we have to submit with this application in order to show that we're achieving hitting the targets that they're wanting to see. So it is part of one of the required supporting documents is this feasibility study of the expected benefits, environmental benefits.
Great, thank you. That's all, Mayor Robinson.
Okay, thank you for that. I do see that CBO Shipwreck, you still have your hand up. Is there something further?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add to that. What they're trying to achieve through this net zero is really only geared to energy consumption and usage. So basically you determine how much energy is going to be used for the daily operation of the building, heating, lighting, and all those types of things. And then we have to determine a way to replace that energy usage, whether that be through solar panels, wind turbine, whatever, ground source. There's many different options, but that's really what we're, they don't dictate how the building has to be designed. Like you could really, through net zero, you could have a very poorly designed construction and have 1,000 wind turbines creating enough energy to replace that. Obviously that's not an ideal situation. The opposite to that was you build a very energy efficient building, and then you have to build, a minimal number of solar panels to replace that energy. So ideally, through the architect and the engineer who does the feasibility study, they come up with that balance, right? You spend enough money on energy efficiency so that you can build the minimum number of, minimum amount to refeed into the system. So at some point there's a cost where it becomes too much money to make the building too energy efficient, and then it doesn't save enough. It just makes more sense to build 2 more solar panels than it does to make the building that much more energy efficient. So they don't tell you how to do it. It's really up to, like I said, up to us and up to the designer to determine what the best course of action is, as long as you meet that net zero option. So that's why, we still need some type of guidance. I mean, we could tell the architects and engineers just come up with the most cost-effective feature, or we could say, well, we want the most energy efficient building possible, and then we would need the minimum number, but that's maybe not the most cost-effective, right? So there's more than one option there, and I mean, my suggestion is that you do what's the most cost-effective, but there are more than one option, and that's what that feasibility study would give options for. Sorry, that was long-winded, but
Well, thank you for that. So I'm going to go to Councillor Hutchinson, and then back to Councillor Shea.
Yeah, thank you. My comment, maybe this is to Shipwreck or just to in general, but that's what I was a little curious about, how you're going to get net zero without producing power or producing something to get back to compensate for the energy you're using. So I think if we go with solar panel route, which seems to be one of the most popular, you're looking at a cost, right? So how much, does that put the building up another $100,000 if that's what you're looking at? So that's something we definitely have to take into consideration when you're looking at this. Not only the building, but it's what kind of source of energy are we also creating to get to that net zero? So just my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. As we discussed earlier, going for a LEED certification, I was given to indicate that could increase the building cost by 1.5%. So if we're going to a more stringent standard, this net zero target, I think that's great. I think the higher we set the bar, the better. Clearly, we're going to have some sort of energy consultants coming in and advising us on that. And so I'm thinking, okay, if it's going to be more than 1.5%, if it's going to be 2% or 3% or 5%, it's still nowhere near the 10% that the FCM is willing to contribute to the total cost of the project. $750,000 is actually probably more than 10% of the whole project. So I'd say we've got a lot of wiggle room here to look at the cost-effective solutions. And I appreciate Mr. Shipwreck's, identifying that he wants to go for the most cost-effective, but let's keep in the consideration of what that cost is, let's keep that $750,000 in the front of our minds as part of the offset of the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that CBO Shipwreck has his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just, I've done a little bit more research since their last meeting and done some, a bunch of reading and talked to some industry leaders and LEED and things like that. And I do want to just comment and some information we can bring back for more detail later, but that 1.5% for that LEED certification is really sort of the industry standard for soft cost. So that 1.5% is what you're going to pay for a LEED certification just for the certification. The amount of extra paperwork, the amount of extra engineering, the actual cost to get certified. So that 1.5% you spend is only going to get you, is not going to improve your building at all. So if through that certification process, they say, well, you need X, Y, and Z, the cost for X, Y, and Z is going to be over and above that 1.5%. So sort of the number that I've been being told is closer to between 10 and 15% of your building is what it's going to cost to meet that minimum LEED standard over and above what a standard building code building would cost. So at 10%, you're looking at, there's 600,000 at the low end to 900,000 on additional cost. Plus the 1.5%. So you're, if you're at the upper end, you're close to $1 million for LEEDs, just to get that LEED certification.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, about a year and a half ago, when we were looking for land and as part of that activity, looking for funding, I spoke to both the federal and provincial infrastructure organizations to see if there was anything there. And at the time there wasn't, even though both people started off the conversation saying, I think we should be able to do that. And then nothing materialized out of it. I'm wondering if that's worth re-pursuing, given one, the condition of the current building, as well as the way that the programs have developed in the last year and a half to 2 years, whether or not that would be a different answer. So I'm just wondering whether that's another avenue we should be looking at for funding or support, instead of just how we're going to certify it, because I think we're going to end up with some level of certification. And we'll have to pay for that, but we need to know the cost of that and also what other funding is possible. So just throw that back on the table.
Dr. Martin, do you have a response?
Sorry, can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. I'm not muted. Let me just raise my voice slightly. Director Mighton, do you have a response?
Yeah, we can certainly try to reach out. There may not be any other avenues that we can pursue. We've kind of been knocking down a lot of doors, but we can certainly keep our contacts out and see if there's anything that's changed in the last year and a half or not. But
Thank
Further,
you.
Councillor Townsend?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. I'm not seeing any other member of council with their hand up. So, Clerk Sherbeck, to the motion, please.
Through you, Your Worship, the motion is the council request Formworks, Inc. architects to prepare design/costings for a base building code standard option and a net zero target option.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. On item 16.2, Director of Infrastructure Public Works, 16.2.1, Point of Presence Land Use Lease for HL Networks. Clerk Sherbeck to the recommendation.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council receive the report, ATEL Networks Point of Presence Building Land Lease, and that council consider a bylaw to lease municipal lands to ATEL Networks in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, is that you moving the motion?
Yes, I'll move the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hudson, I'll second the motion.
Director Shrinsky, is there information you'd like to provide?
Certainly, through your worship, council may recall that back in the fall of 2019, direction was given to staff to try to source out some vacant municipal land in order to facilitate the point of presence building for ATEL Networks. And essentially, there were three locations that were considered. Essentially, we selected there's an area just west of the Durham booster pumping station building in the vicinity of 150 John Street. And essentially, that will be adequate to put the small point of presence building there. It's basically a small, just a small building. It's about 10 by 14, I believe, is the footprint of the building. And essentially, that's where their point of presence will be situated. And it's located in somewhat of an industrial area of Durham, and would be have the least impact on any other residential property, etc.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so just a couple questions. Their point of presence, how are they receiving the feed? Is it satellite? Is it coming off high speed, or is it coming off fiber to that building?
I did not exactly discuss those details with respect to how their internet feed is coming from, either off the tower or whether it's essentially going to or if it's a satellite feeder to that effect. Is there a concern per se with members of council?
I was just wondering if it's going to affect any of our other satellite dishes that are on the tower, like if it's coming in via satellite, whether that's going to be a factor. This building that they're putting up isn't a building that's already there, is it? There's one already there south of the tower, a little shed. That's not them, right?
Through your worship, no, this is going to be a brand new building that will be essentially tucked in beside to the west of the booster station.
Right, okay, because there is a little one there now, so that has to do with our water, I guess our water. The other question I had is, how is the maintenance? Are they going to provide grass cutting and whatnot, or is that just going to be covered by us?
Through your worship, essentially the maintenance of the building and everything will be handled through ATEL networks, and they'll be responsible for the upkeep of the building and everything in front of it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Can other members of council hear me? Okay,
yes.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I have you listed to speak with your hand up.
I better lower that hand. I apologize.
Oh, fair enough. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I support ATEL, and the more they can do, the better. They seem to be a lot more successful than some of the big fellows in the rural areas. I know we use it and we're very pleased with it. The agreement itself, I had two challenges, if you will. On page 1 of Schedule A, which is where the agreement is, it talks about that it's for a period of, and then it said 10 years commencing, and then it's less than 10 years. So I'm wondering if we could just take out for a period commencing February 3rd to the end, and that way there's no contradiction of a 10-year period versus the actual one. And then on page 5, 16H refers to subsection 1 above, of which I can't find. I have no idea where it's at. So I don't know what is,
Director Surinsky, any comment? And I am going to go over to the clerk next, but any comment with regards to Councillor Townsend's comments?
Through your worship, we can make some corrections. Essentially, when I prepared the agreement, I must have been remiss in specifically looking at the actual timelines in comparison to the language to describe them. I'm very confident we can straighten that out and make sure that that's reflected in the agreement.
Thank you. And Clerk Scharbeck, I wonder, when we go to the bylaw section, when we're dealing with this particular bylaw, is there additional information that you'll require, and will it be as amended?
Through you, Your Worship, the lease is part of that bylaw, so any amendments to it will be addressed at that point in the agenda and not with the report. Just to receive the report, it is before us now, but when we get to the bylaw portion of the agenda, it can be as amended because those are minor amendments to make. They don't change the intent of the agreement at all that ATEL has been agreeable to, put it that way.
Thank you. So Councillor Townsend, I'll just note that you'll be addressing that under the bylaw section, but certainly raise your hand. Okay. Anything
We'll
further?
do that. Thank you.
Sorry, anything further? Okay. Members of council, anything further? Seeing none then. Yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just know one minor detail, and under the signature at the bottom, to the leaseor. At one point it says the clerk of the Municipality of West Grey is the leaseor, and then further down it mentions that it says the Municipality of West Grey is the leaseor. So I'm not sure why the clerk would be the leaseor rather than the municipality. This is on page 6 of the agreement. It says the clerk.
Sure. Director Surinsky, any comment? I know we'll just on the agreement.
Yeah. And then the signature is page 7. It says the leaser is the Municipality of West Grey. So I just thought for consistency sake.
Certainly, through your worship, would you just out of curiosity, are we going to address the agreement here then during the report presentation, or are we going to address the agreement during the bylaw presentation? Just asking.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbeck, I think we should address it during the bylaws section, but I just want confirmation.
Your worship, that would be appropriate. I think, yeah, it's attached to the bylaw as it was drafted and provided to the clerk's department for the agenda. So if there's minor amendments, we can certainly just tick off a quick list of those minor amendments when we get to the bylaw, for sure.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Councillor Hutchinson, I'll call upon you at that time. I'm not seeing any other member of council that wishes to speak to this. So, Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council receive the report ATEL Networks Point of Presence Building land lease, and that council consider a bylaw to lease municipal lands to ATEL in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. On item 16.3, clerk, 16.3.1, voters list management services agreement. Clerk Sherbeck, the recommendation.
I'm just bringing that up. Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council receive the report, voter list management services, and that council considers the bylaw to authorize an agreement with Datafix for voter list management services as presented in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I can move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions to the motion? Is that Councillor Hutchinson? Councillor Hutchinson? All right. Councillor Townsend?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
Oh, okay. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a quick question about the financial impact. Is that a one-time impact? And is that as part of this year's budget consideration? Thank you.
Clerk Sherbeck?
Through you, your worship, this is the cost for the agreement, for the full agreement. The additional modules, of course, are additional costs, and the election expenses are, there is a budget for election expenses, and this would be part of that for sure. So that's where we're at.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Further questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. On item 16.4, Chief Administrative Officer, 16.4.1, CAO, Hanover Growth Plan Meeting Update. Clerk Sherbeck, to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship. The recommendation is that council receives report, CAO-Hanover Growth Plan Meeting Update, and further that council directs staff to continue participating in joint meetings to represent West Grey's interests, and further that council appoints 2 members of council to participate in future joint meetings, and further that council considers inviting Hanover's consultant team to a future West Grey council meeting to provide an overview of the study and outline of Hanover's timelines.
Is there a mover for the motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchison, I can second that motion.
Questions with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson first.
Sorry.
All right. Councillor Shea.
Yeah, sorry, could I have the motion read back?
Yes, and I do note that there's appointments and consideration in it. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Yes, through you, your worship. And I would recommend at this time that the mover and seconder clarify the two council members. But the recommendation reads that council receives report CAO-Hanover Growth Plan meeting update. And further, that council directs staff to continue participating in joint meetings to represent West Grey's interests. And further, that council appoints 2 members of council to participate in future joint meetings. And further, that council considers inviting Hanover's consultant team to a future West Grey council meeting to provide an overview of the study and outline of Hanover's timelines.
So the action items contained for the mover, deputy mayor, and seconder, Councillor Hutchinson. Do you wish at this point to appoint within this motion 2 members of council, beginning with deputy mayor?
Well, I'd like to see that kind of a separate item. I know it's all part of it, but I'm not sure how we're going to do that process. So that's, I guess, my question to the clerk. How do you recommend that we do that? Thank you.
Certainly, Clerk Sharbeck.
Apologize.
True, your worship. I certainly understand the point you're making, Deputy Mayor. And this motion can certainly be considered just as it is, with the following motion specific to appointing those 2 members. This motion will, I guess, identify or address the question of, does council want to appoint 2 members? And then if that's passed, then we can pick the names. So it's certainly very clear to do it as the next item, not all inclusive as well.
Okay, through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, clerk. That's what I thought we would do, was pass the bulk of it, and then we would revisit how we're going to arrive at the 2 council members. Is that just for my own clarity? Is that what you're, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shea then.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment that we attach 2 council members, and I would recommend 2 members from Economic Development, Doug Hutchinson and Stephen Townsend.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Councillor Shea.
No, sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm not seeing any hands then. So I will call, Clerk Sharbeck has her hand up, please.
I'm sorry. Through you, your worship. Councillor Shea, you were recommending appointment of Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hutchinson?
That's right.
Is that correct? And just prior to voting, would they give a thumbs up that they accept that role?
Councillor Hutchinson has, and so has Councillor Townsend. Okay, so with that, would you read the amendment before I call the vote? Thank you.
Through you, your worship. Moved by Councillor Shea and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion be amended by appointing Councillor Townsend and Councillor Hutchinson to participate in future joint meetings.
Councillor Shea, is that the language of your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton is the seconder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Five members of council have voted in favor. If you could clear your dashboard, all those opposed, please indicate with an X. And 1 member of council has voted against. So the motion has carried. The amending motion has carried. Thank you. Now to the main motion, but before we do that, Councillor Hamilton has her hand up.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I have a comment and then I have a proposed amendment.
Yes.
So just reflecting, I think a lot of members of council and staff tuned into Hanover's public meeting that they had about their growth management process and the reports that they received. And I heard some members of Hanover Council express frustration that West Grey did not participate in the consultation process earlier, a process that started back in June. And I can understand their frustration and I can understand the disappointment. And so I think as council, we need to take some steps to repair that relationship with Hanover. We're neighbors, we need good communication, and we won't always agree, but certainly we need a good rapport and we need to be able to talk about difficult things and find a path forward. And I think we can make reparations by sending a letter to Hanover Council and CAO that explains why there was a delay, that we apologize for the delay, and we express our desire to come in good faith to the table. And so I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. I'll read it a little quickly, clerk, but certainly I can slow it down for you to jot it down after. But my
Councillor
amendment,
Hamilton, I'm
yes,
sorry to, please excuse me. Deputy
Yes.
Mayor Hutchinson, could you please clear your dashboard? And
Mayor
thank you.
Robinson, I am desperately trying to do that, so
Thank
I
you.
wondered maybe if I could have some thank you.
Thank you.
A point of information, Deputy Mayor, I tried that too, and it just doesn't clear. It fades away over time, was my experience.
Thank you for that
Okay.
latitude. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you. So I'll read my amendment in full, and then certainly I could slow it down for the clerk after. But my amendment would be that the mayor send a letter to Hanover Council and CEO in which the following paragraph be included. West Grey Council apologizes for the delay in responding to Hanover's request to discuss growth planning in Hanover. Correspondence regarding this matter was first received by West Grey Council on January 12th, 2021, and was followed by a special council meeting on January 15th, 2021. West Grey Council appreciates the opportunity to discuss these matters and has appointed Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend as council representatives for future joint meetings. End quote. And that the letter also be circulated to West Grey Council and CEO. That is my very lengthy amendment. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this amendment?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I am seconding that motion.
Thank you. So with that, Clerk Scharbach, how are you with the wordsmithing and any information you require from Councillor Hamilton with regard to the quoted paragraph?
Well, I'm not wordsmithing it. I'm writing down her words.
Yes.
So yes, we would need that in time for the recording secretary to also type that, and I will write it down. So I have that council directs the mayor to send a letter to the Hanover mayor and CAO.
Yeah, I put Hanover Council and CEO, but certainly that's the intention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In which the following paragraph be included.
Okay.
Okay, so this is in quotes. West Grey Council apologizes for the delay in responding to Hanover's request to discuss growth planning in Hanover. Period. Correspondence. Okay. There.
Okay.
Correspondence regarding this matter was first received by West Grey Council on January 12th, 2021.
Okay.
And was followed by a special council meeting
Okay,
On January 15, 2021, period.
okay,
West Grey Council appreciates the opportunity
yes,
to discuss these matters and
Yes.
has appointed, this would be assuming, of course, that the motion follows, but has appointed Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend
yeah,
as council representatives for future joint meetings. End quote. And that the letter also be circulated to West Grey Council and CAO. Thank you.
okay.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hamilton? Your hand is up. All right. Anything further, members of council? To the amendments then, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Clerk Scharbuck, I believe we may be at the main motion now.
Yes, that's correct.
So would you mind reading that? And then I will call the vote.
Through your worship, the main motion as amended is that council receives the report, CAO-Hanover Growth Plan Meeting Update, and further, that council directs staff to continue participating in joint meetings to represent West Grey's interests, and further, that council appoints Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend to participate in future joint meetings. And further, that council considers inviting Hanover's consultant team to a future West Grey council meeting to provide an overview of the study and outline of Hanover's timelines. And that council hereby directs the mayor to send a letter to the Hanover Council and CAO in which the following paragraph be included. West Grey Council apologizes for the delay in responding to Hanover's request to discuss growth planning in Hanover. Correspondence regarding this matter was first received by West Grey Council on January 12, 2021, and was followed by a special council meeting on January 15, 2021. West Grey Council appreciates the opportunity to discuss these matters and has appointed Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend as council representatives for future joint meetings, and that this letter also be circulated to West Grey Council and CAO.
All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 17, bylaws, 17.1, 07-2021, authorize an agreement with DataFix for voter list management services. Clerk Scharbuck to the recommendation.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 07-2021, being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with DataFix, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I second the motion.
Are there questions on this bylaw? Now, I do see some hands up. Deputy Mayor? No? Okay. And there would appear to be no questions on this. So all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 17.2, 08-2021 Land Use Agreement with ATEL. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Recommendation is that bylaw 808-2021, being a bylaw to enter into a lease agreement with ATEL Networks, as amended, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Now, we did have a list. Clerk Sharbeck, I do have members of council that wish to address this, but I'll first get the first mover and seconder, and then we'll go through the questions. Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Councillor Townsend, I'll move the motion to accept the agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, I believe you had some comments here.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just two, the first one is on page 1 under term of possession. I'm suggesting that we clean up the date because I don't think the 10-year designation is needed since we have the actual dates and it's less than 10 years.
Okay.
And the second one is on page 5, where it refers to section 1, subsection 1 above, and it's in paragraph H of section 16, and I was unable to locate the subsection 1. So perhaps there's been some renumbering and it should be something else, but I'll leave that to the director to work out. But it would suggest that those are my two changes.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, you also had some comments and suggestions.
There was just the one under page 6. It says to the leaseor. It says the clerk of the Municipality of West Grey, and then further down under page 7, when it actually comes to the signatures, it's called the leaseor is the Municipality of West Grey. So just to be consistent, I think I'm not sure why the clerk would be a leaseor rather than the municipality.
To that question, Clerk Sharbeck.
Thank you. The lessor is the Municipality of West Grey, for which the clerk and the mayor sign to bind the corporation. So I don't know why the clerk was put in there as a lessor, just a wording clarity, something to tidy up. I didn't prepare the agreement, so we can fix that for consistency.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, that's fine.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes, Councillor Townsend, I think I can clarify your point of the lessor. If you notice, it's under the section called notice. So notices will be sent to the clerk in the Municipality of West Grey. So that's why the clerk is referenced there and not on the signatory page. That's pretty standard for contracts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other questions. So to the motion, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 17.3, 09-2021, confirm proceedings of council. Clerk Sharbeck to the motion.
Your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 09-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move.
Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
Yes, I second the motion.
Questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. We are on item 18, new business, 18.1, support for town of Charlton Place, re-COVID-19 childcare funding. Thank you, Clerk Sharbeck to the motion.
Through you, your worship. This was brought forward, a request for a motion of support, and the recommendation is that The Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports the resolution of the Town of Charlton Place dated December 14th, 2020, wherein they request the Government of Ontario to prioritize children and childcare as part of its overall post-pandemic recovery plan by A, developing and adequately funding a comprehensive plan that can support facilities through the provision of licensed childcare and early learning and education, and B, providing increased funding to childcare providers reflective of COVID-19 operating cost increases to ensure a safe reopening and long-term sustainability for the sector, and that this resolution of support be provided to Alex Ruff, Member of Parliament, Bill Walker, Member of Provincial Parliament, the Honourable Ahmed Hassan, Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and the Honourable Stephen Lecce, Ontario Minister of Education.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, is that you?
Yes, I move. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Are there any questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you. Just a typo, if I may. It says the Town of Charlton Place, but on the letterhead it says Carlton Place. So
It is Carlton.
C-A-R. Okay, I'm reading on the agenda form. It says Charlton on mine, but if you have it correct, clerk.
Yes.
Okay, on the computer here it's Charlton. Thank you for that clarification.
Well, thank you too, Councillor Hamilton, for that. Deputy Mayor, I see your hand is still up. Is nothing to add? Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other members of council that wish to speak to this item. And I'm just confirming, Councillor Hamilton, with your hand. Thank you. All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Item 19, addendum. Clerk Charbet, could you speak to this item?
Through your worship, there's no further addendum.
Thank you. Item 20, closed session, incomplete items only. Well, we still need to go into closed session. So I know we're going in just before, well, after item 21, but before item 22. So on this one, clerk, procedurally, should I just hold this one off because we don't have any incomplete items at this point?
Through you, your worship, I don't think we'll be revisiting this item after the closed session. We'll just be reporting out after the closed session, which I think we've moved, look back, following item number 22. So following the question period, then we'll go back to the closed session item.
Thank you. Okay, so then we've dealt with item 20, closed session incomplete. Item 21, which is matters arising from the closed session. So we'll leave that one until question period, which is item 22 right now. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please identify to everyone listening how they can participate in question period?
Absolutely, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate in question period can do so in a variety of ways, very similar to comment period earlier in the agenda. The first way would be by raising your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting software, it's usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's just a hand icon that you can click to raise your hand. If you have joined us over the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. The other option to participate would be to send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I can read it at your request.
Yes, please.
At this time, Mayor Robinson, I have not received any comments, nor do I see any members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, well, thank you for that. All right then, so we've dealt with item 22. So now, members of council, earlier this morning, we identified that we would be dealing with item 5, the closed session, at this point in time on the agenda. Clerk Charbet, could you please read the motion?
Through you, your worship, The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into closed session at 4:52 p.m. with the CAO Deputy Clerk, Director of Administration Clerk, and Legislative Coordinator for the purpose of addressing matters pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Sir Hutchison moves the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'll second the motion, please.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor then, please raise your hand. Four members of, 5 members of council voted in favor of this. If you could clear your dashboard. All those opposed? 1 member of council has voted against. The motion does carry 5-1. So the motion is carried. Okay, we will now be going into the breakout room. Hello, everyone. Clerk Sharma, could you just confirm we have our members of council?
Yes, Your Worship. I think everybody's here.
Yes, and Madam CAO, do we have the staff you require?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you as well. Okay, so just give me one moment. I wanted to go to the right page that I'm dealing with. Item number 6, matters arising from closed session. And I would like to identify that, and I would like to report out that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or board. There's nothing further to report. Thank you. So that takes care of item number 5 and item number 6. But I do see 2 members of council have their hand up. Before I go any further, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I was just going to make a point that Deputy Mayor's screen seems to be a little fuzzy, and it might be the fact that we're getting close to the 8th hour of our meeting. And I was just going to say, I'm really looking forward to our 4-hour meetings coming up. That's all.
All right. Well, thank you for the comment. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I get the impression that I may have been recorded as not in favor of going to the closed session.
Yes.
But I was having an unstable internet and I was unable to take my hand down. So that in fact was an error. It just came on again as unstable to remind me that I should point that out.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. Clerk Sharpak, is there anything in the minutes that we can address, or what would you suggest, if anything?
Through you, Your Worship, we really don't need to address it. It wasn't a recorded vote, so it's a majority, and individuals that names that move or second or vote unless it's recorded really don't impact the minute. So it was carried by a majority vote, even though Councillor Townsend's internet sort of blocked him out there for a few moments.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make it clear. I don't know why I would ever object to going to close. Anyway.
But thank you for that clarity, Councillor. Very much appreciated for that. So I just want to identify under item 20, closed session incomplete items only. That is an NA. And then item 21, matters arising from the closed session with the incomplete. That is an NA. We've dealt with the question period already. Item 23, Municipal Act notices. Clerk Sharpak, are there any?
Through you, Your Worship, there's no notices at this time under the Municipal Act.
Thank you. Excuse me for the rustling of pages there. I believe we are now on item number 24, which is adjournment. Clerk Sharpak, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 5:14 p.m. to meet again on February 16th at, actually this says 6 p.m., but it's 4 p.m. or at the call of the chair.
Thank you. Yes, did you have something further to say, Clerk Scharback?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's
I
just a
just kind
thought.
of, thank you. Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'm moving that motion.
All right, and is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
As Deputy Mayor Hudson, I will move the motion. Second motion, sorry, seconded.
Oh, sorry, seconded the motion. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank
Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Thank you very much for a most enjoyable meeting, members of council. It's nice to see you on Zoom, even though I can't see you in person. Please take care. I will see you later. Good night.
Good night.